runners and bikers at the start today at the Powerman World Championships.
Präsentation der technischen Energieziele der Elite-Athleten geben wir Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morgen. My name is Paul Groves, but the much more important person sitting next to me is somebody who knows this race intimately. Ladies and gentlemen, please give an almighty welcome to Natasha Beckman.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was too nice.
Well, we've timed that well because, look, the elite women are just about to start. They're being called up to the line.
Nice we're here and we can see them.
Yes, and nice that the weather is being extremely kind to us today. And John Rudseld is there in the white shirt, is the president of International Powerman. Melanie Maurer. Yeah, what can you tell us about her, Natasha?
She looks very serious. Look at that. Oh, they line up upon the results of last year. So that's how their race numbers are. And
yeah, we've got a bit of feedback there, haven't we? Ah, Konrad Puck there, 201, the older German gentleman with the ponytail and the visor. A bit of a legend. We'll talk to him a bit about him. On the right there, that's the coach from the Swiss team, Konrad.
Yep.
And the coach is from the Netherlands team. We've got quite an interesting race. I think on paper, and when we look at what happened last year, the intense battle between Mel Brune and Melanie Maurer that took place, on the cards, it looks like it's going to be the same again this year. We saw Melanie Maurer in Alsdorf over the shorter distance, taking the title ahead of Mel Brune. Strong German team together.
Very strong German team. Look at that, 4 athletes.
Well, are we going to see any form of tactics, I wonder? You should be aware that athlete number 54, Lisa Strootman, she arrived late yesterday for the briefing. Now, under World Triathlon rules, arriving late at the briefing means that you get a penalty. The reason they have a briefing is so that everybody knows what is happening. Any last-minute changes, and we'll talk about some of those in a moment. She didn't arrive on time, she arrived late, and she got the penalty. We have a former silver medal winner there, our athlete from Slovakia. We'll be actually hearing from her as well. It's Nicola Korbova, silver in 2021. So, Lisa Strootman will take a 1-minute standing penalty in T1.
Isn't that too strong of a penalty for showing up late on a briefing? Couldn't it just be done with a warning?
No, because a warning has no effect. It doesn't educate, it doesn't remind the athletes. The reason they have the briefing, which was delivered by the woman on the left about to start us, that's Maisie Bancevic from Scotland, she's the technical delegate. The reason they have the briefing is to give all of the most up-to-date information to the athletes.
Look, excuse me to interrupt, look at that. If I'm here in TV, I can feel how the tension is out there. Oh, look, it's like vibrating. Boom!
Yeah.
Now they go, and I hope they don't go too fast, because it's just such a steep hill coming up.
Oh, yes.
And they all going to feel excellent and great, and the temperatures are nice and perfect. But if the first 800 meters you're going too fast, you're going to hurt and suffer so much after 1.5 K, because then is the steepest part of the race.
But
so Melanie knows the course. That's why she's trained on it and she knows it. But I hope for all the others who haven't run it too much that they don't go too hard, because otherwise the race is over soon.
It is, because they're going to turn to their right in a moment, and that's going to take them to where the start used to be.
Yep.
And then I was technical delegate here for 4 years, and it just never stopped amazing me how tough this course is. It seems to go up and up and up all the time, and if it's not going up, it goes down.
It goes down, yeah.
Which hurts the legs just as much. So, Melanie Maurer making a statement right at the very beginning of the race. It's 150k of biking after this, and then a final 30k, so a push at the start of the 10k isn't really, at the moment, that significant, although, look at her, she's looking good.
She's looking good. Obviously, she has something in the mind that she said it's her last Powerman race.
Yep, that was kept secret until very, very recently, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so probably she has said, if it's my last race, I'm going to give all I have.
We've got Monique Verschuur She came, she's moving up from the age group category, and she got a silver last year behind a very, very powerful former elite athlete, Isefeld. She decided to no longer race pro and to drop down to the age group category.
Nice move.
She would have won that race quite easily if she hadn't been facing, was it Monique? Katrin Isefeld. So a good step up for her. Silver medal in the 40-44 category, so she's not young, but her finish time last year, 7:43.
That's a strong time.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that there's an opportunity for age groupers who've got potential to move into this.
This is the aid station that athletes will not use at the first time, but probably in the second loop, and especially on the longer, on the last race, they will use it.
Did you see Melanie's performance in Alsdorf?
No, I didn't see it.
I was at the race there. I was commentating, and she was absolutely focused, and she made a very clear statement. However, that statement was made over a much shorter distance, 10, 60, 10. And this is a whole different story. That final, what makes Zofingen so very, very special is not the fact that you're doing a run bike run. It's the fact that you're putting a 30-kilometer run at the end of it.
It's actually a little bit shorter, Paul.
Well,
yeah,
only a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Let's not break the myth.
Let's not break the myth. So, okay. Now look how her stride is very nice. She looks very comfortable. And what is probably interesting to mention is that the athletes this year, they all run faster with that new shoe technology.
Also, if you look carefully, there's no timing chip on either ankle. This is a departure from the norm because Datasport have produced the race numbers, and on the back of the race number is a transponder. I hope that every athlete remembers their race number and that no athletes lose their race number, because if they lose the race number, we've got no splits. So Brunet and Corbova there, shoulder to shoulder. We're going to be hearing from a number of athletes. In fact, we're going to hear from Melanie, from Mel, and from Nicola Corbova. We're going to hear very short video messages from them during the course of the race.
Yeah, both of them, they like the race a lot. And also Mele said it's one of her special, she races a lot this season, and she had great races, but she loves a lot to be on the Zofingen course. It means a lot for her to be here and to defend and to fight. And it's good to have her back.
It is, yeah. Maya Betts there, she came, just missed the podium last year, 7 hours and 11 seconds. Well, those 11 seconds. She must have been sitting there looking at the results and the splits, trying to work out where those 11 seconds went. Because to get 7 hours is great. To go under 7 hours is even more impressive. But she's in second place at the moment, just slightly ahead of Brunet and Corbova. She had a gold last year in the German Middle Distance Championships. Her journey into the sport began with tennis, swimming and horse riding and athletics, but she loved running. That was the real thing that kept her going. Sports science study course. So we're looking forward to seeing how she's going to perform today.
What is her age? Do you know her age?
She's, let's have a quick look. They'll be on the start list. So if you want to follow the athletes, just go to the triathlon.org page. And on the triathlon.org page, you'll find the event Zofingen. Click that link and you'll go to the start lists. Maya Betts was born in 1998.
Okay. So I think it's good for athletes who have a different background of different sports, like Nikola Chorbova. She is from Slovakia, and when she was young, she wasn't focused on just running or cycling. So she was multi-sport. She did skiing. So it's not a disadvantage if you have other sports.
Well, Corbova, she also has a fantastic pedigree of the ultra-long distance races. And there's a story about her doing a 100k run.
100k run,
and
yes.
Then about 3 months later.
Also the Wings for Life World Run, where she placed best in her country, which is a long thing. And here is the the uphill on the gravel road, which is nice. It's very nice roads here in Switzerland.
And good and compacted. We've in the past, I mean, 2-3 years ago, we had the terrible rain.
Yeah.
Even then, it remained a very compacted course. But for you, your memory of racing here, the racing on the roads, then you go onto the tracks. Is it something that is good to have that different surface to run on, or is it distracting?
It's I would prefer, for me, I would prefer to have always the same surface, because every surface you change, it's a breaking of the rhythm. So if once they run a bit on grass or on asphalt, you're faster on asphalt than on the gravel.
How about you said the new technology with the shoes? How does that affect or impact upon the fast shoes we're seeing the athletes wearing? Are they built to do multi-terrain?
Yes, the athletes will wear them because it's definitely an advantage from. It depends a little bit on the running style, but experts say it's an advantage from, I don't know, from 5 to 10 seconds per K. That when you land correctly on the midfoot, it's kind of that bouncing effect that brings you forward.
Okay. We just got a quick glance there of athlete number 53. That's Nelly Rassmann, also from Germany. 8th last year. No, sorry, 8th in Alsdorf this year and 6th last year. She raced in the open category back in 2022. Her finish time would have given her a 5th place in the elite category. So again, we've seen somebody not racing age group, but racing in the open event, which is the starts take place just after the elite and the age groupers. So that was her testing herself, and then of course the German coaches saw this and thought, we need her in the elite category. I remember that many years ago there was a British athlete who failed to get selection for the British team, and he knew he was good. So he entered he entered the open race.
Open race, yeah.
And he beat every age group in his category. Yeah.
There are quite strict rules with...
nowadays, yes.
Nowadays, also with... Nice that there's someone in the forest. Paul, today we have some very nice, high expert opinions from out people who did the race. So it's last year's Mark Allen, the man who was here in Zofingen too, who we have online for an interview.
Oh, great. The legend.
The legend Mark Allen, yeah, he will talk to us.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Well, it's good evening here in Santa Cruz, California, but great to see all of you. And this is such an amazing race. You know, when I competed in it, the first year that I did it, I thought I was prepared. You know, I did a lot of hill work and endurance work, but I did not have a great race, and I realized this is the most physically demanding race I will ever do. And so the next year I came back with some slight differences in my training, and was able to actually pull off a victory. In fact, you guys are going to love this. I'm going to divert here real quickly. I was cleaning out some boxes of newspapers and photos from the past. I got to show you this one. This newspaper.
Oh,
yeah, we know that.
Shows.
Woohoo! Good job.
In 1991, and along with that, I found the photo.
Okay.
Wow.
Coming across 1991.
So it must have been good weather in 91.
It was very good weather. Yeah, it was pleasant. It was beautiful, and watching the women run through the forest. I agree with you, Natasha, that when you change different surfaces, it's really challenging. If you're on one, you run one way. If you're on another surface, you run a different way. And with the super shoes, for some people, they can be a little bit less stable. So on asphalt, for sure, they're going to be super fast. When they get on gravel, on trails, some people, they have a little bit of instability, and so they might not get the same kind of benefit that they would if it was just on a road surface.
Mark, last year you were a little bit tied up with not only us but also with a rather large event that was happening in Nice. Did you manage to see much of the race here in Zofingen, in particular the battle between Maura and Brune out on the bike.
Yeah, I wasn't able to follow it as closely as I had hoped I would. You know, it's such an amazing race, and
so do you think that perhaps Maura is making a very clear point now that she wants to get a significant gap between her and Brune on the first run, or has she gone too early, too fast?
I think it's a little bit too early. You know, one of the biggest things about this duathlon is success comes from pacing it really appropriately. And maybe her fitness is allowing her to gain that advantage that she's already getting. But I find that if you go too hard early in this race, that is something that you'll pay the price for later. Obviously, she's confident, you know, coming into it. And if this is her last chance, she's going to give everything she has.
Is there, Mark, is there any moment that you remind that you liked a lot, or that was very specific or very hard? Is there something about Zofingen, beside going to the podium with killed legs, that you that you like to remember and talk and share with us? Is there anything you? Was it a good view? I always like the view because it's a gorgeous race.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it starts from where you're staying in the hotel. Like my hotel was right across the street from the church clock tower. So,
okay.
You know, at 1 a.m. the clock
dong.
dong, at 2 a.m. dong dong, at 3 dong dong dong.
And they do it on the quarter,
I was
don't they?
trying to get some sleep before the night of the race. I'm like, oh geez, you know, I've only got 3 hours. No, I've only got 2 hours to sleep. No, I only have an hour to sleep. So that was the hard part. But as far as the course itself, you know, I really enjoyed, you know, like what we're seeing right here, where you're running on a dirt path. There's trees that surround you. You're in this natural environment, and it's so different from most races that I competed in, where you're kind of out on these public roads, and to have the run in a place that's completely sort of nature, it was really inspiring. It kind of took my mind off the fact that my legs were hurting, because I was looking around going, wow, this is so beautiful.
Well, there are apple orchards dotted all around the run course, and in Zofingen you can rent a tree for a certain period and get benefit from the harvest from that. And this time of year, they're huge, aren't they?
Yes, it's a very special, good year because it rained a lot. So all the fruit trees have many fruits and excellent quality, and so it's nice. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
We can actually see out on the course now, they've started the men age 65 plus. So the athletes you're seeing out on the course now, the other athletes are the older gentlemen.
That already started.
Yeah.
Mark, do we see you again later on in the race?
Yeah, I will be back for sure. You know, one thing that is interesting to me is I was in Paris for the Olympics, and I was able to see a lot of the events, let's say on the track and field in the 100 meters, 200, 3,000 steeplechase, shorter events than what we're seeing here, and definitely everything flat, right? And you know, it's interesting just to see the body types of people who are able to actually really do well in Zofingen compared to somebody who maybe was able to do well in, you know, the Olympic marathon. Clearly, you know, if you're a shorter distance runner, your body type is going to be much more slight. You know, you won't have as much weight. Clearly, the women that we're seeing here, you know, they're sturdy, they're strong, and I think that represents what this race takes to do well. You have to be strong. You have to have that stability and that endurance, and you just can't race well over this distance with these hills, with this demanding speed, you know, with a run and a bike and a run, unless you have kind of like that sturdiness to you. And I really like that, because for me personally, you know, it just feels like you're kind of built for life. You know what I mean? I mean, life requires you to be sturdy and strong on many levels. And, you know, as we're seeing here with women, I mean, her lead is just amazing at this point.
I'd like to see a split soon. Mark, you said that you raced the first time and it really almost killed you. You changed your training. What specifically did you change in your training that made it that much easier the second time you raced here?
Well, two things. One, I did a lot more running on hills, not only going up but going down, because as you know, especially that first run, you're going up super steep, you come down super steep. And then another thing that I did is I realized that with the way that the bike is laid out, that I went too hard in the beginning of the bike, and then I kind of faded the last third of it. And so I really understood that pacing the bike in Zofingen really requires you to kind of hold back a little bit, let's say in the first third of the bike, and then to start to build into your pace in the middle third, and then that final third, that's when you really let it go and you really get into a strong running pace, cycling pace. And then with those two changes, training much more on steep hills, up and downhill, changing my pacing on the bike, then when I got to the second run, I actually had a lot of reserve left. And that was when I just let nature take over and inspire me the whole way through.
How did it feel when you were in that position on the bike for 150k to then, and you're pushing really hard on the hills, to then get off the bike and try and stand up and run? How easy was that for you? And did you train specifically for that?
Absolutely. You have to train that transition, because cycling and running, they obviously both use legs, but they're different muscles that you're using. In cycling, you're kind of crunched up. Your upper body is crunched up. Your range of motion is limited.
Obviously, you see now the change in the course. We've moved the transition area from its traditional place on the green behind the city hall, and it's now moved down the road. It actually works a little bit better in terms of flow. And the idea of running the athletes around the transition area gives people an opportunity to clock the time splits, and also if an athlete feels they have to drop out, they can drop out in a position where they can be looked after.
Right, and it's easier for the coaching, and it makes it nice.
Oh, it's a head referee there, Marco von Ostender, in the blue bib. Marco created something which we'll talk about a bit later because it's quite interesting. So, Maya Betts, Mel Brunet pulled away now from Nicola Korbava.
Which Mark said, the race is not done. It's better to pace smartly in the first run. This is what I would suggest too. It doesn't help to win the first run and have killed legs for the bike. So thank you, Mark, very much for your expert advice, and looking forward to talk to you later again. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Marco von Ostender, the Dutch official, he's the head referee here today. He created a database on non-specific UCI wheels. So when the athletes are coming into transition, or when they're coming in to check in the bikes, there's always a check on the wheels of the bike to make sure that they are safe wheels.
So what has to be... Here comes the fourth woman.
That's right.
Nicola Jorbova. I think they're all within still 2 minutes of Melanie. If I'm right about the time, Melanie was around 18 minutes. Now they are around 20. So this is still still in a great range.
It is, yes.
Still in touch.
There were some tests. Do you remember the Spinergy wheels?
Mm-hmm.
Under great impact, they can explode. The carbon fibre can explode, and then if there's a crash, and shards of carbon fibre will create quite a bit of damage.
It's horrible if something like that happens.
Yeah. So UCI have a list of wheels that are acceptable, and World Triathlon will always refer to the rule of the body of cycling or running or swimming.
Oh, okay.
So UCI have that set of acceptable wheels, but there are also some others which are not in the standard list. Marco has created, I don't know how he did it, this database, so the official can stand there and type in the name of the wheel and it will come up on the screen to show whether it's accepted by UCI standards or not. It's the most incredible piece of work I've seen.
But the athletes must have that too.
If they don't,
otherwise, it doesn't help for the athlete if they cannot see the list that the marshals have.
well, it is available.
It's available.
Yeah, but the simple thing is, if you're going to buy wheels, buy them from a reputable dealer and make sure they are safe. Because if you're in a crash and the wheel
course.
shatters,
That's
yeah, not good. Melanie Maurer taking on quite a bit of fluid.
on the second lap.
Yep.
Yeah, she's going out for the second loop now. She is carrying her fluid, probably her gel in the left hand, making sure she has her own food or drink, and then just got a sip of water by running through the aid station.
I noticed when she was at the very top on the plateau, there were some transponders or some receivers. So instead of having a timing mat they're running over, the receiver appears to be on a tripod round about chest level. So that possibly on the run is picking up.
On the run is picking up the times. Okay. So beside the experts that we have, we also do have some interviews from some women.
Yep, from the
Maybe
elite
we
women.
can ask our great technical support at the back to put in one of the interviews.
Yeah, which one do you want?
Why we don't take Melanie first?
Well, Melanie.
Winners first.
Yep, she said that this is going to be her last ever race. She's retiring.
Yeah, that was quite new for me. I wouldn't expect that. I thought she's going to keep on to race in Zofingen for a much longer time. And look, she gets encouraged from other athletes, which is nice.
These are our age group athletes who are racing
Age group
now.
athletes, yeah.
We will be giving a shout out. Oh, I will. I've got a whole list of them, and I'll try and pick out everybody I can during the course of the race.
It's a nice atmosphere. I was in Zofingen on Friday, and when I was on the course, the athletes there, they really acknowledged and they talked to me, and it was a good atmosphere here in Zofingen. I think the people who are here, they really like it. And what I am the most thankful for is that everybody's dry, because the weather was not nice on Friday, but this morning it's perfect race temperatures. It's 16 degrees.
Will it make it a little bit humid out there? Will it make it a little bit humid?
No, I think it's pretty good. I would even say it's ideal. It's not too cold. It feels chilly right in the morning, but right at 8 o'clock it was 16 degrees. It will warm up till 12 o'clock to 20 degrees, which is still okay, but a little rainy forecast for the later afternoon.
Well, if it's a little bit rainy later in the afternoon on the run, that's not so bad.
That's not so bad, as long as it's not on the bike. Yeah, because as we saw in Paris, if the roads are wet, it's always people. I think athletes train more indoors and lose a little bit practice to ride on wet streets.
Well, I don't know what riding on the roads in Switzerland is like, but it's absolutely treacherous in the UK. I used to ride a bike a long time ago, 30 kilos ago, and in those days we would go out and ride around Kent, and we would have a great time. But now there's too much traffic. There's absolutely no respect on the roads in the UK.
Yeah.
There's a little bit better in France. I know that because there is a respect for cyclists.
Yeah, it has the long tradition of Tour de France. So, but I realize it here too. Since in Switzerland there are many more people and many more cars. Yeah, it gets dangerous to be out, and yeah, I think one athlete even had an accident and couldn't compete.
Oh dear. I think we had a glance. Was that Maya Jakob that just went past us? Is she racing today?
I was not. I also was not sure if it was her just running by.
A former elite athlete from Switzerland.
Right.
She's a doctor, isn't she, or a nurse?
Something like
yeah. It's funny, people keep coming back. There's the Jubilee Club, which if you've raced and finished 10 times, you're invited to join the Jubilee Club.
Which is nice.
Yeah, and why do people keep coming back? Because this is really the ultimate test for any duathlete.
It is. Once you did that race, as Mark Allen said before, you're never going to forget it.
Well, I think it was Diego von Looy who said he's raced Ironman races around the world, and he said, Ironman, yeah, that's the thing that people want to do because that's the big challenge. He said, but after Zofingen, it's absolutely impossible to walk for at least 2 or 3 days afterwards. He said it absolutely wrecked his legs.
Look, Paul, right now, you're absolutely right. Right now it's uphill, and it's not as steep uphill as it goes later on downhill. But the downhill is so steep that you have to have strong quads to control it.
Yeah, did you see that as Melanie was coming down the hill on her last descent, she was using her arms
yeah,
really
to
stabilise herself.
It's
glancing over her shoulder, she wants to make sure, just keep an eye on the opposition.
Yeah, she looks back a lot.
I wonder.
She has
she's gone too soon.
She has a good overview in the transition area, because this is kind of the loop that she do, and she would see how much advantage she has. So I'm wondering why she's still looking back.
How close to Zofingen does she live?
Oh, they're pretty close, 2 Ks.
Oh, so she's probably been out on this course again and again and again and again.
I bet so. Yeah, I would. It's the best thing if you do the training just in place and are familiar with it.
We've had news yesterday that out on the bike course we've got a bit of a surprise which nobody had planned for. Some emergency roadworks have gone in.
Yeah, right in front of the hospital. They have roadworks and it's a red light, and the athletes were informed yesterday at the briefing that they have to stop at the red light, and if they get not even a penalty, they get DQ'd if they pass the red light. And
is it going to stay using traffic management like that, or are they going to have flags in place?
Yeah, that's what I was shocked, because the athletes came from the briefing and they said, we have to stop 3 minutes at the red light, because it's a long red light on different ways. And then Stefan, the organizer, said, no, we will have flags, we make sure we have security there, and we make sure athletes can fluidly ride through, unless there is the blue light of an emergency car or something like that. So I'm very glad, because 3 loops and always wait at the red light would not be what I would want for a World Championship race.
No.
So look, here we have a close-up from Merle. She's looking good.
Yeah, we heard a bit of information from one of our, also an elite athlete, Rachel Brown. She raced in Alsdorf, had a great race, and she said that having got the taste for it really there, she wants to potentially give a go to Zofingen next year. And she said that Mil Brune had raced on Friday night in the World e-bike qualifiers. I suppose it's a bit of a warm down or a bit of a spin before you come to the big race, which is on Sunday today. But she came first in her first heat, which was something like, I think it was 9 kilometers or so of fairly intensive e-bike riding.
Yeah, this is indoors, and it's really, she took it as a warm-up, and she didn't expect, but she qualified for the World Championships in, I think it's in November.
In Abu Dhabi.
In Abu Dhabi, yeah. And so she has quite a tough schedule, because right now it's Zofingen, and then she will go to Nice.
Oh yes, she qualified in Nice. That was a bronze medal, wasn't it? She got at the Ironman race.
Yeah, so it's quite a schedule she has ahead, because she's also working. We can talk about that, but athletes at this level, they're still working. None of them are full-time pro. So it's kind of hard to calculate and to handle the work beside the training and the recovery and the family and the whole.
So Melanie, what does she do full-time?
She is a PT.
A physical education teacher.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, as we go around the corner here, you might see.
Look how gorgeous that is.
And the view, you have concerts up here, you have pop concerts.
Yeah, pop concert. Oh. It's a concert for a whole week, different concerts. So from rock music to classical music. And it's such a gorgeous view. And look, here are all the trees that you mentioned before. It's kind of the nicest place in Zofingen, that you are at higher altitude. You can overlook the whole town.
Yeah, just on at the end of this area here, you'll find there are 2 tripods, one either side, and I think these are the devices that pick
Oh, yeah,
signal.
yeah. On the left and on the right side.
That's where the timing mat used to be.
Yep. So that's where they get the new Data Sport timing clips. So Melanie grew up 2 Ks from Zofingen, right on the other side, right where we are now, down the hill. That's about where she grew up. It's called Vicon. And now she is moving, she was moving away, and she is living in Hindelbank, which is in Bern. It's a different canton, but of course she still comes here to train, and she knows the area very well.
The section coming up in a moment is the downhill.
Yep, it's the downhill. It's still an aid station, a first downhill, and as you can see, the course has some angles, some turns. This is what also is not easy. It's still the first hour of the race, so the athletes are still fresh. But the longer you get, each turn is getting harder, because you have to engage the whole body. You have to be stable, and yeah, it's always harder to do turns and downhills than just to run flat.
You see that it said littering start. Now that means that from that area until it says littering end, you can discard gel wrappers, bottles, and they'll be tidied up. Anything thrown away outside of that area will result in a penalty to the athlete.
Yep.
This is something that World Triathlon created a good few years ago, and it's basically to prevent littering. We have these races in beautiful locations, and if the athletes are chucking away gels and bottles, it's not acceptable at all. Other sports have taken up this, and we know now that UCI are looking at littering. Last year, there was this intense moment out on the bike when Mel Brunet changed her bottle at the aid station, and she couldn't get the replacement bottle back into the cage at the back of the saddle. And we watched, you and I sat and watched this.
We saw it. Look quickly here. We can see it from the motorbike. It's so steep going down here.
Yeah, and that's what Mark was saying about the legs. You need to train those legs to go down.
Because otherwise you cannot cycle anymore if you didn't train that. Yeah.
So Mel Brunet was struggling to get the bottle in there, and she later wrote in her blog. So if you Google Mel Brunet, her blog is really good reading. She was explaining the panic of this, but also the knowledge that if she discarded the bottle, she'd get a penalty.
You get a penalty, yeah.
I thought that was it gave an impression, it gave you an insight into how focused an elite athlete can be, knowing that if they do this wrong, that's a penalty.
Yeah, and you don't want to risk that penalty. Yeah. And it is those littering zones on the run, they are very short if you run at a high speed. So we saw what Melanie did. She took a bit of a gel before the littering zone, and then she grabbed a cup of water, and she just could have one zip and throw the cup away, because otherwise the littering zone would end, and she had to throw the cup. Otherwise you have to carry it with you. Yeah, athletes at that level, they have to know all the rules. How much of a time do you think an athlete needs to know all the rules?
All the time, then, Rachel. From the moment you come to the athlete briefing, you need to know what the rules are.
They have to read all of them. It's quite also to study the paperwork.
It's a long document, and it's not the easiest of documents to read. Over the years, the rule book has expanded and expanded, and there are various edits that make it very difficult reading, and on some occasions the rules don't really follow too well. Mel Brunet there, arms way out, just giving her that extra bit of balance on that fast section. So an athlete won't need to read every single part of the rules, because there are certain sections that won't apply. For example, the athletes here won't need to know the rules about para racing, They won't, in this case, won't need to know the rules about swimming or water quality. We won't talk about water quality, will we? But there are certain things they have to know. The draft zone, littering, fastening the helmet in, put your helmet on, then take your bike, finish the bike course, rack the bike, unfasten your helmet.
Mount and dismount correctly.
Yep.
Well, are there any rules about the bib number? Do they have
In this
bib
case,
number stitched or pinched or somehow?
no, that would be a race belt because they'll wear it on the back, on the front for the run, not the back for the bike. We've seen the athletes here, the bib numbers moving around. These athletes are identifiable. On the bike, we want the number on the back because then we can see more clearly who they are. The bike will also carry a number. They also have decals on their legs or arms, so we can see again the number. It's identification, that's what's needed. So if the athlete loses the race number, well, unfortunately, they've lost the race number. And a technical official can't penalise them because it's fallen off.
Mm-hmm.
If they rip it off and throw it away, then you could say that's littering.
Yeah.
And there's a penalty that can be given for that.
Is there a chance that it falls off
Yes.
at all?
Yep. If it hasn't been fastened on properly. These are Powerman belts, I think. They're well-designed race belts, and the number is fitted on there in a much better way than in the old days when you had to use safety pins.
Now it's the second lap that is finished. She grabs a cup
Yeah, she's taking on the water.
and in the littering box.
Yep.
Yeah, it's quite close. And it looks now that it's the entrance to the transition zone. The interesting part, I think there is a steady camera there where we can see.
Two different running styles. You have Melanie Maurer's running style, Maya Betts, and then behind her, Brunet. Betts and Brunet are very similar, but Maurer is much more... I don't know how to describe it. She just moves differently, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Right.
Right, now it's that's the interesting part.
So how's she going to get on with this?
Let's see the time.
So she could take her time.
The time measurement stopped, so we cannot exactly see what time we have, but I measured it with my watch, and let's see how much she has.
So that's a very fast transition there from
Yeah,
Maurer.
very fast. And here she's running on grass. Or not only she, but the transition zone is on grass. This is a different feeling.
So she's got the two bottles on the back of the bike. Also in the middle of that arrangement is a smaller bottle. Would that be a gel or an energy drink?
Yep, I'm sure. And you could see she had the shoe tied it to the side of the bike, so that will make it easy to get on the bike. They are usually fixed with elastic bands, so that when they stand up, the elastic pops and they can get easy into the shoes.
So
It's 1 minute.
Yeah.
No one else is here. She has already over a minute lead.
Over 10k. Oof. That's Conrad Puck running there.
On finishing his first lap.
There's only two of them in his category. It's the 75-79 category. A legendary character.
Here's coming number 2 and 3 into the transition zone.
And the time split is about...
It's about,
1 minute 30?
No, it's a little bit more. It will be 2 minutes when they are at their bikes.
Wow.
It's 1:50 now. Yeah, it's 1:50.
And the photographer we see there, just to the left, is Petko Bayer from Germany. He's one of the most reliable photographers we've got on the circuit. Generally, you see him in the water, but here he is. in transition. So, Maya Betts, Mel Brunet, now heading out onto the bike course. Brunet taking a slight advantage there over Maya. We've just had a shout from our director that we've got Mark Allen, who's obviously the time difference. We don't want to keep him up too late, but we've got Mark Allen with us again. I think is he going to come onto the screen?
And here we see Nikola Jorbova coming in 4th place. She is 3 minutes, which I think is still in a comfortable position because she is a strong cyclist. I think it's very smart to not run too fast, as Mark said, not killing the legs, but staying focused, getting a drink, yep, getting the bike, doing a transition. It's nice that we get those good pictures. I like to see transition pictures.
In 2021, when she got the silver medal, she was actually matching Mel Brunet on the run, but then Brunet powered away on the bike.
Yeah. So let's see if we have Mark in the line, Mark Allen, if he saw something that he wants to tell us and how he followed the women's race.
Well, she'll be coming up very shortly to that section of roadworks, right?
Yep. In about 200 meters, Melana will be at the roadwork, and let's see if she is getting a red light or if she can ride through. She's pedaling in a high cadence here, and she's looking very strong. Mark, can you hear us?
I can, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Did you see the transition and the 4 leading ladies?
I did. Switzerland in the lead. You got to love that, Natasha.
Yeah, she looks strong. I would push a bigger gear here, but I like what I see.
Yeah,
she looks nice.
Yeah, she has a pretty high cadence. It's interesting, like to get a minute 50 advantage going off that first run. That's a huge gap.
I don't think we've seen an advantage like that in many years. Not in the first run, no.
Yeah, and so I have to ask myself: is it because she's just in incredible shape, or is she going too hard in the beginning of the race? But, like I said earlier, this Zofingen duathlon is really about how you pace it, and it's so much better to sort of build as you go as opposed to like blast out on that first run, get a huge gap, put everything out there, and then you get on the bike, and the first third or half of the bike you're on fire, and then all of a sudden things start to catch up with you.
Exactly. It's always the way that the women's race has unfolded in the past here, in the last few years, to my knowledge, is that there's been a group of women at the front, probably 4 or 5, and then that's gradually unfolded on the bike course. With Emma Pooley, for example, she would always attack on the bike, and then she would destroy the field on the bike and end with the final run. But this is something I haven't seen before, and I share your concerns, Mark. Has she gone too hard too soon, or is she in super saying goodbye to racing at this level form? It really is incredible to watch.
Probably she's just in super shape, and she's has to prove something from last year, because everybody said she was behind Merlet the whole day and she didn't lead, and she was drafting. So probably it's the statement she wants to place this year, that she can race in front and can race strong. That's probably her answer this year. Let's see if she can hold it.
And again, you see.
Yeah. And if you look at the difference in cadence rates between these two right here on screen.
That's Maya Betts there.
Super high cadence rate, a little bit lower, high cadence rate, and almost looking like, I don't know, Natasha, but it almost looks like her seat is a little bit too low. Like her extension at the bottom is not very much.
Yes, I think it's very interesting how she rides, and I would say the same thing. It's far too high of a cadence, but I read about her that she was riding cycling time trial races and raced very well. So obviously she has a bike fitter and cycling time trial help, and they told her, like in the Tour de France, to go on a high speed and not on, as I or we, even you, Mark, used to be on a little bit a higher seat position, on a lower cadence. Obviously she's used to go like that. My attitude was always to be with more power and a lower heart rate, going up hills and over the course. But she obviously trained different, and let's see if it's an option to go like that over such a long time. It's certainly possible to do on a short for 1-2 hour race, but I'm not sure if this is the right tactic for a long Powerman race, and we will see, I would say, in about 6.5 hours latest.
Well, in Alsdorf, she opened up with a 10k run of 35.25 compared to Mel Brunet's 36.16. So we're talking about also 50 seconds or so. On the bike, Mel Brunet was 50 seconds slower, and on the final run, Mel Brunet was 25 seconds slower. Again, it was a 38.03 for Melanie Maurer. So a difference of about 3 minutes on the final run. Much shorter distances. Now we know that Mel Brunet is much better. Yeah. She's much better over the longer distance.
On the longer distance.
And if you look at what she performed, I think it was the race in Nice earlier this year, was it? When Brunet popped in that rather impressive third place.
Yeah, that always depends on how you do your season planning. If it's a high point, or if you're just doing it as a race, as a preparing training race. Where they are right now, Mark, this is called Mühletal. This climb is about, I would say, 2 Ks, taking about 6 minutes, 7 minutes, depending on the speed to go up. And it's a nice uphill. It's not a mean one like with suddenly 15% of a climb. They could all do it in aero bar, or like we see Melanie prefers to get out of the aero bar here. And then it's smooth road, but also here they're starting to do some road work. And then when they're on the top of the hill, they have a nice smooth downhill that was newly paved last year. So it's great and safe to do that downhill.
And you know, Natasha, that when you're watching the video footage, it all kind of looks flat, but when you're actually out there racing, it's not flat. Like,
no.
Even on that really steep descent on the running part, it didn't look that steep, but you know, they were almost going backwards with their arm to control the speed because it was so steep. And so it's, you know, as all of you who are out there watching the live stream here, it's very difficult to sort of gauge the difficulty of the course. So when you see them not in the aero position, for sure you know that
it's going uphill.
They're going up a climb.
Yeah.
There aren't that many sections that are flat, are there?
There will be a section on the bike coming in 10K that is flat on a fast, not on a speedway, but on a fast street. So the athletes get challenged on everything. They get challenged uphill, downhill, curves, and also on the flat section. But mostly, is, as Mark said, it's not flat. It's Zofingen.
Well, we don't have an awful lot of wind today, so that's good. It means that the officials out on the bike won't be having, hopefully, too many battles with drafting. Mark, in your day, were you aware that there are technical officials or draft busters out on the bikes trying to make sure that people weren't sitting on each other's wheels? Were you aware of them on the course?
Oh yeah, that was a big part of it, you know. And there were some athletes who you could see, like when the marshals weren't around, they kind of like stretched the rules a little bit. And there were others like they didn't care if the marshals were there. Yeah, you know, they stretched the rules, but we were very aware that there were marshals, and marshals are great. This is supposed to be an individual event, an individual test of how fast you can go, and so it's good to have the marshals. Obviously, if the field gets stretched out, there's no drafting that's going on, and especially if you're going up a lot of climbing, it's very hard to draft off of somebody. You know, I was actually thinking about the higher cadence rate. That is something that can save your legs for later on the run. You know, if you're pushing let's say you're climbing and you're still in kind of like that 90 cadence rate as opposed to like a 70. You know, that will save your legs for that second run because you're just putting less force into the pedals, into the muscular network that's going on in your legs. So I don't know. It might be actually the winning strategy today. Let's see.
It's interesting there, just cresting the top of the hill there, Maura completely changed her position on the bike, and she's now getting into the obviously she wants to have her hands near the brakes, because going down the hill like this, what sort of speed can you get on this particular hill, Natasha? What?
70.
Oof.
Yeah, you could go it into aero position. Huh? See?
Look at that.
Yeah. Depending on how risky you go downhill and take the curves. As you see, this is a curve now, you can't see what's coming around, and the athletes have to respect that.
Yeah, because these roads are not closed, are they?
Right. So you have to be aware that you can control your bike, that you handle the speed limit.
And the roads are not closed, but the way that the course is designed, there are limited road closures in place. And by closing certain parts of the course, they've been able to reduce the movement of traffic.
Yeah, see, there are people on the side roads. They try to do whatever they can to not have cars on the road, but it's Switzerland. And there always can be a farmer, there always can be something driving out of a side road, so you have to be aware that you can handle your bike. You cannot say it's guaranteed closed and it's granted that nothing is on the course. But here, see, it's easy to go on aero and you still have a good speed down here. It's not a long climb, it's not a long downhill, but it's about 2 to 3 k's downhill here again.
There's a chance to just spin the legs a bit and to shake out some of the lactic.
Right.
Be very interesting to see how far behind Brunet and Betts are.
Yeah, we probably have the first time measurement soon. And I like to thank Mark a lot that he was with us on the show. I don't know if we hear him later again, but it's very valuable that you gave us your opinion, Mark. And because of the time difference, thank you very much for being on the show from California with the nice weather to cloudy Switzerland here. Thanks a lot, Mark, for your expertise.
You're welcome, Natasha. And I think you were the expert on this because you said she could probably go 70 k per hour, and we saw on the motorcycle it was exactly 70 kilometers per hour. So take over. Tomorrow here in Santa Cruz we have a 70.3 race, so I'll be getting up early tomorrow to cheer on everybody in my local town here. So good luck, everybody in Zofingen, and great. Thank you again for having me on.
And safe journey across the Nice later this year.
Great. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Mark. Bye-bye. So great to have Mark as expert here in the live stream, because it's not easy for athletes over from another country to be here on Swiss times. Look, here we have the turn, and they have to make sure they watch carefully and take the turn right and correct.
For Mark, his name is up on that board outside the town hall in Zofingen. His name is up there more than once, isn't it?
Yep, his name is up there more than once. It's a nice sign and memory of the legend of the race.
But they have anything like that in Hawaii? Do they have a board, a glory board, as you might call it? They don't, do they?
No, actually, something they...
Absolutely crazy.
They could make.
Zofingen has been, 35 years now?
Yep.
Has been the mecca for long-distance duathletes. 35 years. And the respect that the city has given to those athletes by creating this legendary board of names. When you stand in front of it, it was renovated last year, I think it was.
Yeah, it was too small. It had to.
When you look at it, you think, my goodness, all of those names are there.
Yeah. Even Medit Moran is on it, because she was one of the early ladies from America who did best of results here in Zofingen. I think we have her online too. Let's see if she wants to talk with us. Maddie, can you hear us? Let's see if we can get the connection, or if it's always...
Where is she in the world?
I think she is also somewhere in America. I don't know where she is based, but let's ask her when we get her live on the stream. Let's hope the phone line is working. Look, here we saw a motorbike coming and a motorbike crossing.
So are we ready to have Maddie come and join us in the studio?
Maddie, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, there you are.
There you are. Good to see you.
And welcome to Zofingen.
It's great to watch the race. Great memories.
Well, I was going to expand. When Mark raced and when you raced, the technology available to you in those days was impressive for the time. But when you look at the state-of-the-art equipment these athletes are using now, is there just a little bit of envy on your part, thinking, if I had a bike like that?
I could have flown, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I have not been as in touch with the sport for a while, so looking at the helmets and the bikes is makes me curious about the technology.
But do you have good memories of Zofingen? Was it a painful pleasure?
Oh yeah, I love watching it. It was so green there. I love the crowds and the forests and the riding on the clean and smooth roads, and yeah, it brings back a lot of great memories.
If I'm right, Maddie, when you were here, you also had a nice hosting families that took care of you when you were here. Do you remember
Yes.
that? Was that a good experience?
That was a great experience. Yeah, I kept in touch with my family for a while, and I've lost touch at this point. But yeah, I loved getting to know the locals and at quite a few of the different races. And Zofingen was just a great, kind of a small town, and it felt really comfortable to be there. And I really enjoyed the crowds during the race, yelling and the cowbells, and it just seemed like a very clean. It's kind of nice to hear you talk about how you don't allow littering, because that's one thing that sometimes I've seen at races that I think, we could work on that, and you guys have done that, so congratulations.
Well, when you look at the start list for the elite men, I dare say there are probably none here that you'd recognize, because this is a new generation. But one thing you've noticed,
that's right.
just to the left of the screen there, is our technical delegate, the woman who's in charge of the race, Maisie Bantovic from Scotland. It's a change to see that women are taking a far more important role in the racing and the supporting of the racing. That's a very positive thing. Oh, off they go.
Off they go. Here's the men's field. 1 hour later than the women's.
Yeah, we're going to talk a bit about the men during the course of the race. One thing that is very unusual here today is that the number 13 has appeared on the start list. Seppe Odein from Belgium, who's a bit of a legend himself, on the right-hand side of the screen, he's got a very distinctive running style wearing number 13. Maddie, do you ever remember seeing somebody racing with number 13?
I don't remember.
It's one of the numbers that World Triathlon ITU doesn't use, but for some reason we've got a number 13 today. It might be wonderfully lucky for him.
I hope so.
It's unusual.
Maddie, tell us. I'm very curious about the old times, or when you raced. Was there a special situation that you want to share with the spectators that you liked a lot, or that was surprising, or that stayed in your memory till today? So when someone says Zofingen to you, what are the words that, beside what you already mentioned, that it was clean and green and the cowbells, what was there a situation that still is with you today?
Well, I raced there, I think it was 4 times total, and I suppose the one thing that comes to mind is the third time in 1995 when I raced there, and it was pretty cold out, and quite a few athletes, we had to kind of bundle up as we raced, and there was a fair amount of rain coming down during the first run. And then when we got on the bike, there was actually even a little bit of snow at the top of the climbs. And then when we go downhill, it was really quite cold. So quite a few people dropped out. But I thought that actually cold weather is a little bit of an advantage for me because I tend to get hot easily when it's hot weather. So I had a really good race that day, and I think part of the reason was because the weather was so brutal and chilly, and it worked well for me, but some of the athletes, they dropped out. So that's one thing I remember, and one thing I really liked about Zofingen was it gave me a little bit of a feel for the type of climate and conditions that I really like to train in and race in. I love the hills, I love the forest, and I liked it when it was kind of cold that day. So that was a really good memory.
When you finished racing in Zofingen, when you went back to the States, were you able to take back any knowledge that you gained from the race and share it with other female duathletes in the States?
Well, I really think, I think particularly for duathlon and going to Zofingen, it's really important to train for the terrain and for the weather and for the climate, and to kind of get yourself out into different, hillier terrains than what a lot of people are used to racing in. And so that's one thing that I always encourage people to do. And I also think it's a little bit more to kind of get your head away from just staying in the flats and in the city and in town. And it gets you out in the energy of the countryside. And so I always encouraged my athletes that I train to get out and be creative with their training and not necessarily get too rigid, but to do fartlicks and hill climbs and downhill training. I thought also, like as somebody was talking about earlier in the race, is really important to get your legs used to running in the downhill and then being able to get on the bike and still bike strong because your legs are used to and ready for that kind of terrain.
Well, Mark was saying earlier that he was interested in the fact that Melanie Maurer had gone off so powerfully on the first run. Do you share his concern? Has she gone too hard too soon, or is it she's just in incredibly good form?
Well, I was listening to that discussion. I don't know Melanie, so I can't really speak to her form. But I think if you're feeling strong, it's okay. You just have to be really pushing yourself within your limits and really know yourself as an athlete. So I'm assuming with her experience, she does know herself. And hopefully she doesn't go out too hard because she's got plenty of room at this point to just be able to relax a little bit. But it's important to stay within your range of ability and to stay relaxed, breathe deep, not get too nervous or excited at the beginning of a race. And that was one thing that over time and after years of experience racing, I learned was that even if people were challenging me early on, I would just kind of remind myself that, all I could do was give my best. So I would pay attention to my body and push myself as hard as I felt like was reasonable, but not too much, particularly early. You were also talking about her cadence, and it is quicker, much quicker than I had a relatively slow cadence. That was just natural for me to have a slower cadence, so that's kind of interesting, but apparently, obviously it works for her.
When you on the first run, when you get up to the plateau, was it a bit of a surprise to you that you were that high and you had such a clear view over the rest of the town?
The early years Maddie was racing, it was not exactly the same. They changed the running.
Right.
We were not that. We didn't have that nice view the early years. Or am I wrong, Maddie?
Yeah, no, that's correct. I was going to say I enjoyed watching that first run. It was very different than the run that we had. We would run up a steep climb on the road and then be in the woods, actually.
Right.
And then come back down, and we would do that three loops, as I recall. But we didn't have. It's a very different run at this point.
Yeah, we didn't. We had steep sections down, but not that section that we saw today. Maddie,
Okay.
where are you based now, and do you still train?
I am based in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I train. I don't race too much anymore. I've done some racing in the last few years. I actually had to have a back surgery this last year, and my back is fine. But I've had different issues come up and take me out for a little while. I also have my heart. I have a defibrillator because I have a VTAC issue similar to a couple other athletes, that Greg Welch and a couple others. And but I'm very fortunate in that I can still run. I can still run pretty hard. I can bike hard if I want. I don't swim too much anymore, and I'm trying to take up golf a little bit so that if I do have to slow down, I'll still have something I can do and enjoy outdoors.
Well, for the next couple of years, you'll be able to watch Zofingen Powerman, because the decision was made by World Triathlon to extend the World Championship title for another 2 years. So 2025 and 2026, you'll be able to sit in the comfort of your own home and watch this incredibly powerful performance from all the athletes. Our oldest athlete is in the 75-79 category.
Oh, time for you to come back, Maddie.
Yeah.
Not that old.
Yes, I
but
watched
still,
this.
still time to come back. Still time to come back. I'm sorry, just didn't want to say you're already in the oldest category. But I just wanted to say you can keep coming back. Let us know, and we try to arrange you a great homestay again.
Well, there's in Maddie's category at the moment, there's going to be a huge battle between Cora Stürzel from America, born in 1963, and we think possibly Annie Lemon from
South Africa.
one of the Jubilee
She's
Club
Jubilee
members.
Club, yeah. She is here for many years too.
And possibly also Catherine Ann Allison, also from South Africa, who won bronze a couple of years ago. So that particular age group, it's funny, the older age groups are so competitive.
Yeah, they're here for many times and they know how to race.
Yeah.
Maddie, are you going to be able to join us again a bit later?
Tonight, you mean?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll be here for a bit.
Okay, that's lovely. We'll crack on now with the rest of the race, but thank you for being with us, and we look forward to your insight onto how the race is unfolding, in particular with Melanie Maurer out at the front with the chasing German duo of Mel Brunet and Maya Betts. Thank you, Maddie.
Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yeah. Thank you.
As we can see, the traffic is being pushed to the side, which is quite nice. It's a shame they're on there, but as you say, it's an open road. Spots of rain on the camera lens.
Yeah. It's they have a cloudy day. It could rain, but I think, as the weather forecast said, it will stay dry till 1 o'clock. It's Switzerland, and it always can change, and it can change quickly. But I don't think that it will be pouring rain this day, which is nice, especially also for the motorcyclists and the spectators. For the athletes, of course, it's also they don't cool as much as Maddie said in '95, where it was even snowing. So it's Zofingen weather. It's always can be cold. And look here, we have leading men again. It's a whole bunch.
Yeah, Emile Blondel-Hermont is leading the race there, wearing number 1. Good reason to be in the front. He raced. He's an athlete who's come through the triathlon route. Top 10 finisher in as a junior in the ETU race back in Holton, which was another legendary course. Under 23 silver in Horst back in 2014, and he was the silver medal winner here last year. 6 hours and 2 minutes.
Incredible fast. Too fast, I would say.
Well, the defending champion from Denmark is unable to be with us this year because he's had an addition to the family. He's rather busy.
Ooh. But look at that. It's more than 10 athletes in that first group.
Yeah, which is what we thought we might have seen with the women, but
I didn't think with the women Melanie breaking away.
Yeah. That's better.
Yeah, it's a very big group here.
But I'm going to be looking at Thibaut de Smet, because I think Thibaut de Smet, he is wearing number 16. Is he the athlete just behind?
Yeah, it's number 14.
Number 14.
Now I can see it clearly.
Okay, so number 14.
It's hard to identify the numbers.
Michiel Stockman. He won an age group gold in Alsdorf this year with a 2:32 performance over the 10K, 60K, 10K. That's pretty impressive.
Now the men are the steep down section.
Yeah.
But that takes the field apart. We're gonna see. But I'm sure they will try to stay all together. So if that group of 10, 12 athletes go together on the bike. Oops, even the motorbike has some trouble to catch the whole athlete. Oh, not the motorbike, but the photographer on the motorbike.
She's the Swiss athlete there. Oh.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, motorbike.
Is that...
That was too close.
Is that Richard Lustenberger on the left-hand side?
Yeah, could be. Sorry, I couldn't focus on the numbers. It was like I was sitting on the motorbike.
We've got quite a strong Belgian team, but they're all quite young, and apart from Seb Ordijn, who's just a Seb Ordijn, he just doesn't have any respect for the pain barrier.
There are some athletes that are like that and that can race like Seb Ordijn.
Oh.
No, think about the pain, because at a certain point, of course, it's painful and you have to be capable to tolerance it or to focus on something else.
Yeah, he's so strong, and a former winner here. They will no doubt have been picking into his brain to try and find out what preparation they need to make for this. But I'm looking at Thibaut de Smet, because I think there's a good chance that if he is able to restrain himself, he's got immense power. He's a cross triathlete and cross duathlete, so he's got the experience of really tough off-road racing. He's proven over duathlon championships at European and world level. He's raced Xterra. He's very, very good. And if he can hold that power back, then there's a good chance that he's going to be on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. If the athletes have a background with Xterra and off-road racing, this is definitely not something that is a disadvantage in this race, because a lot is on surface that is not asphalt. Like many races have just asphalt to run on, and here when you're in the forest, it's definitely an advantage to run. And as Mark said, to control the shoe with today's carbon sole and the running style also affects a lot of the speed. So if you run on asphalt, the shoe reacts a little bit different. The cushioning is easier because the rolling of the foot is different on the asphalt than when you're on
you also need
loose.
You need the grip
gravel.
as well, don't you? Because if you don't have that grip on those descents. And it looks like Seb Ordijn is at the back of that group. He's the one wearing the blue cap from Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium has a good group. They also have their coach with them, which not every athlete has.
No. The Swiss athletes, we've got quite a few in there who are looking possibly to improve on previous performances. Richard Lustenberg, I think he was the one we saw wearing number 7. He's had a couple of well, he's actually been in the top 10 back in 2021. He was 15th here last year, so he's definitely going to be wanting to improve that. But this is very easy running.
Looks very good. Nice strides, all of them. Look at that. They are on a fast but good pace.
And good positioning there from Konrad Puck from Germany, getting himself into the elite thing, so the camera.
Yeah, I bet he liked to be in front of the elite.
Yeah, he's a delightful man. The first time I met him was in Weert when it was the European Championships. We have an oath which is sworn by the athletes and sworn by the officials. And he was one of the 3 or 4 athletes we called up from the age group to read the oath out. And it was wonderful. He had such a presence on the stage. We've kept in contact since then. He regularly races road. Didn't start racing until quite late in life, but absolutely enjoys it. We got a brief glance there of Dan de Groot. He was 6th here last year. Dan's been instrumental in giving Duathlon.
Yep, look, the first Swiss is Jens, you asked.
2, 3.
It's Jens, the first one.
You're right, there's 10 there together. Fabian Zender there at the back.
Oops.
That was interesting.
Was this the coaching zone?
I hope so.
I think the coaching zone must be somewhere there.
A bit off the pace there. That's Wout de Drijver and Ucci, is that?
Ucci, yeah. That's
Benjamin,
not.
yeah.
That's not. That's still in great position. They're smart, going their pace. Nothing to hurry.
Yeah, he'll want to put to bed the ghosts from last year because that was a DNF last year. And I think right at the back there is the Italian athlete Marco Corti, 6th in 2021 with a 6.5-hour race.
Quite interesting. The men's time is not much faster than Melanie Maurer's time. Melanie's first loop was also in 18 minutes, and look, we are here in.
I think they're being a bit more cautious, which is you can see that from the fact that they're all bunched together.
Yeah. They're probably gonna be a whole group on the bike, and then a lot to do for the marshal to.
Yeah. We discussed this last year, and there were penalties have been given out. Dan de Groot fell foul of a penalty a couple of years ago, and he got a drafting penalty, but his understanding of the rules wasn't quite as deep as it should have been, and he didn't go to the next penalty box. So out on the bike course, if you're caught drafting, and it's a 12-meter rule for this distance, if you're spotted drafting, which is cheating, then you'll get a card. That card is, so it's whistle, or the motorcycle will sound the horn, your name or race number, and then
a card.
And the instruction is that you go to the next penalty box. And out on the bike course there is a penalty box, and you
in
go
each loop.
Well, you have to go to it on that lap. Obviously, if you've gone past it, you go in on the next lap. So it's the next opportunity you go to the penalty box. He didn't.
He didn't go to the next opportunity.
No.
Okay.
And because he didn't.
Did he wait till the end of the bike?
I can't quite remember what he got disqualified. I know that.
Oh no.
So
that's not a reason to. Oh, that's a hard rule.
Well, it's the rules are there and the rules are written down. In a way, if you're drafting, it's better to take away that advantage as soon after the drafting as possible, rather than wait until the end of the bike course. And this one, it's 150k. So if he's penalised, if the athlete is penalised as soon after that infringement as possible, then the advantage that he's gained is taken away as soon as possible.
Yep.
It makes sense.
Yeah, the rule makes sense. Yeah.
So it's 20.
But anyhow, I think it's a hard decision to. It could be added another 2 or 5 minutes, but to DQ an athlete from the whole race, that's.
Well, he didn't take the penalty. I think he appealed against it, and because he didn't.
Probably. I'm not.
Lost the
He
appeal.
probably. He surely didn't do it on purpose. I'm always for the athletes, Paul.
Okay.
I think the rules are too strict. It doesn't. Of course, I don't like drafting. It's unfair if someone drafts. I understand the rule that he has to sit in the next penalty box. But if someone misses the penalty box, why don't you double the penalty and still let him race?
He didn't go into the penalty box.
Oh, he didn't go at all in the penalty box. Oh, okay. he finished the race.
I'll read it from the Dutch. I found it to be a bit of a dubious decision. I was riding perhaps a little bit within the distance, but I had no intention of drafting. I had difficulty keeping a constant 12 meters away and focus on the battle. He decided to wait and do his penalty on the very last lap. I wanted to create a little bit of distance first against the opposition, you see.
Yeah.
And I must have missed during the briefing that I should have gone into the penalty box. Then I heard I was disqualified. So again, that explains he thought he could build up and then go into the penalty box. The rules are okay. I think your idea that if you don't do it, then we double the penalty, that could be good fun, but it's not in the rules.
Yeah.
And the rules that state that you go into the penalty box as soon as. Yeah.
I understand that there are rules, but they shouldn't be as harsh. How much these athletes they have once Powerman a year. They prepare a lot. They spend a lot of money. They work. They have a hard time to make their living, and then to penalize them for something that is. It's not fair to draft, of course, but to penalize them and ban them from finishing the race, yeah, probably a 5-minute extra penalty would be okay.
Well, that's something that could be proposed to World Triathlon for them to consider.
Yeah, I would think that that is something to consider. World Triathlon, could you hear us? I have more to consider.
But the rules you race under are the rules of the day.
Yeah, of course, I know.
And so there's an unfortunate error on his part.
Oh, look!
See, the rain has come down now. That's making the roads a little bit slippery.
We have a little bit wet streets. Yeah, we can see it on the camera.
So you mentioned that there's been there's the Data Sport guys at the top. That's the timing position there, which will take the time at body height.
And probably we get some splits.
So I'm delighted to see that this system is at the right height, so there's no question about the athlete not getting recorded, because some of the timing areas are honesty mats or honesty points, so that we can register every single athlete completing all of the course. Now, you mentioned that the road had been resurfaced, Natasha, and for me, does that mean that the road is of better quality in the rain, or will there be areas that are slightly slippery? You see, she's being very cautious here.
This is the roads are better because there are no holes or no uneven spots. But anyway, you have to be aware of where the water runs in. I don't know the name.
The gutter on the side, or the manhole covers.
Yeah, right. Always be aware on the gutters and on the white lines. In this descent there are no white lines, but if later on the street gets wider and if there are white lines, watch out white and yellow lines. Everything that's painted gets slippery when it's wet.
Oh, we saw that in Paris, didn't we?
Yeah. Even the cobblestones there, or the street had a lot of dirt.
My very first triathlon was in Swanley at the White Oak Triathlon, and I could swim quite well. I had a bike, and I had Achilles problems, so running wasn't very nice. But on the bike course, the rear wheel caught a manhole cover, and the whole bike, it was a heavy steel bike, the rear end came round, and I somehow managed to stay upright, and I got a round of applause from some people who were standing on the corner. But yeah, a terrifying moment when you lose control of the bike. It really is terrifying. I mean, you've crashed before, haven't you?
Yeah. Unfortunately,
not nice, is it?
It's not nice. No, I considered myself being a strong cyclist, and I trained riding in the rain, and but it also happened to me. I slipped on roads where the surface just was like ice. It's not Switzerland. Switzerland, it rains more than once, so the surfaces are not like ice. But anyhow, you have to be careful, and it doesn't benefit. You will see the men. I'm sure the men go down faster. They risk more, but it's not. The race is not won in the downhill.
No.
If you
unless you're Tim Pidcock.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That you're right. That was not a correct.
He's an exception to the rule, isn't he?
In Zofingen, I hope the rain will not be one in the downhill.
Yeah.
But of course, it makes a difference. I think we will see that the men in the group, there are probably going to be some attacks here.
She's being very cautious, but she's not holding back too much, is she?
No, she's good. And here again, we have the position of good spots for good pictures.
That wasn't lightning, by the way. That was the camera taking.
That was the camera, yeah, taking good pictures. Here is the downhill from Williberg, and then it goes immediately a short uphill of 1K, and then it goes down to Reiden, and from Reiden it's going. He cleans the camera, nice. We see that. And from Reiden is a flat loop before it goes into Zofingen. So this is the last climb of the first loop.
And is this a particularly tough climb or not?
No, it's the shortest of all of them. But again, it's the third climb in the first loop, so athletes will feel it.
It's relentless, isn't it? The course is okay. You can relax a little bit on the downhill, but you've got the concentration that's required. But as soon as you've done the downhill, you've either got the flat to power along, or you've got the climb to come.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely relentless on the legs.
It's demanding. And we have Maddie again in the line, and I think she can tell us that it definitely is demanding. Even as you said, in the downhill, you don't have to push, but you have to be focused and concentrate. You have to hold the handlebars and always watch the street. Maddie, can you hear us? Is it what you would?
Yes, yeah, I can. I can hear you.
Is it also what you would agree on the old course? It was when it was not uphill, when it was downhill, you had to be focused.
Oh yeah, and when it was wet the year in 1995, when it was cold and wet, you had to be very careful on the downhill. I think there were maybe a couple of athletes that did go down, but you know, it's a little tricky because you don't want to slow down too much, but you have to slow down enough so that you don't crash, obviously. That's not going to help anything. So it takes more focus for sure on the downhill when it's wet. And you really feel like you're kind of walking the edge or riding the edge.
Right. And
also,
I also
the second time I raced in Zofingen, I actually broke a screw in my handlebars. So you were talking about paying attention to your handlebars, and mine were all wobbly almost the whole bike ride. I was amazed that I got through it, but sometimes you have to deal with things like that too.
Unexpected things. How were your hands? Did you ever have cold wrists? I thought having cold wrists makes it even more difficult to brake and to control the handlebar.
Oh yeah, in cold weather for sure. It can be really, your hands can get numb, your wrists, your arms can get numb, and you can, get some cramping and stuff like that, and that certainly complicates the whole experience. So it's tough. It's tough out there.
Maddie, we asked Mark Allen how he felt when you've done your 10K run and your 150K bike, to then have that second transition and then to run out of transition and try and feel some strength in the back to straighten up. Is that something you experienced as well?
Yeah, that was really hard, particularly in 95 when it was so cold. But even on a warmer day, you feel stiff. You've been kind of, leaning over on your bike, trying to keep your head down as low as you can. And then you got to get up and somehow really perform a whole different movement and use different muscles in different ways, and different, parts of your body need to relax and other parts need to work hard. And so it's a really hard transition for sure. It takes a little bit to kind of gradually ease into that change.
Well, we've just had a time
Definitely
split.
Harder in the cold weather.
Oh, we've had a time split, and it seems that Melanie Maurer, who was 150 ahead after the first run, is now a further 50-ish seconds ahead on the bike. So she's made another 50 seconds out on the bike. Whew, this is very early in the race.
Very early, yeah. And look, here is coming up the tightest corner. It's a downhill, and it is a sharp curve. It's almost going straight, but it's that little, can you see in the middle of the road? It doesn't permit you to go all straight, so you really have to control the speed here. This is a side street, so it's not the main street. Very nice, very quiet. but the entrance here, I think there was a crash last year on that corner. So you have to be capable to handle the bike and to ride properly. Otherwise, the road is too narrow at that point. And Melanie is doing good, as you said. She extended her lead over Brunet a little bit.
And it seems to be a little bit drier here as well.
Yep.
So when you look at this course now, Maddie, are there bits of it that you recognise, or is it so completely different?
It's different.
Completely different.
It's completely different. Maddie rode a little bit. Her race was more to the right side.
Okay.
Can you remember Bodenberg, Maddie? that long climb?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember long climbs, and when you were talking about this climb isn't too bad, I thought, what?
What? No, that's
Because
not the one you know. Yours definitely was longer, steeper, harder, and a sharp, narrow downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was Maddie's course. They softened the
For
course,
sure,
Maddie.
it was different.
They softened the course. You can come back.
Well, at the men's race, we've got a breakaway at the front. There are 3 who've now broken away from that leading group of 10. 2 completely different races. With the women's race, the immediate attack from Melanie Maurer from Switzerland. Men's race, group of 10 now broken down to 3. Maddie, is there any particular memory that you took back, a memento, after you finished the race here in Zofingen, that you took back to the States and shared with the family?
I remember bringing a cowbell back, but I don't think I have it anymore. I think I put it on my dog and I lost it. But you know, I bought some clothes, some things. I still have a pair of boots that I bought there that I wear around sometimes. So things like that. Yeah.
Nice memory.
One thing I'm noticing in
cowbell.
these races is the mentality is going to be really different for the athletes. The men running together and the women having such a large gap. Melanie, you know, hopefully she's used to training really hard, you know, and long distances by herself. So she's used to the mentality of just being out in front and, you know, performing at a high level for a long period of time without contact with other athletes. But that really changes your mental focus, and sometimes it, you know, some athletes feel like it takes too much energy to be out there by themselves, and they like to have a little bit of contact with other athletes and feel pushed or pulled. So it's just kind of a different psychology for the athletes out there in the men's race versus the women's today.
Good point. Very good point. Thank you, Thank you, Maddie, for giving us your insights and for being with us on the live stream.
Thank you, Natasha and Paul. It's been fun.
Okay, well, I hope you can enjoy the rest of it. The men now come into transition, so you've got Emile Blondel, you've got the Fabian Holbach, and the Swiss athlete, is that Richard Lustenberger? No. It's Jens Michael Gossauer.
It's Jens Michael. They're all together. They take off their shoes while they're putting on their helmet.
I see Jens Emil has his number in a plastic container.
Yeah, smart, very smart. So make sure.
Oh.
Stretching a bit.
Fabian Holbach, I think he's pulling out. Oh, that's a shame.
I'm not sure, probably he's just stretching.
Very relaxed. Oh, penalty.
Oh no, what for? Could he get a penalty?
No, what was that about, I wonder? Schwarzwunder?
Oh, we get a little break.
Okay. Now the penalty has been given because he left his helmet clipped. So his helmet
is clipped on the bike?
Should be unclipped.
No, come on. This is no.
Natasha, the reason here we know that athletes will come into transition and slide the helmet on without fastening the helmet. So it's basically that the strap is loose.
Yeah,
so they just put the helmet on, and it's a safety issue. A, they're saving time in transition by not fastening it. B, if they put the helmet on that's not fastened properly and they have a crash, what's the point of wearing a helmet? So that's a penalty that was picked up by the technical officials, who then undid the helmet, placed it on the bike where he had it, and that's why he got the penalty.
But see, I mean,
that's not a ridiculous penalty. That's a safety penalty, and that's the right call. It's a shock for him.
I don't say that it's that it's not correct, but it's not the athlete. The athlete hadn't an advantage.
He has. The advantage he has, he goes straight in, puts the helmet on, goes.
But it's not allowed to have the helmet as loose.
No.
He could then get a penalty for having the helmet, putting the helmet on this way. This I agree. But if he would click it open, put it on the head and click it back, so it's almost a disadvantage because he had to click it open.
Well,
do you think he would have not clicked it and put it on like that?
he would put that helmet on as a loose helmet. And
as a loose helmet?
Yeah, the risk then is that he has a crash. And
yeah, I know, I understand the risk.
So there's no rule for wearing a loose helmet. So you could effectively you could have long straps and you would be advised, but there's no rule about having a loose helmet.
Look, here comes the red light. Excuse me.
This is the section.
This is the section. But there is the man in red.
Excellent.
And they wave them through. There is no red light, so it's good they have.
Well, considering that this is a three-way traffic thing,
that would slow them down.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
That red light would be about wait for 3 minutes because there is a street coming from the right, Hospital Street coming from the left, and those from straight. So everyone gets a minute to drive, and I'm glad they don't have to wait here. But I don't like that they get a penalty for a strapped and unstrapped helmet. But I see that there is no rule to have a loose helmet.
I think it's a good call. And the worst thing is that if he had been allowed to go out on that course without that being identified, and he had a crash, there could have been serious consequences. So it's looking after the safety of the athletes.
I understand, but he's a good cyclist, he will not crash.
We've heard that before. I hope this is a good lesson to anybody who is racing these days, triathlon or duathlon.
Wow.
Don't be silly. Don't try and do this. The rules are very clear, and more to the point, in the briefing that was given to the athletes, this was one point that was specifically mentioned. Yeah. We just had an update. Thibaut de Smet, unfortunately, carrying a leg injury. Thibaut de Smet from Belgium has pulled out of the race.
He's pulled already
That's
out.
a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing him. I had him for top 5, possibly podium.
Yep.
But
he looked strong. But if you have a leg injury,
what a shame.
It probably was okay before the start, and then he realized that it's not all gone during the run. That's why he decided.
Yeah, that's
smartly, because
such a shame.
It's a shame, but it's smart. There are other races coming up versus risking an injury that would drop him out for a very, very long time. So Paul, I have to come back to the helmet. I have that helmet. I know myself. I try to put on my helmet. It's probably stupid, but I used half a afternoon to putting on and off my helmet because I wanted to be capable to find to close my helmet with closed eyes. So I always had my helmet open, but I thought if I'm exhausted or nervous or shaking or shivering, I have to find how to clip it.
Yep.
And so for 2 hours I was putting on helmet on and off. And some people thought I'm crazy, but I thought it's worth it. I never got a penalty for that. But anyhow, I think it's such a hard penalty. You didn't do something. How much of a penalty did he got? 30 seconds? It looked to me like he had to stand there for.
It would have been shown to them in the into the briefing.
Okay.
Let me think. It probably would have been 30 seconds. I'll double check that, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back here. We are still in the men's race. The camera shows us the four first places. They're going up Mühletal. It starts with a little climb. It's about 2% going up here. It will get steeper soon for 2Ks, and let's see if that group then breaks more away. We can see here that there are 7 athletes probably together.
That's Michael Stockmann at the front.
Yeah, they're riding in great distance. It's a Marshall there, it's a leading motorbike there. And as a reference for us to see, they have to have 2 of the white lines in between them, so they see exactly that they have enough of a distance, which is a good help for the athletes and also for the referees.
It actually forms part of the referee training, or we call them technical officials. When an official is officiating refereeing in the national federation, there are the rules that the national federation has. If they then move to the international body, then there are 3 levels: level 1, 2, and 3. And part of the level 1 training, they actually use a slide that shows the road markings as a guide. They're going to be giving a lot of attention now to the men's race, because we've got a greater concentration of the men. Obviously, this is going uphill. Drafting, you don't draft going uphill, so that would be an unnecessary bit of work. It's on the flat sections, downhill sections, and on the windy sections. But going uphill, there will be an encouragement for them to get out of the way and not suck on the wheel. But going into feed stations,
we can see on the map that is shown, it's going up. It has some climbs and some turns and curves here. It's a nice climb, I would say, about 5 to 6%, which is good to ride, not hurting too much. But anyhow, those who are here on the bike, they want to make a difference. I'm sure they want to break up the group.
I've just heard an update about rules in the wider triathlon community. PTO is looking at having the second penalty if you miss the next penalty box. So PTO discussed this. The World Triathlon aren't at the moment receptive, it seems. And that's from Thomas Klingler, who's one of the leading referees, officials for PTO, formerly a technical official here in Switzerland and Germany, and I think he's now working with the Liechtenstein Federation. So interesting that what you said, that discussion is taking place.
So there are not the same rules for PTO.
They're trying to get this as an adaptation.
An adaptation, okay. I know that it's important to have rules and to go by the rules, but for me they are kind of good advantage things. Like if you would draft, this is a lot of advantage that you make, and little things like pinning a number or closing a helmet, it's probably an advantage that you get of a minute, a second, and not really is something that you should be penalized for a minute or
I can see the point of your argument, but if you have the rules set out and the athletes don't comply with the rules, they know what the penalties are for them.
Right.
So it's up to them to
look. But we can see here on the floor, it's marking this road will be new next year. They're gonna resurface everything. They're gonna make the street wider. It will be a white line in the middle. They're gonna build everything wider up here. So there are some patches where they corrected holes. But the downhill on the other side, the downhill is perfect, and for the uphill here, it's not so much. It doesn't mean a lot. There are not big holes, so it's not interrupting the performance or how the athletes will ride.
So is that Marlomoisen?
France.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 3rd place. Almost on top here. There was a nice encouraging sign on the side of the street. Some spectators here uphill, very nice. He gets out of the saddle,
powering up to the top.
Yep, powering on to the top, getting speed for the downhill. And now the motorbikes have to get out of the way because the athlete will speed
be a lot quicker. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Marlomoisen was having previously won the Powerman Malaysia race. That was 2023. He came 3rd this year. So Powerman Malaysia, biggest multi-sport event in Asia. It's huge.
Yes, they are incredible. How the athletes there. When I was in Malaysia and they said they're going to bring Powerman here, I was surprised about that high interest.
It's wonderful. It's,
Let it
it's
get
given
there.
an opportunity in the region for participation. Obviously, swimming is not as popular there, but the uptake for the high end, for the elite and the pros, is very good. But the inclusivity, getting age groupers in there and getting the kids to join in, it's just phenomenal. And it also gives an opportunity for people in that part of the world for whom travel to Europe would be difficult from either the point of view of visas or cost, to get to Malaysia and to race. And it's a magnificent race.
Yeah.
And
I was surprised how highly accepted it get there and how everybody is into it, because I thought Malaysia is the best spot to swim also, but obviously, as you said, it's not about swimming, the culture, but it's about running, what you can do everywhere, and the cycling.
It's good news. It's the Powerman series. COVID hit everything, I'm afraid, and there was a little bit of a disconnection. But we've got a big race coming up in Colombia very shortly, which is in a fantastic area where coffee is made.
Ooh.
Or grown and cultivated.
Nice picture we get from the camera.
That's good to see the speed
of the athletes, yes. And it's a little bit flatter here, but it's still on 70 Ks, which is nice.
Oh no, so it's Baptiste Domenico, 5th here last year, and he had the third fastest closing run. He was 6:13 here. And he's in 3rd place.
Nice shot. Like
good
it.
position, isn't it?
Good position.
And a good cadence.
Yep.
No wind today, you said.
No wind. They're all riding disc wheels, which is the fastest, most aerodynamic. I even would suggest that the front wheel could have a higher rim. If I would ride the course, I would have the most aerodynamic wheels possible.
He's using he's not using a disc brake on the front, so yeah.
And they're on good distance, so we can see 2 motorbikes even further up.
You can see
Looks
how
all
aerodynamic.
good. Yep.
Incredible, isn't it?
Oh.
Okay. It's good. We had some reports from the course last year from Cameron, who's the Swiss coach. But we've got him now. I think he's available, and we have to be quick because I know he's very, very busy.
He's busy with the men's and women's leading, so it's the best time where the athletes are all out of town, so he can speak with us and give us his information. Hello, Cameron. Can you hear us?
The better?
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Here he is. Very good.
Good morning, Cameron.
Hello.
How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
How is the
Great.
weather in Zofingen? Did it start to rain a bit?
There's been a tiny bit of rain, but it's warm and it's nice, so it should be a good day. A little bit of cooling with a little bit of rain. As long as not too much on the street, we're okay.
Okay, well, Mark Allen has been sharing his concerns about the explosive start of your star athlete in the women's race. Has she gone too soon,
Yes.
or is she in incredibly good form?
It's Melanie. She's have a very good proven track record here, and she has a plan, and she knows what she's doing. And you've sometimes got to go all out to try and make it beyond a doubt.
Well, we had about 150 lead on the first run. We've got about another 50 seconds she's taken out of them on the bike. This is an outstanding performance. As a swan song, if she carries on at this pace, this is going to be her best performance ever.
Absolutely. And that's saying something because she's raced so well here in the past as well. So it's still a long way to go. But Melanie is fantastic. There's no other way of saying it. She's just an absolutely fantastic athlete.
You see, she said that she's going to step down from racing. Is there some way that
No,
you can...
she said no. She said she was the last time to do the long distance in Zofingen.
Okay. Is there some way you can harness her great experience and knowledge and get her to feed that back into your aspiring athletes? You've got a stable of athletes who could really benefit from what she knows about this distance.
Absolutely, and it's something we plan on doing. She still wants to race, just not over the long distance. And I think it's really important that we do harness her knowledge and her experience, especially in this course. Now that Zofingen has been instead for the next 2 years, we're going to have the long distance World Championships again. It's really important that we keep that knowledge coming through and really helping the younger athletes come through and learn and understand what they need to do to perform here.
Yeah, she had a great performance in Alsdorf as well, taking the European title. And I know there's a bid on the table for Alsdorf to become the World Championships next year. That is going to be her focus for next year, is it? That sort of 10, 60, 10 distance?
We'll talk to her about it and see what she would like to do. I know that she has said this will be the last time she does the long distance in Zofingen. She really enjoys the middle distance and the short distance, so that might become her focus. But that's going to be a discussion we're going to have later.
So how pleased are you
after
with
this race? Yeah.
Okay. So Jens Michael, at the moment, looking quite strong in that leading group of the men.
Yeah. How happy are you with the men's situation?
I'm really happy. I mean, Jens being up there. Jens is I think a really underrated athlete. He's done really well here in the past. Then we've got Michael Fana is just behind in the second group with Fabian Zander. I'm really comfortable with those athletes are. Then Ben is a super strong cyclist. He took it really easy in the first run, so he could be prepared to ride well and strong. And Ricky Lustenberger is also very, very strong on the bike. So, you know, we're looking forward to seeing how the bike unfolds.
Do you have a specific tactic, or does everyone ride on his pace?
Okay. Just sorry. Yeah.
Are they coming in town? Yeah. Do you need to get ready?
No, they're not too far away. So we're just getting the instructions to make sure we get all the nutrition and everything right. So it's really important.
Okay.
They won't be too far away now. So
yeah. So we'll let you go and probably have the chance to talk back with you. Make sure they get the necessary food. That's important for them, so they are ready for the next loop. Thanks a lot.
Exactly.
Thanks, Cameron.
Thank you.
It's going to be a long day for you. I know you were up way before the athletes getting everything ready, but thank you for giving us a little bit of time and insight from there. We'll chat to you later. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, happy man.
Yeah, happy man. And it's so good to have the coach that hands you some fluid.
He mentioned that he was preparing all the different the needs for the elite athletes, because I dare say they have specific needs that are not uniform. So it's not a question of I'm going to get a dozen of this and a dozen of that. He has to tailor his preparation for each individual athlete.
Yeah, look how they're riding. They're riding the most aerodynamic possible with just one bottle. Do not carry 2 extra bottles. They're saving 1 kilo. Because they're riding the most aerodynamic possible.
Yeah, Melanie had 2 kilos on the back, didn't she? Or she had a...
She probably had her own nutrition, and she probably doesn't want to take anything. But most of the athletes will stop and grab some of their food, or so it's important to have a person, a coach. What would you think for these athletes who do not have a person or coach that then can hand them their food?
That's part of the training. You said you spent hours and hours and hours practicing with your helmet. A very good tip for an age grouper is to practice. Go out on the bike and have your friend or family member on the side of the road and make out that's your aid station, and practice and practice and practice, giving and receiving. So your helper will give you the bottle, but to grab that bottle, to practice and practice and practice to make sure you can get that bottle without dropping it, because if you miss that, and if you're going at the wrong speed, you'll be out of the feed area before you know it. The thing with Zofingen is that the feed stations are created in such a manner that you have a long section, and if you miss right at the start, there is a replication of that sequence of water, gel, Isostar, Coke, or whatever it is, and they repeat that pattern twice in the feed area.
I think it's sponsored, the fluid that I get.
I can't remember which one it is this year.
Yeah, it's sponsored, and so if they know it, it's the same brand of gels and fluids that they get, which is good. But if you have an athlete that is used to work and take the drinking bottle from his, from his coach, and now in Zofingen he has his coach with him, and he didn't sign the coach up, or forgot to sign the coach up.
The coach doesn't have access then?
The coach has not access.
Okay. Because in the past, we would find people who would present, even here in Zofingen, and I had a big issue with, I won't name the federation, but I was able to talk to him in his own language. He insisted he was a coach, and I checked with the federation he wasn't a coach. But that meant that he was giving an advantage to athletes out on the course, and he shouldn't have been there.
So what is the advantage?
Well, the advantage is that he was giving the drinks to them and they were spinning past, taking the drinks and going. Whereas, in fact, they should be slowing down, going into the feed area and picking up the drinks. This is for age groupers and the elite. The federation has to sign up the coach in the same way that they sign the athletes. That way, there is a control over who is on the course. You haven't got people dotted all around the course handing out bits and pieces, because that's outside assistance.
Yeah, I understand outside assistance, but Paul, if I bring my coach and he is not certified by the federation for what reason ever, but he was handing me my water bottles since ever, and I know him, why can't one athlete have a personal coach or assistant in the athlete zone, in the coach's zone?
Because that is a controlled zone. You want to know who's in there. You have to have control. This is not a local race. It's a world championship. For that reason, you have to have a control over who is in the area. You don't want people. As soon as you allow one person in who hasn't got the accreditation, you'll end up with all sorts of people. I've worked at many big events. I've worked at Olympics, Commonwealth Games, European Games, World Cups, WTS. I've worked all over the place, and the desire for people who are not necessarily properly accredited to get into positions is incredible. It's risky because you've got people in there who then suddenly are doing something that the coaches are not doing. They're taking photographs or they're screaming at people, and you don't want that. You want to have control over it. If you have a loose cannon, as we say in English, anything can go wrong. So if your coach is really your coach, there's no reason for your federation not to sign him up or her up in the normal manner. And this has been enforced now for about 8 or 10 years. It's not new. So that people can be accredited, given the card, and then allowed access. No control, chaos.
I just wonder the fact about Merle, who has not her husband with her.
He's not here today?
No, he's not here because he has another important, his friend is marrying, and so he is the groom, or how do you say?
Best man.
Yeah, right. And so he cannot be with her today, so he cannot hand her the bottle. So could she not have her friend handing her bottle?
No. She would have to have somebody from the German Federation who is accredited and in the correct area. So there you go.
Okay.
Now, is this Fabian Holbach who's made improvements after his penalty in transition?
I told he is a strong cyclist. Look, here he is again. I think he wants to move to the front.
We heard from Cameron that we got slightly corrected. She's not stopping racing completely. She's stopping with the long distance.
With the long distance or with Powerman.
Yeah.
But I think she will explain that in her own way in a separate video that we have on records.
Now, we're going to have to...
Can we see it?
I've seen it already, but I think we're going to need your help because she's speaking in Swiss German.
Oh, okay.
So for the Swiss and possibly the Austrians and some of the Germans, you'll be able to understand it, but for anybody outside there, it's
you can listen
very,
to
very tough. So,
some Swiss German.
Yeah, we see Melanie now, and it'd be nice if we could draw in the video of Melanie giving us reasons for stepping down from the long distance. And then afterwards, Natasha can sort of give a Zusammenfassung.
Zusammenfassung. I try to.
So as soon as the studio's got the video ready, it's going to appear on the screen. But at the moment, we've got Melanie Maurer still leading the race. 2 hours into it, there's about another 4.5, 5 to go. 1 minute 50 coming into transition, advantage he had over the chasers, and that lead has grown. So they're lining up the video now, and very shortly it's going to appear on the screen. Okay, let's go.
Clip is ready. Let's see.
We need some sound from that, guys.
Ja, angeht. Für mich bedeutet der Powerman Zofingen nach wie vor mega, mega viel. Das ist wirklich, seit ich ein kleines Mädchen bin ich dort am Streckenrand gestanden und habe all die Athleten und Athletinnen bewundert für die lange Strecke, die sie hinter sich gelegt haben. Für mich war es immer unvorstellbar, wie lange die unterwegs sind. Und zum Teil ist es das auch heute noch. Das heisst, ich habe nie den Respekt vor dieser Strecke verloren. Genau, also immer noch irgendwie ein Rätsel, wie man das jedes Jahr wieder machen kann. Und gleich bin ich jetzt lang immer wieder am Start gestanden. Und mir bleiben 2 Powermen immer in Erinnerung. Sicher, das ist der erste, den ich aufgeben musste, der eines, den ich aufgeben, weil es so kalt war. Und der zweite natürlich der Sieg, den ich als Erste durfte, als Weltmeisterin über die Ziellinie laufen. Und bei beiden Powermen sind unglaublich viele Leute hinter mir gestanden, haben mit mir gefeiert oder eben mit mir gerannt und haben mich unterstützt. Und das ist das Allerschönste, was ich während dieser Zeit erleben durfte. Und darum möchte ich mich bei all meinen Freunden, bei all meinen Leuten, die mich je unterstützt haben, Sponsoren, meiner Familie, herzlich bedanken für all die Unterstützung während diesen Jahren und dass ihr immer hinter mir gestanden seid. Genau. In Zukunft möchte ich sicher gerne mal im Herbst den Jungfrau-Marathon machen. Das ist leider immer entweder eine Woche vorher oder dann gerade am gleichen Wochenende. Und sonst wahrscheinlich mal vielleicht ein bisschen mehr Gravelrennen, der ein oder andere Triathlon. Das habe ich jetzt noch gerade nicht alles geplant. Aber den Jungfrau-Marathon werde ich sicher nächstes Jahr um diese Zeit machen. Ja, dann bleibt mir nichts mehr, als mich auch bei euch allen zu bedanken über all die Jahre. Immer wieder die Unterstützung dürfen zu erleben, ist etwas vom Schönsten, was man als Sportlerin, als Sportler kann erleben und wahrnehmen. Ich wünsche noch alles Gute und wir sehen uns ganz sicher, ob am Streckenrand Zofingen oder sonst irgendwo. Macht's gut, bis bald. Tschüss.
That was Melanie Maurer, and she's just heading back in. She's gone underneath the railway tunnel, and she's now heading back in towards Zofingen. So, Natasha, I followed most of that, but it's very difficult, I have to say. Can you explain to the audience what was being said there?
I will. Meantime, Melanie is riding. We can enjoy how she is going here through Zofingen, and I will translate what she said. She said, since she is a little child, someone said to her she has 3 minutes of a lead. So she got some information here. She will drop her bottle and get a new one. So in her interview, she said Powerman means a lot to her since she is a little child. She always had highest respect for the athletes racing the long distance, and still has a respect of the long distance till today. Also, she is racing it herself, but it's still a big respect that she has. And she remembers 2 of her Powerman races. The first one that she had to stop because it was so cold, and the second one that she of course won and was her best memory and her best day ever. And she said she will continue racing, but she wants also to do other races that she cannot do when she is racing Powerman. So one of her big goals that she wants to do next year at the same time where Powerman is, she wants to race the Jungfrau Marathon.
Oh, she missed the first bottle.
Oh, she wants a water bottle. Yep.
That's it.
Or
yep.
Probably a food bottle. She throws it away.
It,
yeah,
just
it
water.
was just so it was just something to clean her mouth.
That's exactly what we were talking about, the practicing of grabbing the bottle.
Yeah, and look, the aid station was at the left side.
Mm-hmm.
If you grab the bottle with the right hand or the left hand, this makes big of a difference.
So that again, age groupers go out there, practice on both sides.
On both sides, I would expect to have the transition, the food on the right side. For me, most time the aid stations are on the right side. She tries it on the left, and the person took the bottle back because
I think because they were too close together there.
yeah.
But yeah.
Wow, that was tight. Okay, and here she's at the red light, which is green. Thank goodness.
So what else
Great
did you have
job.
to say?
Yeah, she said she cannot combine the Powerman with other races because to recover from Powerman also takes a lot of time. And next year she wants to do the Jungfrau Marathon, and she wants to do a triathlon, also some triathlon and gravel bike races. And what was very important to her, thanks everybody for the support that she got here, and she wishes Powerman a great future and all the best. So it was very nice.
Oh, and it's interesting, halfway through that, it sounded like a plane was going overhead, but that was the train, wasn't it, in the
Yeah,
background?
there was a train in the background. Oop, oop, oop.
Oh.
Powerman, go, hurry up.
No.
I think,
That's getting a bit close, isn't it?
yeah, that's getting
She's
a bit
going to be
close.
so frustrated with that thing.
Yeah,
there.
because the car is definitely not fast enough. I don't know why that support car, what did it do there?
I think that's the, it says Begleitfahrzeug, so a guiding vehicle.
Oh,
but
I think it's too big for a guiding.
I think it's the broom wagon. I think it's the one behind.
Oh, the broom wagon behind the last person of the... Okay, yeah, that's...
Very industrial looking.
Yeah, yeah.
We've just had an update. The lead of 1 minute and 50 that she had going into transition was extended with another 50 seconds or so being added. But Mel Brunet is now 2 minutes and 14 seconds back.
Oh, okay,
She's
so she
beginning
gained
to,
some...
yeah.
That probably was the downhill section. We didn't see Merle riding down, but probably she had a better downhill riding, or probably she gained it on the flat, because it's quite about one loop ago that we had half a loop that we got the times.
So
Let's see on top of that hill that is coming up. We again get the time splits, and then probably we see where place 2 and 3 and maybe even 4 or 5, how far they are back. Probably we get splits.
I really don't know how Mel Brunet. She's a qualified doctor working in the radioneurological department in Heidelberg.
Yeah.
How she, which is, I imagine,
so
incredibly
demanding.
intense.
Yeah.
How she finds the time to work full time as a surgeon, and then to perform at this level.
At this level, and to organize all the stuff, and because it's the organizing, it's the rules knowing, you have to read a lot, you have to organize a lot of things, and then plus it is your surrounding, it is your partner, it is your family, it is your support. You also have to have a structure, a perfect structure around you. You have to have massage, physical therapy. You have to arrange all that. And if one of those little stones are not working, say if you have problem or your brother is sick or your mother has to go to a surgery, these are things in your close surrounding that is taking some of your attention.
And she's not focused just on Zofingen, because this year she's raced at Ironman Nice and came third behind, I think the winner was Lucy Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
So any other race she might have had a silver or gold medal. To the preparation for that, then her other races that she's undertaking, it's just incredible that she's able to combine all of those things together. I think at some point she mentioned that racing for her gave her a break. It gave her something else to do, and her career is the most important thing for her, and this is almost something that happens in parallel.
Yeah, and it gets her a break from probably her stressful job, because she says she was racing the middle distance in Alsdorf, and she had a marvelous season so far, but she also mentioned Zofingen is her highest thing, even that she is going further to Nice and will race the championship.
She's also qualified for the Ironman World Championships as well.
Yeah.
We saw the change of gear at the bottom of that climb, and it was a bit of a judder on the bike as Melanie Marrow dropped down the gears, but the cadence is pretty much staying the same. This is the climb here, which is about 1.5 kilometers, is it? This one?
This is 2 Ks.
Okay,
yeah,
2K.
yeah. 2 to 3 Ks, about 7 minutes uphill, I would say. She is now, I exactly can say, when she is here, has 1 minute, because I do hill repeats here too. So I would say about 5 more minutes to go for her.
So we've got some of the open races there, the higher numbers, above 400, that's the open race.
Yeah, and you can see they have different cadence, how they go. Melanie is very smooth here, riding, passing by them. From Merle, she said, I asked her if she trains different this year since, if she has changed something from last year. And she said since January this year, she changed a little bit her training plan. And she also goes for swimming, what she didn't do. That's why she also competes in triathlon. And yes, with a tight schedule as a doctor, if you have 2 disciplines to train, if you do run, which is the easiest and you can fit in probably right from work or to work, the cycling is a little bit more difficult to practice. But the most intense is to go to a pool, to find a pool that is open, to find a free lane. So I think trying to fixing in a swim training is probably the most time-taking part of all the trainings.
I saw her swim time for Nice. It was quite impressive. She didn't lose an awful lot of time over the others. Of course, her strength is on the bike and the run.
Yep.
But to nevertheless perform and come 3rd in a pro category at an Ironman like that, that shows that she's got all of this potential. And if she was a full-time athlete, goodness gracious, she could possibly be even better.
It's that an athlete is not built within 2 years. It's kind of, especially on the longer distance, you need to learn. You have to first have a good base, then you have to improve the skill, the technique. There's always something to improve. It's the power, all the strength is not built within the first years. That is always something you can work on. It's coordination, it's get more aerodynamic. You cannot sit mostly aerodynamic on the bike right away the first time. You have to handle being capable to handle the bars. Look, this is a friend of mine motivating athletes.
You know,
it's nice how you have the locals supporting.
You're quite well known here, and I suggested you pop down to the event on Friday, and the technical officials were absolutely delighted that they met you, as was Maisie. Because you gave a bit of time. It's your own back garden virtually, and your name's on the wall, on the board. But then for them to meet you, they were so happy that you've kept this legend of Zofingen and middle distance and long distance racing going. You're giving back an awful lot to the sport. I'd like to ask you a question. When it comes to the recovery, there's a nutritional recovery that's needed after a race like this. What's the physical recovery, and how would you go about getting the physical recovery? Is it massage? Is it stretching? What's the secret?
Oh, there is. I learned a lot, Paul. Mehdi said about 95 where it was that cold. I also raced in 1 year where it was so cold. I still had the feeling like I've frozen bones, and so I thought the best thing would be a hot massage, water tub with hot water, and it definitely is not. Never after such a race, even if it's cold, go to a hot water because your muscles are inflamed.
Oh.
You need to cool them down. So for me, it's just increased the inflammation, and the recovery took me longer. So what I would suggest to all the athletes, go and sit in a cold Swiss river and cool yourself down. That's probably the best recovery. And see all these people on the side of the road, that was much more. But now these days, during the longer the days goes, the more they will be out cheering the athletes on, because some of them offer home stays. They are happy that the athletes are there. They try to encourage them as good as they can. So this is very nice to have the Swiss crowd supporting the race and the athletes a little bit.
So there's a bit of a change at the front with Emile Blondel dropping back a little bit and having to work hard. Jens Michael.
Nice. He has.
So is it Jens or is it Jens? I think once he said it's only my mum who says Jens Michael, or is that another story?
I think Jens just wants to be called Jens. If I'm right,
Okay.
forgive us if it's not, but I think he just wants to be.
Oh, now in the race uniform, he's got the bottle.
Yeah. I think.
That's a bit of a discussion there, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't say anything more about rules, so.
But Fabian Holbach has pulled it into the front. Now that's quite interesting. That penalty he received, 30 seconds, was his standing penalty in T1. Big smile on his face there.
He is such a strong cyclist. Remember, Paul, when he was racing here last time, where he jumped very elegant over the middle of the street to avoid the car?
Yes.
Yeah, I still see that. I still see that. He is a real virtuoso on the bike, so I bet he has some anger about that penalty, and that's why he's breaking away
Well,
and going full gas uphill. Look, he's really speeding up.
Yeah, 2022 he had the fastest bike split. Last year he was in that lead group and had the third fastest bike. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. This is Fabian Holbach.
And look, the motorbike, I want to mention at this point, is doing a very, very good job. You have to be capable to read the athlete. A motorcyclist that is not used to ride with cyclists would probably be in the middle of them and blocking the roads. But this motorbike does exactly know what he's doing. He's riding behind them and allowing the camera to take the shots from behind.
I've been on the back of a number of motorcycles at races, and there was one guy who worked in the UK whenever there was a big race, and the way that he moved around the athletes and anticipated and knew very well that on a descent a bike is going to be a lot quicker.
Yeah, you have to know that. That's all little things, but so important. And you were on the back of a motorbike like that?
Yeah, well, luckily it was a large one.
Look, that turned. Oh. Can you imagine being on the back of a motorbike with even a camera? You have to be a professional to being capable to hold a camera sitting on the back of a motorbike, going fast downhill and deliver us some picture.
You have to have confidence in the pilot. You really do. But they're great images, and it's nice that we're getting these images boosted straight up into the satellite. And you see it's slightly darker now. That cloud cover's coming in.
I don't like it's a nice sky, but I would prefer some sun. But still the streets are dry. That's good and nice.
So they're coming out towards Rijden at the moment.
Yeah. Swimming pool right at the left side. In 100 meters you turn left side to the swimming pool, and there will be a nice expo soon. The dinosaurs for the kids, so the kids can go there and watch the dinosaurs outside of the swimming pool, which would be good fun. And here in about 200 meters they're coming to the main street, going back flat into Zofingen before they do the additional loop. See, now they are in Rijden, and they do that little loop around Zofingen, and they come back into town.
And that loop we're seeing on the sort of left-hand side of that graphic,
yep.
Is that relatively flat or?
Yeah, relatively flat.
I'm wondering whether or not we're going to see.
Passing some age groupers here. They're riding nice, good aerodynamic, having good distances. And so far, I have not had a look back, but so far it looks like there are 3 men in the front.
Yes, we've got Jens. Actually, it's been checked. It's Jens. He's out in the front with
Holbacher.
Oh, sorry. Fabian Holbach, Blondel in second, a couple of seconds behind. Gossauer 4 seconds back.
Now it's Gossauer in front.
Okay. So it's good to see that we've got this change
I like the setup of their bikes. Look, they're very aerodynamic. High rim in front, disc wheel at the back, aerodynamic helmets, the shield also included. Motorbike here in front that films them from the front, the referee in the back. So yes, I think the first at the last time split, they had the first 4 together within 15 seconds, and then a little gap of 30 seconds. Odein, De Groot, Tender, and Pfanner are about 30 seconds back, which is nice. They're still within reach. They probably even can see each other on the flat, but all is still open. The whole field for the race for the men is still open. I bet they are now, it's flat here, but I bet they're on a speed of about 40 k's, probably even faster.
Emil Blonder is much lower. Fabian Holbach he's a lot taller, isn't he? He presents a bigger profile against the wind.
Probably longer legs.
So we've got a group of we've got the leaders at the front are separated by about 5 seconds. And the officials will be keeping a very close eye on this to make sure that there's no advantage being gained. It's looking...
Oh, and we got Cameroon again. The athletes are now out of town, so it means it's about 20 more Ks for them till Cameroon has to...
That loop's 20K, is it?
Yep.
Wow.
So we can talk to him because he can give us some information what's going on. He has some time before he needs to handle the next bottles. Can you hear us, Cameroon?
Yes, I can hear you.
How?
We've got one female athlete still coming through, so I might have to give a bottle, but all's good. All's good. Here we go. I know. Yep.
Okay.
No, it's good.
We saw a bit of drama as Melanie came into the feed area and missed the first bottle. Was that the water bottle she was trying to grab?
No, she got the water bottle, and then we had a second bottle if she wanted to change that as well, and she decided not to, so we were all good. We were fine.
Okay. We've had an update from the course that...
I think he's just busy.
Yeah, I'm feeding. It's good. Yep.
There you go.
Nice.
That's how to do it. We had a discussion. Natasha was saying that the idea of practicing is so important, and the simple thing of receiving the bottle in your right hand, receiving the bottle in your left hand, it's something that has to be done again and again and again, not only at elite level but also for age groupers.
Oh, absolutely. It's a definite skill, and I come from a cycling background. So it's very, it was very normal for us to take bottles during racing, but for triathletes it's very, very different. And this is why we ask for this particular station for the feeding, because it's uphill, so they're going slower, so they don't have to slow down. They can get the bottle nice and easily. So we really try and plan where we have the feeding station, and we ask the officials to allow us to do that.
And are you happy that the provision of the coaching area is well managed and well located?
Yes. We yesterday asked for it to be moved from where they originally had it to this spot, because it's the best place to get food, and that's really important.
You see, again, that's the importance of the interaction between you guys, the coaches, and the technical officials, because sometimes the feed area or the bike station will be located where it looks convenient, but that convenience might not necessarily be the best place. So your interaction with them ensures that at the end of the day, the athletes get the best location for both wheel station and for feed station.
Yes, absolutely. And it's really good that they listen to us, because Where the normal feed station is, it's a really good place for the age groupers, but for the elites, the elites coming through there at 55 to 60k an hour, and it's just too fast for most to take the bottle. So here we've got a little hill, they slow down, it's in a corner, it works really well. Yeah.
And have you, has it been okay so far that it's just you guys who are coaches in that area, or have you had anybody who's been trying to get in and get a great position on the course?
No, it's been just the coaches. We've got technical delegates here who are checking that everything's working properly and that we've got a safe area and can look after the athletes really well. And it's great that the organisation's making sure that aid is given correctly by the right people.
Are you able to share with us what goes into the bottles? Because I'm sure there'll be a lot of people watching who are planning to come to Zofingen perhaps next year, because they now know it's going to be the World Championships for 25 and 26. When it comes to nutrition, are you able to say what your elite athletes are feeding on? Is it just water? Is it isotonic drinks, energy drinks?
It's normally an energy drink, so it's a carbohydrate mix. Very easy to purchase at any stores. Some have different tastes which I prefer. So each athlete gives me their specific bottle. It's labelled for which bike round, their name. So we give them the right nutrition in each station. And it's really individual, but everyone's making sure they're getting what they need to perform well.
Oh, that's good. We've heard from the course that Melanie Maurer's lead has been eaten into just a little bit by Mel Brune. How much time have we seen that Melanie's lost, or more to the point that Mel Brune has gained?
It's a handful of seconds. It's gone in and out a little bit, so I don't think we can read too much into it. I think we're personally really comfortable where she is and how she's riding. And it's a handful of seconds. It's whether Brunier has taken some more risks on the downhill than Melanie is probably where those seconds may have come from. It's still a couple more laps to go, so we'll see how it turns out over the race.
Yeah, I must say, looking at the position she has on the bike, it looks as if the bike is part of her. It's a union of the two, the machine and the athlete. She's really, I don't know if she spends time in a wind tunnel, but the whole position on the bike and the way that she manoeuvres the bike, it's just very, very good to watch.
Yeah, it's she has had really good placings at the Swiss Time Trial Championships, so she knows how to ride a bike. She's really strong on the bike and she does really well. She's smooth, super aero. Yeah, I mean it just looks amazing when she rides.
We can see on the back on the saddle there's the collection of the two water bottles, and there's a third bottle. That's quite a bit of weight she's got on there.
It is, but it's also she's drinking as she's riding, so it's disappearing quite well. The bike's nice and light. It's a very, very good bike, and it's that balance because it's 50k loops. You've got to have that. You've got to carry that weight because you need to. The nutrition's more important than the weight and the climbs.
Cameron, it's been great having your knowledge, and I'm looking forward to actually catching up with you again a bit later in the race. We'll let you get back for the preparation for the men. They're not that far away now, and
No.
Jens is tucked in at sort of first, second, third. It's changing around a little bit with Fabian Holbach and Emil Blondel. The three of them, but there's only about 5 seconds between the lead men, and then you've got a bit of a group coming through with Fabian Zender in about 8th and Michal Pfanner in 9th. They're about 45 to 50 seconds back. There's a group of the there's the three at the front, then you've got Stockman and Baptiste, then you've got the group of Odain, De Groot, Zender and Pfanner. So your work is cut out for you. Good luck, and hopefully we'll catch up with you a bit later.
That's great.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Bye.
So images there of the leading group on the men's race, and a couple of technical twists and turns. When we see them go through the tunnel, then it'll be very, very soon that they'll go through then to the main part of Zofingen. In fact, I think they've gone through the tunnel already. No, they're still a way away. But let's have a quick look and see if we can pick out some details of... it's Stengelbach, that's where they are at the minute. Fabian Zender back in that group, about 50 seconds behind. He's been in the top 10, but that was back in 2019. He's had quite a few DNFs at this race. 11th last year with a 6:31 finish time. With Fabian Holbach, there we see him powering away at the front. I made in my notes a comment, one to watch. So I really think that if he can hold it together on the run, and it will be a battle between him, Jens Grossauer, and Emile Blondel-Hermand from France. Interesting to see that the French athlete has moved up from that the stable of young junior athletes racing on the ETU and ITU circuits to now focus on this sort of racing. And his runner-up performance last year, 2023, coming home in 6 hours and 2 minutes. Well, that was fairly impressive. Let's have a quick look at Fabian Holbach's splits from last year. Behind Simon Johan Hansen, the Danish athlete, who 3:45.03 was his bike time. And the whole distance was 147.3k, so it's ever so slightly short. Fabian Holbach ran a 1:43, which, that was about 8 minutes slower than the race winner. Very close to Emile Blondel-Hermand, about a minute behind him. So Holbach will be certainly hoping to make some improvements on the performance from last year. The age groupers there being overtaken by the elite men. I mentioned Sepp Odein, an incredibly powerful athlete. He's raced so many times at Zofingen. A gold in 2021 and 2016. Silver in 2017. He's also the 10 times winner of what is probably the most grueling winter duathlon, the Hell from Gastele. He's winning it 10 times in a row. It's a 15k run, 125k mountain bike, and then 30k running to finish it off with. Last year he came home in 6:12 in 5th place. Raced in Alsdorf earlier this year with a 17th position. He wasn't expected to be on the podium for that. It's a bit of a short distance for him. But in preparation for this race, he's been doing some ultra racing. With some pretty good results. So don't write off Sepp Odein wearing number 13, unusual, because there's a good chance that he will be in the top 5 today. The young Belgian athlete, let's have a look at him, Michiel Stockman. Again, it's a big step up for him. He's in that. He's in 4th place at the moment, 15 seconds off the lead. Stepping up from the age group racing, it was an age group gold in Alsdorf. That's the 10:60 race, and then he raced in the elite group, in the elite category, in the European Cross Duathlon Championships in Coimbra, coming home in 5th place. So stepping up into the elite category, not a bad performance there. But here, this is moving up a distance and a half. Great position there from Émile Blondel. Hermant, the French athlete. Must put an enormous amount of stress on the neck, being in that aero position all the time for 150k. This is 3 hours and 45 minutes worth of riding. So Stockman there, just having a chat with the officials, saying, I'm in the right position here, I'm not drafting. Just getting a confirmation there. And then behind him, the officials having a quick chat with Gossauer. And just behind him, that should be, I think it's an age group athlete they've overtaken. The two in the front, they're going to have to be careful here because the camera does fall short in the distance, obviously. Holbach is now... Oh, what is happening here? Holbach is now in third place. Gossauer in second. Émile Blondel in first. But who is in front of him? Can you see Natasha? That's another French athlete, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Paul, but let's welcome everybody to our live stream.
Yes.
Because those who turned in later probably don't know who we are or what we're talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is legend Paul Groves
Yeah.
here. And he is very shy and he would never talk about himself. But ladies and gentlemen, Paul is the voice and he knows everything. So I'm very, very glad to be with you for so many years on the live stream. Thank you for your expertise, Paul. It's excellent that you are with us. And please tell me, how long of a time do you need to prepare?
Oh,
Yeah, because that's a whole lot, I know.
Okay, well, as soon as the start lists go up onto the World Triathlon page, I then start looking at the names and their performances, and if I can access the social media feeds, what they're doing in preparation for the race. And I think I've probably produced about 60 or 70 pages, just because it's there. And by reading about them, I've got stuff in my head about them, so I probably only use about 10 pages when we actually come to the commentary.
It's right. I've printed out so many stuff, and when we're sitting here, it has to be all within the head, and we have not much time to read up our notes.
Mm-hmm. So Emil is in front, then Michael Stockmann is in second, and then we have Jens Gossauer, and then Holbach. So yeah, okay. I've been doing this for a long time now.
Yes.
But
I'm sure you train, you prepare yourself like a pro athlete trains for the race.
Oh yeah, but I do it sitting down, which is why I'm this size.
No. It's a different, and it's a hard work to be prepared, to be capable to talk, to watch the athletes, and to tell about them, and to know the course and all the rules. Which
well, I have the
which is
advantage because I was appointed technical delegate here in, I think, 2014. So for 4 years. Normally, as a technical delegate, you do 3 years and then you hand over to the next one. But there was a problem with who was going to take over from me. So I ended up doing 4 years here. And for 4 years, the course remained pretty much the same. There were some slight adjustments. As you've mentioned, over the years, Zofingen has migrated around the area and used different roads and different hills. So I was very much aware of that. And I was aware of the way that the race is built. And by having very close cooperation with John Ratschelders, who is the brain behind developing Powerman in the first place, and Stefan Ruf and his team here, Gordy Neff, the man who makes everything hold together. Then over the years, the technical officials who came in, they change each year, apart from the technical delegate. I've been able to see things, so I have the advantage of knowing a little bit more about the race than before. And added to that, when it comes to the athletes, for 4 or 5 years, for 6 years, I was the media manager for European Triathlon, and that originally was sold to me. It's going to be 12 hours a week. 12 hours a week. come on. I allowed it to expand, and because I was reading about the athletes all the time,
yeah.
then their training patterns and the stories, the backstories came together.
And it starts making a sense. It's like putting puzzle together.
Yeah.
But it's an immense work. When I see what the media here in Switzerland produces, it's Raphael who is working his last year here for Powerman. Thank you, Raphael, for what you're doing. But this is a life. This is a whole job.
Well, Rafi earlier in the week was cutting the grass, and he disturbed a wasp's nest and was rushed to hospital with 70. They counted at least 70 wasp stings. He was in hospital. They did everything they could to stabilize the venom. He then discharged himself that afternoon or evening, went home and carried on working, because he knows that if he didn't, it wouldn't get done. Now, Melanie's coming up now on the climb, 200 meters to the aid station. Just there, she was checking the weight in the bottle. Quick check. So she's possibly going to jettison one of these bottles.
Littering area,
replenish.
right?
Yep. Okay.
So we have a situation. Melanie got a roadblock with a car. She wanted to pass the car, but the car didn't want to pass the other athletes. Yeah, she chases the car forward, but the car is too much scared that there are athletes on the road. Okay, she loses here a few seconds.
For her.
If it's a driver that is not familiar with passing athletes, the driver would not pass those cyclists, because he sees it's a race going on, and then a car driver just gets on the brake and never looks, does panicking and doesn't look in the mirror, doesn't see that he probably blocks the next fast athlete coming from behind.
It's a bit like a...
But it's not like a red light.
Yeah. It's frustrating for her.
It's frustrating, yeah. But she handled it with class, so...
She could have overtaken, but then the risk of overtaking is you don't know what's coming around the corner.
Right.
And that's a risk.
That's a risk for her.
That you can't take. So it's better to lose a bit of time and then recoup that later. But it's a bit like if a police car is coming down the road, or an ambulance or the fire engine, people in front panic and don't know what to do.
Right.
And unfortunately, that car, there was nowhere for it to pull off to the side. It was a lose-lose situation, really.
And the car had the same problem as her. The car didn't want to pass because couldn't look around the corner and didn't see what's coming. So it's okay. She handled it very well, and most important thing, very safe. It's nice that we get these good pictures.
When you look at the race uniforms now, compared to the race uniforms you had before,
yeah, it changed a lot.
a little bit of envy, perhaps. No?
It's yeah, they have quite different material. I mean, I had the best material at the time. I think I had the fastest bike, but everything changed. We probably will talk about shoes sometimes later, but alone with the shoes, you're 10 to 15 seconds faster per K, so that makes a difference. And of course, it would be nice to have some of that material back then, but I have to say my material back then was the greatest I could have back then, so that's okay. But as everything in the world, time goes on, things improve. And it's good to see what they're doing, how they're doing, and how they handle it.
We got Oliver Bernhardt's going to join us, but he's in a difficult position at the minute because his signal's not very strong.
Yeah, he's in Mallorca. Probably we can get him live, but first of all, let's see. He is the man who won that race the most. And he said he's going to join us on the live stream today if he can. And he was putting for us together a little video. So let's see what he picked up. I'm very curious.
Mein Name ist Olivier Bernhardt. Ich bin 8-facher Powerman-Sieger und 3-facher Weltmeister eben auf dieser Distanz. Zu meinen allerbesten Zeiten, da nannte mich man aufgrund dieser Erfolge Mr. Powerman oder noch schmeichelhafter King of Zofingen. Das bin ich wahrscheinlich nicht mehr, aber dennoch freue mich, dass ich mal König sein durfte von Zofingen. Wenn ich zurückschaue, dann verbinden mich viele emotionale, schöne Erinnerungen zurück an den Wettkampf. Ich habe die Natur oft sehr genossen, in dem der Wettkampf eingebettet ist. Ganz bestimmt bleibt mir da der Bodenberg von der Radstrecke in guter Erinnerung mit der langen, leichten Abfahrt, schnellen Abfahrt zurück nach Zofingen. Das dreimal die 50 Kilometer, die 150 Kilometer Radstrecke. Dann die abschließenden 20 Kilometer, sehr herausfordernden Laufkilometer, eingebettet in wunderschöne Landschaft im Wald, wo ich jeweils Energie tanken konnte. Am schönsten war es für mich jeweils schon beim Hochlaufen, noch viel schöner beim Zurücklaufen auf dem Heiteren, den Platz, einfach die Weitsicht zu genießen, die Ruhe vor dem Sturm, bis es dann ins Ziel herunterging und dort einfach mich auch feiern lassen durfte über die vielen, vielen Erfolge. Ich werde ein klein wenig live dabei sein jeweils am 8. September, wenn die Elite startet. Seid auch mit dabei bei der Live-Übertragung oder sogar, wenn es dann gegen Ende Final der Frauen und Herren geht, sogar bei der TV-Live-Übertragung. Ich freue mich sehr auf einen fairen Wettkampf, auf tolle Bedingungen, schönes Wetter, trockenes Wetter, vor allem auch bei mir war oft schlechtes Wetter, was auch für mich gesprochen hat, weil ich dann etwas besser war als oft die anderen. Ich wünsche allen ganz einen tollen Wettkampf. Herzlichen Dank auch der Organisation, die unglaubliche Arbeit leistet und das über Jahrzehnte. Ich freue mich auf einen tollen Wettkampf.
So this was Olivier Bernhard sending us a nice message.
The King of Zofingen.
The King of Zofingen, Mr. Powerman. He won the race the most, like no one else.
How many times did he win?
8 times.
8 times.
Can you imagine? Ooh, my legs start hurting if I think about that.
But he would have raced it in over the variety of courses because the courses changed. Was between 1994 and over 10 years.
Over 10 years, yes. And I think he owned that course. And in his interview, he said the most honorable name he got when he was called Mr. Zofingen or King of Mr. Powerman or King of Zofingen. Of course, he is the one who deserves that, and he owns that title. And when we get the possibility, we have him on the phone. Our background tries to get in connection with him, and he has a memory that he said the course was the prettiest course he was racing on, green fields. Nice scenery, but he also said that the brutal hard course, and he raced many other courses too. So
what in the background they're trying to make sure that the connection with him is actually working because his telephone reception's not very strong or consistent. But here we have the elite men. Interesting. We've got the young athlete from Belgium making a real statement there and leading them through. That's Michael Stockmann. Wow. He is there with Emile Blondel, Hermant from France, with Fabien Holbach and Jens Gossauer.
They're coming to the aid station here in front, to the left side. 4 athletes, overtaken athletes. Age groupers here.
I think that's the open race rather than the age groupers.
That's, yep, the open race.
So collecting the bottles of the left hand. Okay, over to we can bring Oliver into the studio.
Hello, Oliver. Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey, look at you.
Clear
Nice
well.
background.
It looks lovely there.
Yeah, I know. I said I'm going to be in Spain on Mallorca, hiking, traveling a little bit with my family, enjoying the weekend. Yeah, it's a little different. But hey, it's also here, it's Powerman weather. It's rainy, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Powerman, for being live on show with us today. What an honor. We just, I don't know if you heard it, we just saw your video before. Could you see it?
Yeah, I could see it, yeah.
Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for that. It was good to hear your memories. And when you're looking back at that race, what stayed with you? Is there any moment that you say till today you can feel, or you have an advice or something that was the most outstanding moment? I mean, we raced together. I have some moments in Zofingen that I memorize very well, some good ones and some not so nice ones. It was tough. For me, it was the toughest race.
It's super tough, Natasha, you're right. But then again, I think, growing up and been training most of my time in a very similar environment where I grew up and still live now, is very close to the Swiss mountains. And Powerman, and that's probably one of the reasons why I won it so many times, right? It's exactly my training turf and my training grounds I experienced back home. But back to your question is really, I mean, I have so many memories, and I think mine are really all good. I mean, I had some tough days, but they always ended nice. But I think the format is super nice, right? That you do not really race against the women, but with the women, and then you have the overall winner, and then you have the gender, winner, the victories. That's one thing I really always enjoyed, the race within the race. And then, I think winning Zofingen for the first time for me was just coming to a great surprise, because I raced there and there was Mark Allen, Mike Pig, and Jürgen Seck, all these names probably all the listeners can't remember if they're not our age, right? But still, they were all the big names, and I was running with them, the first 10K, it was the first, second, third loop, and I was still with them, and I just ran off the transition and left everyone. To my surprise, I think it can't be that easy, and then, there was the finish tape, and it was done, and I was actually winning the race, and that was just, it was an experience I never had before, winning such a tough race, which almost felt easy. But we all know when you do something to the first time, then these things can happen, right? Second time, third time, it won't be that easy at all, because you know what also can happen.
Right. Paul mentioned it before. It's kind, after the first one, what pain tolerance you have to go, what you have to deliver to have a good race. But I bet you still have goosebumps when you think back, do you?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, funny enough, still obviously Switzerland is small, as we all know, and when I get to travel in my car, maybe going from Zurich to Bern, from one side to the other side in Switzerland, I get goosebumps just reading the sign, on the highway, Zofingen, nice. And then it's like, whoa, it's like my hometown. And all this history and memories and everything. And still now, I was just passing the past week, and it happened.
Nice.
Olivia, I have a question. When you raced and won here 8 times, were you racing the clock, or were you racing the other athletes?
I think I was racing myself always. I needed the competition to have more fun, right, and to get the excitement, the challenge. Hey, but at the end, I was never really an athlete about records. Maybe I should have been, but I just wasn't that kind of guy. I just wanted to have a day and giving my best. And again, the opponents, or the athletes next to me, I needed them to push me really to the limit. I mean, if I had to do it myself, I probably never have finished in the time I won back then, in 6:15 or whatever the time were. So I think I really raced myself, just trying to bring out the best in me.
When you're looking at the course at the moment and the lead men, you see Jens Gossauer. Do you remember ever meeting Jens Gossauer?
No, I've never had the chance. I think
he's very young.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I mean, I from the start, I've been following the race. Now also the women's race. Obviously, Melanie, I know, but there's so many athletes. You lose a Natasha. Maybe the same happens to you, right? In triathlon, also duathlon, that you lose a little bit of track but that's also a good thing, right? New generations are coming up, and I see all these new guys, new talents, stars or becoming stars. Like the guys now in front of the race that make the race so interesting.
Were you ever tempted to come back and race this as an age grouper? Because we've seen, for example, Rob Burrell, who is now racing around the world as an age grouper and still performing phenomenally well. Was that ever a temptation for you as well?
Paul, no. Funny enough, no. I think also that maybe Natasha and I share that, but I found like, hey, I admire, all these athletes still racing that I raced when I was, again, 20 years ago or something around that. So it's like, I found like an inner peace, and then it's almost like maybe I tried also to explain why is it not there with me, right? The fire for the sport is still there, and I'm super interested. And again, I follow, many races live, many different formats, but I never had the urge to come back and race. And maybe I still said, maybe it's going to come back after I'm 60, I'm 56 now, maybe, but I don't think so. And then I think like often in life, if you find different challenges, right, that give you, that, riding on the edge almost on a daily basis, weekly basis, I think you don't need to come back for this. That's one of the reasons why we love this as athletes, these challenges. And me, one is family. When I stopped, I just wanted to spend more time with my family. Like Simon, right? The last year's winner who decided not to show up this year is probably a good thing, right? Because he wants to spend time with the family. And then you probably also know I become an entrepreneur and do different things and accepted this challenge. So it's a good thing, actually, for me.
It's a question of having the work-life balance, isn't it?
No, absolutely, yeah. Well, as I call it, the inner peace. And again, I feel a lot challenged on different levels now. And hey, like probably most of us endurance athletes, we have done the sport not really to make money, but just we loved it so much, and we still exercise, right? Like Natasha doesn't really race anymore. For me, the same, right? But I would exercise still 1 to 2 hours, but maybe different sports, obviously different speed, different goals.
We see now the images on the screen showing Melanie Maurer still in that position, locked onto the bike, as if she and the biker won. But we've just had an update from the course, and it seems that lead she has been eaten into more by Mel Brunet from Germany. It's now 1 minute and 50 back. Mark Allen was saying that he was a little bit interested in the way that Melanie Maurer started so powerfully, and whether she perhaps went a little bit too soon. What do you think about that, Olivier?
Hey, yeah, I heard Mark's comment, and maybe I share a little bit his sentiment, seeing that she was really, really going strong. But then sometimes you just have to make these statements, right? Again, towards your opponents, just saying, hey, I'm there, I'm strong, and you have to beat me this year if you want to end up on a podium. And then, of course, it's the race that unfolds only after 2-3 hours, which we are right now, right? 3 hours with the women. And I think that's when the race really starts to unfold, or maybe even 1 hour later, 2/3 when you're in. And I think it's going to be also for Melanie only helpful if she gets, of course, you always laugh if you can drop the competition very soon and race your own pace, and, that's also pretty neat. But then I think we all know it's not only for the competitors, but for the athletes, but also for the spectators. It's so much nicer if you have a little bit this moving of athletes in the front of leaders. But let's see. I believe that Melanie, she's a very constant runner. If she can keep that pace on the bike and maybe hang on the German girl coming by, closing the gap. It could even help her, to have a great bike time, and then they can work together.
Okay. We'll let you get back to the rain of Mallorca, and hopefully it'll brighten up very soon for you. And
it already stopped, Paul. It already
perfect.
stopped the rain. So next time maybe I dial in with a little sunshine. Let's see.
I like the venue. The backdrop you have there looks beautiful.
Looks beautiful. Thank you for that, Oliver. Look,
thank you so much.
Will we hear you again, if you can?
Yeah, absolutely. In about an hour's time. Yeah,
excellent.
Looking forward to that.
Excellent. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Grab a coffee now and then call you back. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Mr. Zofingen. So, 1 minute and 50. Do you have any more updates? You're accessing the Data Sport live tracking, which is available. If you go to the Powerman Swiss website, so Google it, Powerman Swiss, it will take you straight to the website. Then there's a number of options. If you click on the Long Distance World Championships, you'll find within that page there's the option to click on the Datasport.
Datasport.com, and then you are on Zofingen Live, and you can see the updated rankings. And this year, it's very, very good. It's accurate, it's working, which is great. She's going to turn left here.
This is the 20k loop around the back of Zofingen.
This is Zofingen, and now is that little loop that we saw before on the map that she's doing around to Zofingen, coming back into Zofingen. And right now she has, we have the times that were taken on top of that first mountain that we, the second mountain that we saw. She has about that 1 minute lead over Merle, and then there is
1 minute now.
Yeah, it's around 150, and then there is on third place. It's Betz and Strohmann from Germany. They are both on 8 and 9 minutes. And Jobova Nikola from Slovakia is also in 5th place. So they are 9 and 8 minutes back. It looks like she increased the lead over 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Merle looks like she's coming closer. Still same nice smooth cadence as she had right at the beginning when she started.
Okay, there was we made some observations about the use that Jens Gossauer had of the bottle inside his race uniform. Now, I know Ironman got a bit jumpy on this, but that rule does not apply under World Triathlon regulations. It's an
aerodynamic advantage, they say.
Oh, whether it's aerodynamic or not, I'm not technical enough to know that. But if it means that it's not being thrown away, I'd rather the athlete stuck it down the race jersey than chucked it on the street.
Because you get a penalty if you throw it away.
Or creating a problem.
Not in the
So it's not specifically covered under World Triathlon rules.
Good for him. And I also prefer it's the same thing as Malay said. She had that water bottle, she couldn't fit it in, and then you have to carry it somewhere till you are at the next station, because otherwise you get a penalty for littering if you throw it away.
That was in her blog, and it was the way she described that incident. You could feel from the way she described it. There was a moment of panic, and we saw it was quite dramatic, and it's a shame. I'd love to see that clip shown again now, so we can go back to it. In fact, I'd like to see the last year's race again, but it's disappeared. But when she was struggling to do that, you were thinking, what's going to happen? What's she going to do with it? But she then kept the bottle with her until the next opportunity. And I think that's the sign of an athlete who really is in control of herself. But then she's a surgeon, so you could imagine that in an operating theatre, she's under immense pressure, and she makes the right decision every time.
Calm.
Because any other decision is the wrong decision. So seeing her do that was a good lesson for everybody.
Yeah, it makes your decision happier and easier if you can work under pressure.
So the roads are nice and dry here. We do have an update on the weather forecast, and the weather forecast is not looking too good. There's a likelihood of some thunder and lightning coming through around about 1:30.
1:30, okay, it was 1 o'clock before. All right.
Was it 1:30 or was it 1?
If it's 1:30, it's already delayed, which is good. But I think by then the athletes should be off the bike.
Oh no, 2:30.
Okay, even better. That's by then most of the athletes should be down from the bike. And if it's pouring some rain, it's the less worst thing is if it happens on the second round.
Yeah. I've heard Maddie Tormund saying that there was even snow on the top. My goodness.
Yeah, it was. Zofingen can be freezing cold, and the weather was so good. The last 2 months it was a gorgeous summer, and there were temperature of 30 degrees and more, and it just started to cool down. Here's the cowbell again, like Maddie said, a little one. The temperatures just started to cool down this week. So unexpected probably for Melanie too, because she was training in hotter conditions. but it should be, it's now 11 o'clock. It's probably 19 degrees, probably 20. So this is still perfect to race in the dress like they're on right now. It's not that they're freezing like 3 years ago.
3 years ago,
Yeah.
yes. Oof. She's keeping that very high cadence going. Completely different cadence to the athletes behind. It would be nice if the cameras could show us some images of the women
Further
behind.
back a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. But I understand we've only got 3 motorcycles on the course with cameras. One in the men's race, one in the women's race, and the third bike is just rotating.
Yep.
So if that third bike is in a position to in any way go back through the women's race so we can see what's happening behind, that would be great.
Yeah, Merle is about 1 minute 50 back, if I'm right. And then the next positions are 8 and 9 minutes back. And soon we get the next time splits. This is when the athletes cross Zofingen. Then we get updated splits and we can see if it made any difference. Where was it where you said Lisa got a penalty for showing up late? Was it?
It's at the race briefing, which
Race
took place on
briefing?
Friday.
So where did she have to pass that?
In T1.
In T1.
Yep.
So after the first.
After the first run.
After the first run, she had to spend to set her penalty there before she went on the bike.
Yep. In a way, it's the same as if it was a false start in the swim. You can't penalise them on the start, so you penalise them in transition. That all started years ago. We knew that athletes were taking advantage, and how do you take that advantage away from them and also prevent them from taking that advantage? And it was at the World Cup in Salford when it was Richard Stannard, actually. Richard Stannard, great swimmer. He took an absolute flyer, and by the time we'd identified him from the camera image, he was halfway down the key. And so the only way we could penalise him was to go into transition. And I was told to go in there as head referee and give him a stop and go. And I said, well, hang on a minute. I can only give him a stop and go if he's intentionally breached the rules. I don't know if he intentionally did that. So I said, I'll talk to him. And this was the way it started. So I spoke to Richard in the transition area, explained that he didn't hear the start sound signal because he was underwater. And he said, is this a penalty? I said, not a penalty at all, Richard. I'm just talking to you to explain. And so afterwards, the technical committee went and refined this, and it became a standing penalty in T1 for anyone taking a false start. When it comes to the penalty box for drafting, again, that was something that started in Fredericia. You remember Fredericia, the long distance? That was a good race. So we put the penalty box inside the transition area. So the reports are coming back of athletes drafting. Their numbers were collected there. We put them in the penalty box. As the other athletes were leaving transition, they could see those who had offended. But then we decided it's probably better to manage it out on the bike course. So
okay.
It grows.
It grows, okay.
We've got the delight of having... We can draw people into this virtual studio from around the world. We've got Mark Allen, Maddie Tourmont, Olivier. It's wonderful to and Cameron down on the course. And it's great to have them joining us. Now, this started 4 years ago when I spoke to the technical guys here. I said, if we give somebody a link, can we bring them in?
Yeah, it's more interesting. It's nice.
It is. That was so we had Diego von Looy, who was unable to defend his title, having been hit by a truck in Mallorca. Very dramatic images. And then we had John Rudskelders, who for the first time ever was unable to make it because he had a bike crash and broke his collarbone. So we had the guys behind the technology making it happen, and then that grew and grew. And it's great that this is now part of the broadcast. Again, like the rules in triathlon, that's developing. This presentation is developing.
And we hope many people watch it.
Yeah.
And the next thing I would wish that they could give us some commentaries and we could talk back with them or send us some questions that we could answer.
Well, the technical guys have been listening to you and me talking, and they've found the clip of Mel Brunet from last year with the bottle. And
oh, nice.
I'm hoping they can line it up very soon, and we'll get to see that. But here you are, Michael Stockman, looking strong. This is a real surprise. The young Belgian athlete here, in a very good position out on the course.
Very good position and very relaxed. Look, his arm, no pressure in his upper body, just working with glute and legs. Nice picture we get here.
But Belgium has had a tradition of this sort of long distance riding before. So he's leading the race there. Holbach in second, Emil Blondel in third, and Jens Gossauer in fourth at the moment. Michael Stockman was about 14-15 seconds back earlier, but he bridged that gap and is now leading the race. Belgium, you've got the great athletes, the Van Stelons.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah. They have a long tradition.
Yeah.
They also have a signed-in coach that can handle their bottles. So the coaches obviously also know how it is working. That's an advantage. If you have a coach that knows the procedure of being aware of how to how to support the athlete in the right moment.
Well, it's good. It's funny that you have a country like Belgium, which has got some very hilly sections. You go down towards the southeastern part, but the majority of Belgium is quite flat.
But they have some wind.
They do. It's not like racing in Almere. You think it's flat, it's going to be easy.
It's going to. No, it's
a howling
not.
gale.
That wind can be like mountains, and probably for hours.
So if the technical guys have got that clip from Mel Brunner from last year, we'd love to see it.
We'd love to see it, and I think we may even have an interview that you prepared for us. So it would be nice to get, some of those clips in to see them, what they think about the race and how they prepared. And I like, when I see these pictures, I like looking back, seeing how the athletes are lined up, seeing the motorbike. And it's good, it must be good for them to see the live stream later and to see that the pictures were okay, they were riding in proper distance.
But it's also a good advert for the event. If people who are considering doing this next year and the year after.
Right, they know it's a fair race, it has strict rules, it has...
Well, they can also look at the environment, the topography, what the quality of the roads are, and they're very good quality surfaces.
Of roads.
The way that the infrastructure is created, and is it going to be worthwhile training many hours to come out here and paying the money to come to Switzerland, which is quite expensive? Is it worth that? Well, yes, it is.
It
ultimately,
is.
Because this is the biggest test of your duathlon life.
And we heard all the athletes before. It's a memory. Oliver still gets goosebump only passing the city on the highway.
Yeah.
So.
How far is Melanie now from the city?
Not far. She's soon, probably 10 minutes, that she will be in the city again.
Every time I come to Zofingen, they seem to have elections. every year I come here, there are election posters.
They have elections every year, so that's could be.
Always this time of year as well?
Yeah, always in the autumn.
Are any of these politicians involved in sport in any way? Shall we get them on too?
Not exactly. It's.
What we need is a good politician who likes duathlon.
Yeah, probably we have to find and look for that we say if you want to be next year on the live stream, so give us something.
Or if you have a son or a daughter who wants to race, it's even better, because the motivation would be behind them to.
Oh yeah, did you already mention, Paul, that yesterday was the kids' race?
Oh yes. Did you see the picture? Oh, you were there.
Yeah, I was there.
It was fantastic.
It was nice. I mean, how they were tigers and bears and lions and were there even foxes? They had nice names.
It was brilliant, and you see the enthusiasm of these children. I know you coach kids, and it's just fantastic to see this enormous energy they have, and also quite fearless.
Yeah, fearless, that's the right word.
But when you look at how many of these young children...
Guy from Spain, was that?
Was that the... was that...
That was someone from Spain she just passed.
Yeah, I need to try and pick out the numbers. We'll be talking about the age group athletes once the bike course is a little bit further on. When you look at the kids...
The enthusiasm they have.
And you never know that within that group of children racing, there could be somebody who will be an Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah. Like Melanie said, she admired the race since she was a kid. It was probably she saw me racing. I mean, that was the time where she was still very young. And
well, Alex Yee said he was standing at London in 2012, absolutely fascinated by what was going on, and saw Alistair Brownlee win. And that was his motivation for getting into triathlon. Alistair Brownlee, when he turned up as a little kid racing at the Dover Fun Kids race, nobody knew who he was.
Nobody knew him. Yep.
When I saw Alistair turning up, when he raced at the European Junior Relay Championships, that's when you had a format of 4 athletes per team. I didn't believe he was old enough, so I challenged the coach. And I said, look, he has to be 14 to race. Oh, he is. So she went and got the passport. And lo and behold, Alistair was 14. He was able to race because we had a problem with some very young athletes being slid into these races. And she said, wait until you see him race. And he was the most determined of all the kids there. That was 2004.
Wow.
And,
and still racing.
It went on and on.
20 years later. Did you see what the camera on the side? Holding down a camera to see her? It will be great images.
Again. Okay, right, we've got a little clip coming up to show us what happened last year with that incident with Mel Brunet and the bottle.
And her water bottle, where she tried to put it back and couldn't. Oh. Yes, it's so hard if you have an aerodynamic setup that you do not use during training, then the water bottle is a little bit different and the angle is a little bit different, and she couldn't make it to go in there.
And of course,
the solution would be to hold the bottle a little bit further up on top, so you get a different angle to put it in. That took her some minutes, some seconds, of course, not minutes. Well, but it gets you out of breath. This is very intense because it's climbing. Yeah, and now she tries to put the bottle into her shirt, but that's also, the shirt is also tight, and it still goes up, and she starts getting sore because you get out of breath and it's intense. You have to pedal and you have to breathe and you cannot find.
It's also psychologically destructive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can hear Reinhard Stanke in the background. He was commenting on this because this was going up on the big screen in the venue. So that my heart rate.
My heart rate went up. But she handled it with like you should handle it when you're under pressure.
And ultimately,
keep calm.
Yep. She resolved the issue and got rid of it the next opportunity.
Good job.
Well, thank you very much to the guys behind the scenes here.
Yeah, that
was NEP Studio.
Yeah, NEP Studio doing a great job. We have excellent picture. I'm jealous. I wish we had that when I was racing. I mean, quality today is just different.
Well,
really different. This is probably the most different from all.
We're in a tiny studio here, but behind us, it's like the mothership. It's huge screens, and they're taking directions from all of the cameras, editing, weaving together the images that we're showing you. Which, if you...
Can you imagine, Paul? I was buying a picture from a photographer a week later after the race, and now this day you have a professional... Look, professional camera, professional photographer on the back, looking for safety, taking great pictures. And this is something you have to rest for your life.
Yeah, unfortunately, the numbering for the age groupers is interestingly random. So trying to find out who athlete 310 is not going to be as straightforward, because we don't quite understand how the numbers are not sequential, which makes it rather difficult for the age groupers who are used to competing, and within their age group category, the athletes will all have a sequential number. So if you're racing, for example, in the men's 55 to 59 category, you would have all of the numbers, say from 302, which is kid from Oudsel from Belgium, they would all be in that sequence. We saw there Mark York from Great Britain, that was in 310. He's had top 5 finishes here before. Sorry, top 10 finishes here before. His last year's race was not the best of them. He had a bit of a tough time out there. 10 hours and 4 minutes. That's Mark York from Great Britain.
And the men's here, they are at the second climb. Littering zone, aid zone, the second aid station here.
Did you see earlier on, Fabian Holbach was having a bit of a problem with the gears. He changed gear and it spun. He got the wrong gear. I know these days the athletes, they will be using electric systems. The risk of that is if you lose the battery or if the battery dies on you, you're absolutely finished, aren't you?
Yeah, with the material, also with the disc brake, so fragile that the wheel touches. It's very fragile, that disc, when it gets a little bent from a travel, that the wheel is breaking a little bit. So yeah, it's also a technical sport. You need to have some skills to get your bike. Yeah, looks like a dropped bottle or a fallen out bottle.
Not quite sure what happened there, but there was a bottle that came across the road. Whether it was one of the age groupers, whether it fell off the bike, I don't know. I've been in the position on a course at Ironbridge years and years and years ago. I was fairly fit, but this guy who won the race went past me, and it was like a jet going down the runway. It was almost like clouds of dust behind him. And I thought, how on earth can somebody be that strong? It's phenomenal. So the age groupers here are getting that experience of these very, very good quality elite athletes powering up the hill. Oof. On our list of invited guests, we've also got somebody who is pretty well experienced over these distances, and Oliver Bernhardt, 8 times winner. We've got somebody who's not quite 8 times winner,
but Mrs. Powerman. This is Erika. Yeah, she won 7 times. She is from Hungary, and she is on the live stream joining us and giving us, hopefully sharing us her memory with us.
Well, she was racing the same time as Benny van Steeland.
Yep, that's about that era. Can you hear us, Erika?
Yes, I'm here. Hi for everyone. I hope you hear me. We had some technical issues with my laptop, or
we can hear you. Great. How are you, and where are you staying?
Yeah, I'm at home alone with my small daughter, so we have some mess all the time. So I'm apologize for if she's disturbing but no, she's playing. I gave her my mobile, but no, I had to get it back and switch to the mobile instead of the laptop. But we are doing all good. We are following the race. We have a Hungarian friends racing there, Eva. So cheer for Eva. Go, go, go. So
nice.
Lots of nice memories coming back. Yes.
Well, you won the race 7 times between 2004 and 2010. 7 times, one after the other. That's an amazing performance. Did the course that you were racing in those days change from year to year, or was it the same course each year for you?
I guess it's pretty similar, or 90% the same. We had 1 year when they had to change the bike course due to roadworks, but all the rest was the same course, and I think it's still with a little change the same. I can see on the pictures.
When you look at the race today, how many good memories does it bring back to you?
I just watching the landscape, and it's very familiar. Still 40 years back was my last race, and I see many new buildings, new modern houses, and Switzerland is awesome. The style is Greenland, and nice roads, and I remember the weather. So they are lucky today to have a dry weather finally.
So were there races where it was wet when you raced?
Most of the time, 80% it was rainy, wet, because weather. But that's what my specialty. Usually I won the races just because the weather. No one else can handle that good rain like me. I was a race specialist.
Yeah.
course, I was cold too, but I could handle it. It's, you know, like a job. It's wet, it's slippery, the forest is muddy, but I just loved it, and I would leave it, of course.
So do you ride at home during bad weather too?
No, not anymore. Not even winter. No, I'm not. Of course, I don't like to be wet, and it's dangerous. I'm not practicing for bad weather. We have a pretty nice weather in Hungary. Usually, it's a lot sunnier than in Switzerland. Water. The summers are very good, very dry. But I don't ride anymore. Just when I feel like having fun. I still training a little for fun and for to stay fit. I train less and less, slower and slower. So I have a job to do, a little team to coach. I have a little small daughter. She, of course.
Looks like she is around. Yes, we can hear or see a little bit of her.
Erica, when you were racing and at the very top level, how long did it take you to recover from Zofingen? And is the recovery from Zofingen easier or harder than the recovery from an Ironman race?
Oh, pretty hard the recovery because it's a duathlon.
And did you find that
duathlon? She's disturbing. She wanna be part of the picture. So, yeah, it's a duathlon. It's a double run, so it's pretty hard for the legs, especially the Zofingen. It's full of hills and trails. Yeah. Take the same time, like a week for me, like after the Ironman. Ironman is actually nicer starting with the swim, it's easier. But I would say the same, like it depends also the shape and how hard was the race. If you had to push it, if you had to compete against others, then it's, of course, it's harder, then it's time to recover. But Zofingen was always, end of the season, September, it was always allowed you to have a recovery time in October, September. So it was probably my last big race here in Europe.
Well, we see now that Melanie Maurer is coming back into Zofingen. Once she goes underneath the railway tunnel here, she'll be then turning into the area where she can hopefully grab some more nutrition. We know that the lead she had coming into transition number 1 was 1 minute and 50. She then increased that lead to about 2:37. She's now got a lead of just 1 minute and 15 seconds over the challenger and defending world champion from last year, Mel Bruni from Germany. Have you been in a position where you've been way out in front on the race and wondering what's happening behind you and how close people are?
Oh yes, luckily, but I was happy because it's a lonely race for the female leader because she's alone on the course. I didn't see any boys and competition. I was always happy because that means I'm safe and I'm strong. If I can ride away from the group, that's me because my running is the best, so shouldn't have to be a problem. I love to be on the front, and it's for me it was a comfort because and the running I could see where are others and exactly they are somewhere. Of course, we didn't have much of information what's behind, but if I was leading the race on the bike, that's safe also really for me.
Okay, we saw Melanie just dropping off the bottle. That's within the coaching zone. So she dropped it off to one coach to pick up, or the coaching assistant, and then that's Cameron handing her the next bottle for her nutrition. Erica, you said that you felt good because if you're in the lead, you knew your running was stronger. Was your running always that much stronger than the other competitors? Is that what gave you the confidence to break away at the start?
Yeah, it gives you confidence, and of course, the others have to chase, so they have to put extra effort into the running. So I could control the race from the front. I can control it. That's nice to have things in control. And I didn't run much faster. I was more steadier. So if I had a steady bike, I could go out for the running like I know what I'm doing. I keep the lead, or sometimes increase it. So yeah, I am much more confident in running than in the bike. So
and do you keep in contact now with the younger triathletes who are racing for Hungary?
Yeah, I'm coaching a young group. Actually, they are kids, so we are not in the elite field. Of course, Hungary is a small country. I know the athletes.
It may be small, but you've got Mark Devay, you've got Csonga Lehmann, you've got the Bence Bicek, you've got all of these athletes who are from a very small country, but very, very strong. So you're feeding into the coaching for younger athletes in Hungary to develop into the Olympians of the future.
Yeah, we have very strong athletes, young ones. They're very talented. We have a quite, how can I say, love for the sport in Hungary. We are the Olympics. We can say we are a sport country. And we love sport, but I'm not teaching kids for elite level. I'm teaching them for fun. I think it's important for the kids to also having fun, not just this
Exactly.
level.
So Melanie Maurer, I think she's now starting her last lap on the bike, and that means that probably in about just over an hour she'll be coming into T2.
Yeah, a little bit more than an hour, and Merle is now 45 seconds back.
So are you able to come back and join us a bit later on, Erika? Then you can give us your opinion and comments about the way that Melanie Maurer's race has gone and the way that Mel Brunet's race has gone. Will you be able to come back to us later?
Yeah, I try. I don't know what was the laptop. The phone will work. We see.
Well, you're coming through loud and clear. You're coming through loud and clear, and it's good to have you with us today. 7 times winner of Zofingen. Wow.
Good to have us with you. Thank you so much for your time and joining us. Thank you, Erika. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
There we have it. Mel Brunet tucked onto the bike.
Within sight, I think she can clearly see Melanie in front.
Again, she's a different cadence, a slightly slower cadence.
And also more compact on the bike.
Yeah.
Melanie is stretched out a little bit more. Very deep, you see she is with her chest very close, very aerodynamic to the water bottle. Nice aerodynamic setup.
I should think people watching this will be looking at that bike and thinking, wow.
Ooh.
How much will that weigh, the whole setup?
I bet it's around 7 kilo. Yeah, probably the disc mostly is a little bit heavier, could be a little bit a heavier wheel than just a spoke wheel.
Yeah.
So that makes probably 500 grams.
Which is an advantage on the descent.
Yep, but not on the climb. It's also an advantage on the flat. I'm wondering what is she doing, because she has now no water bottle at the back. So this, and in the front bottle, it's not a lot of drink.
Oh, that's an energy drink, is it?
Probably that's a concentrate. And she just tries to get water to dilute it. But at next aid station, it looks like she needs water. I hope it was not her water bottle we saw.
No, that was that was the men. But it'd be interesting, because we've not had a chance to see anything of Mel Brunet so far. We don't know how she's been fueling, how she's been replenishing her fluids. We see her now. This is a snapshot. We don't know what's happened during the course of the race. As a doctor, she's a scientist. She knows exactly what her body needs, and I'm sure she wouldn't be taking any risks at all.
But she has to take the official nutrition, because she has no chance to get her own unless she's stopping, isn't it? She could probably put something in the coaching zone and stop to pick it up herself, or wouldn't that be allowed?
It depends. If she has actually nominated somebody to replace...
And if not, she cannot put her own bottle there and go and grab it?
Or she can just go and take from the feed station.
Okay, oh, there. Okay, probably she will do that on...
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, she can see Melanie, she's within sight. But what is going to happen is the same thing as last year. I bet if she passes Melanie just will get on her back wheel.
If she has the power to do so.
Let's see what happens. Very interesting what's going on now. There is one car in the way that... Oh no, it goes to the left side. I thought the car cannot pass because there is the motorbike. And Melanie probably doesn't know that Merle is that close, but I'm sure someone...
I'm sure Cameron would have given her a time split.
Would give her the split.
And of course, there's no communication. In the Tour de France, you have the communication between the team manager and the athletes. That's not present here. The only time splits they'll get will be from people on the course who'll be shouting out to her.
And she had certainly enough people in town who gave her splits.
I think it's a partisan crowd here. We've got nationalities. We've got athletes from Japan, Turkey, South Africa, United States of America, Canada, all over Europe, of course. Where else we've got them from?
Certainly also from Malaysia, no?
Yes, yes. So we've got a completely international field here. And again, people will be going away from here with wonderful memories of that joining of nationalities. At the opening ceremony, you all sit round tables. There'll be the groups of with the flags. The Team GB are here in big numbers, but then the friendships are created, and they're lasting friendships.
They're lasting, like Maddie said.
Yep.
She had some homestays with nice families, and she remembers that. I know athletes from Brazil were very well taken care of here in Zofingen, and they also remember 20 years later what a great time they had and how warm and welcome they felt. But look at that. Look how strong Merle Close is.
And she's staying now.
Yeah, and Melanie is looking backwards. Ooh,
here we go.
Here we go. She's just waiting again. Look at that.
It's the cat and mouse game.
And now she...
I didn't quite catch that. Did you hear?
I couldn't get what she said, but she said something. But did you see that Melanie took out all the power?
Yep.
I wonder... Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, it looks like she is sick. Probably she was vomiting. Probably she had to throw up.
I thought we were going to see that whole scenario repeated.
Yeah.
Where she pulled to the side.
Maybe.
And you had this almost like a cycle track game of cat and mouse.
Maybe we can see it again. Maybe
she's back in the... oh, no, she's not looking too good at all, is she?
No, she doesn't look too good. Probably she was powering too hard, giving out too much effort, and now a food or drink that she has to throw up a bit.
There comes a point when your body simply won't receive any more fluid or nutrition.
Yep, cannot get it down anymore. Then when all the blood is in your... Here you would think Melanie wait to have her passing, but obviously Melanie feels sick because she does not respond.
Oh, she actually stopped.
Yeah. Oh, she really feels sick here.
Now, that's interesting. Of course, Mel Brunny doesn't know what's happened. As far as she's aware, she's just gone past her and has pulled away.
Yeah.
And has pulled away quite significantly.
Yeah. We will have the next time split in Williberg, and would be interesting to see. That's probably already 20 seconds that she gained. Look, no more inside.
Oh.
No more inside. That's
that must be absolutely
20 seconds.
destroying.
And here she has great support from the side of the street. But if you feel sick, there is no way where you can push hard. And Melle just feels great. Strong legs, good stomach. It's important not to overpower now.
There was a quote from Mel Brunny last year. Die größte Belohnung ist für mich zu sehen, dass das Training anschlägt und die Ergebnisse besser werden. Aber die Füße hochzulegen und ein leckeres Eis zu essen ist alternativ auch eine nette Belohnung.
Which is nice.
The greatest reward for me is to see that my training has been successful and the results are getting better. But putting the feet up and having a nice ice cream as an alternative is also a very nice reward.
It's good. You have to be capable to do both.
I wonder if she's thinking about that ice cream and putting her feet up now. Is it too soon?
Yep, it's absolutely too soon. It's
Well, she's got roughly 40 kilometres on the bike and then a further just under 30k running. Goodness.
Did you see that nice sign?
Smile. Yeah.
Smile. That's good. Nice. People really support the race here.
We used to have a sign on our triathlon down in Dover, and it was slow down or fall off.
Slow down or fall off. Okay.
And there was always a picture of somebody who didn't slow down.
Okay, I catched the time from her, and probably we see our time measurement when we see Melanie. But I think the second bike will not be there.
2:37 behind. She's now turned that around and will be at least 20, 30, possibly 40 seconds, because it wasn't just the stopping. The stopping was quite brief, but it was the suffering.
The suffering, yeah.
Took place afterwards.
Like she was completely out of energy, or it can happen if you have all your blood is in your leg and your stomach does not digest. You have to get that acidity out of the body, and probably, yeah, she had to vomit, I don't know. But then it's for at least 30 seconds, a minute, till you gain that strength back in your legs, until you start feeling better again. So it's nice to see her on the downhill, strong, aerodynamic, good cadence, losing legs, but also moving forward. Very interesting style study. Look at her feet, how she's working with her feet. Perfect technique she is showing us. And now she has to pass two athletes. They should be more to the right side. Yeah, that was a person from Brazil, didn't know that they have to ride all to the right side. It's hard to pass, because in the third and in the second loop you have to pass age group athletes, and some of them, of course, they are not used to ride downhill so much, and then they slow down. And as a pro, you have to cycle and go past them. So Mel has, for us, she prepared a little interview for us. Now that she is in front, we're going to show that little video of her and her thoughts about the race. And I later on will translate it, if it's not in English. Let's see.
Hello everybody, my name is Merle Bruni and I'm a duathlete from Germany, from Heidelberg. This year I'm going to be in Zofingen for the 4th year in a row. So thinking about last year, I got the gold medal and it was a very special day. I have good memories about this day and it was very exciting. But more about me. When I'm not training for duathlon, when I'm not running or cycling, I'm working as a medical doctor here in the Heidelberg University Hospital in the Department for Neuroradiology. Neuroradiology is a very interesting field of medicine, and I'm working there now for 4 years. So thinking back about my sporting career, some kind of started in Zofingen. Because I began running, or I began endurance sports when I came to Heidelberg for my medical studies. And then I ran a lot and I did some competitions. I started with 10 kilometers of running, and then I did the first marathon. I bought a road bike, and then I met some people, I met some friends I could share my hobby with, and all this brought me to Zofingen, which was very good luck, because beginning that day where I got the gold medal and called myself the long distance duathlon world champion, my sporting career started going straight forward. And now I can say duathlon in Zofingen is a big part of my everyday life. And I'm very excited to be here for the 4th year now, and competing with the best, with the world's best. I know some people, or I know most of them, who will compete with me, and I think this is going to be a very exciting day. I'm happy about everybody who is cheering from home and who is watching the live stream, and also about everybody who is in Zofingen and who is cheering us up. So have fun, enjoy the competition. I hope I will enjoy it, but I think I will have fun. And yeah, see you in Zofingen. Bye-bye.
That's Mel Bruni.
Yeah, what a nice interview. That was nice.
She's also she's very supportive of other athletes. In Alsdorf, the athlete who came across in third place was in quite an emotional state. Mel went straight up and consoled her. It was a lovely moment. There she is. We also now, I think, we've got Olivier Bernhardt, who's going to be joining us again.
Very interesting. I'm curious on his analysis now. Olivier, can you hear us?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm with you. Hi, Natasha.
Hi.
Paul.
Did you see what happened?
High drama.
High drama, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, maybe Mark was totally right after all, but hey, you never know, right?
You never know. The race is not done.
Today, yeah, that is not done. And hey, again, you know, Melanie just probably didn't know at the beginning of the race. Maybe she had some sickness. Maybe it's something that she drank or didn't drink enough, whatever. We'll find out sooner or later. But that's the dramatic of racing, right? And that's just how it is at long distance. Many things can happen. And even still, Natasha, what you pointed out, hey, there's still a couple hours to race, so she has the chance to recover, and we know she's a strong runner, so let's see what's happening. But Mel is really putting on the pedal
on
now.
the pressure now, yeah. Did you ever feel sick in a race?
Oh, many times. I mean, we all know that Powerman, for many reasons, was more my race. Sorry about all the tourists in the background if I'm on the live stream. But again, I'm here in Spain and people are enjoying. But it's more that climate in Zofingen was my climate, but humidity and heat was not so much mine. So I had often very hard times, maybe like Melanie in Hawaii and these kinds of climates. But rainy, snow even, you know, we had one year with a little bit of snow in Powerman. That didn't bother me at all.
So Oliver, Paul said to me, if I would wish to race these days again with the materials from today, then I said, with the shoes from today, I bet we would have faster running splits. And you, as an expert on the shoes, how fast would you consider you would be, how quicker you would be this with the technology today?
I think we all agree that the shoes make a difference, right? The technology with the plated shoes, but it's hard to predict how much faster I would have been able to go. But as you mentioned, since I'm so close to this particular, topic, shoes, and I'm still testing a lot of shoes within my own brand, I see that it makes a difference. It makes a difference in terms of how fast you go, but especially, and that's super interesting, is the recovery time. You recover so much quicker, like also the marathon runners experiencing at the Olympics. Usually it takes them a week before they go back into running. But now with these shoes, they run again 5 to 10K the next morning, and it's fine, right? And this is wonderful because they don't have all the damage, right?
Yeah.
And I think, if I look at Powerman, I hate, again, it's high authority, it's just the theory, but I think I could have run maybe 5 minutes faster on the last day. We all know our legs are damaged, and if
damaged completely, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can go into that run, you'll have that damage from cycling, but you don't have the damage from the first run. And we know that downhills are super brutal. And I think that just would add up to fresher legs, or longer, having fresher legs for longer. And I think it would totally, especially on these courses, make a huge difference.
Wow, very interesting. And may I ask your opinion too, because on the surface, is it different on the gravel or on the road, on the asphalt or on the gravel? Do the shoe make the same advantage on the gravel as on the road, or is it also related to the technique of the individual athlete?
Well, Natasha, it's a little bit of everything, right? But knowing, again, from own experience, we take a lot of our athletes to the lab, but the lab is only treadmill then, right? This is more imitating what's happening on the road. But we also do like field testing. And what we see with our trail athletes is that, and we know, right, that like the UTMB, you know, very like the World Championship in trail running, we have seen and know also not only from our shoes competition knows that it makes a difference also when you run on gravel. But you just and then it comes up to what you said, Natasha. At the end, you have to find your product within the brand you like or you have to run with because you're partnered up as a professional athlete, and that's going to make the difference because it at the end, as we all know, it also has to do with the running style, right? The running gait you have. Are you a high frequency runner? Are you, taking long steps? Are you 4-foot heel running? All these things make a difference, especially now with these plated shoes. And if you find your great product, you can make huge differences now. Again, in performance, but which is super nice, I think, is also in recovery time.
That's very good to hear.
It is.
Faster recovery?
Yep.
Very interesting. We would take that.
Well, it's getting a bit intense now at the front end of the men's race. We saw some interaction there between the officials on the bike and Fabian Holbach from Germany. I'm not quite sure what was being said. I'm seeing if we can get some feedback from the officials, but with the lapping, because this is a 3-lap course, we've now got the elite men absolutely hammering it. And, of course, they're mixing now with some of the age groupers on the earlier laps, which is making it a lot more congested. It will cause, potentially, problems with the drafting rule. So that's possibly what the officials are getting into. These 4 men at the front end of the race are so similarly powerful. Once again, Michael Stockmann going once again into the lead. That's the young Belgian athlete, overtaking Emile Blondel.
Just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah. So, Olivia, have you been in a situation like this before when you've got this constant changing at the front and athletes trying not to draft each other? And what's your experience been like with the officials who've been trying to manage that?
No, absolutely. And many times, Paul, and I think that's part of being a long-distance triathlete to athlete, you end up sometimes in these moments. Is it now even within, the elite man or within the elite group? And then, as you said, even more complicated it turns out to be when you're actually then riding or overtaking the age groupers, and that can be really complicated. Sometimes also very difficult. Look, I think the smartest way, how I look at it always, and looked at it when I was an athlete, don't even play with the 10 meters, just stay out 15 meters, in the back, or then take the lead. But especially in Zofingen, I always enjoyed, again, the course has changed a little bit, as you mentioned a couple times throughout this live streaming. But going up Bodenberg, you could make an attack, or just, things would change. Maybe they might have been grouping up again, going back into Zofingen, on the speedy sector. So now it's maybe a little bit more difficult. But again, hey, this is just part of being, a long distance triathlete to athlete. You just have to deal with it.
You mentioned Bodenberg. That, for me, one of the lasting memories I have of Bodenberg was when Emma Pooley was racing. And she was at the front end. There were 2 athletes at the front end, and one athlete was keeping within the legal distance from Emma Pooley, and it was on, I think, the 2nd or the 3rd lap. At the bottom of Bodenberg, Emma Pooley just put the afterburners on, and she is absolutely blasted up the hill. The crowd who are watching the race in the stadium, in the arena, the cheer that went up from everybody, because it was one of those incredible moments. And I think Bodenberg was really one of the iconic climbs in Zofingen. It's a great shame we don't have that anymore. The replacement climbs are disruptive, but there's that massive moment with Bodenberg. I'm sure it's got some great memories for you, painful memories, no doubt, and for Natasha.
Oh yeah, Bodenberg was not only steep, it was also it was steep on both sides. It was a long climb and it was a steep descent, and I can tell you, I spent afternoons there, and my coach said that curve was not good enough. You do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again till the curve is perfect. And I really trained a lot, not only going the uphill but also the downhills, because it makes a complete set at the end of the day. And to see the the athletes now, the hills are no more as long as it was with Bodenberg. When Olivier was racing, it was Bodenberg, the main long mountain where you could lose or attack or break away or just overdo. There were different options. Do you agree, Oliver?
No, absolutely, Natasha, absolutely. I love Bodenberg a lot. Again, it just will make a difference. And there's one note maybe to make is what I really also like is the difference, because when you race at the speed as we're watching, now the elite man group or the one guy in front, it's just, the speed is so high, you don't get to talk to each other. There's also the 10 meters, but when you climb, there's almost drafting, and when you pass, you can look at each other. You can look into the face of your opponents and see, are they really tired, or are they playing with you? I mean, are they, really on the edge of, giving everything? So I think that slow going up was super nice. The 1 year there was snow on the Bodenberg was a little bit too much for me. And then coming down, my hands were frozen. Oh. There was no braking.
Yep. And
going down 90 km per hour, not knowing if there's snow or if it's slippery, that was very tricky that 1 year.
Okay. Oliver, we're looking forward to bringing you back a bit later. So keep your eyes peeled, and we look forward to your comments and observations about how the race is developing. Thank you very much from a now dry and sunny looking Mallorca.
Thank you so much. And hey, by the way, you're doing a great job. I mean, I'm amazed, and really, it's great to see. I mean, you two do a great job, but also the cameraman and the organization. Super happy to see. I mean, you're doing as a great job as Tour de France is doing. Compliments.
Thank you, Oliver, and thank you for being with us. That's really a pleasure. Thank you.
So the men's race is getting really rather exciting with this changing at the front. Michael Stockmann has now decided he's going to give it some real power.
The men's are really close together.
Are they still about 5 seconds separating?
Yeah, not 5 seconds, 7. They're riding in legal distance. They're okay, but it's the 4. It's Stockmann, Gossauer, Blondel, and Holbach who are together. So they are within 7 seconds, and then they have a little bit of a gap to the next 4 or 5 men, which then come. Let's see, it's about 3 minutes of a distance that they have. So it's the Groth, Zehnder, Domanico, Pfaffner, Eudin. They're all together about with a 3 minute 30, 3 minute 20, 3 minute 30.
Okay, I've just had confirmation that...
that still can change on the run, so it's still an open field with the men.
I've just had confirmation Melanie Maurer has pulled out.
Oh. So then she must feel really, really sick.
Yeah, it's been confirmed that Melanie Maurer, athlete number 51, is a DNF. She's making her way back now to transition.
Wow, she's still on the list here.
Yeah, because that timing list for Datasport will show the last timing position she went past.
Wow, then it only can be. I wonder why she looked strong. She looked strong, and that really must be unexpected sick, just because of a little vomiting. Everybody had it, like Oliver said. Even he felt sick. Everybody knows that during a long race you can't get sick, and you recover from that. It's not mostly on a day you do not have wings from the beginning to the end. And
no.
It would be very interesting to hear what happened.
Well, hopefully, I think it would be a bit intrusive if we were to try and interview her, but hopefully Cameron might be able to give us an update. And it'd be better coming from Cameron, because
yeah, let's see
I think Melanie would be very emotional at the moment. So our race leader, Mel Brunet, her position post-race will be feet up, enjoying a nice ice cream. When she won last year, she was very, very busy in the award ceremony. She was talking to athletes from all over the world, age groupers, elite coaches. She was really a great ambassador for the race. Is she going to be able to do it again? Okay, we're getting confirmation from the officials that Melanie is DNF, but the coach is unaware of this. So
of course, the coach is down at the transition. Melanie is up at the mountain. How would the coach know? He only will know, like we, when there is the next time split, and then he's wondering.
Unless there's
what
communication
happens.
back from the medics.
Yeah, let's see. Probably we get something from the medics, or probably at the next split, the coach will be aware and then get in sorrow what happened.
Yeah.
But I think by that time, Melanie will be back to transition if she turned around.
One of the things that the technical officials are out on the course for, it's not just one technical official buzzing around. There's a team of technical officials out there. The bike team, they're led by a Welsh official, Ellie, and she's in charge of a group of officials who will be the eyes and ears on the bike course. They're there to make sure that it's fair and safe for the athletes. They're also there if in such cases of an athlete feeling they've got a DNF. So that will be relayed to the official. The official will then radio to their sector head. Their sector head then confirms to the technical delegate. So there's a sequence of communication that means that everybody out on the course is accounted for. And yeah, I think this is one of the open race athletes.
Again, she has. I will make her a present for a new water bottle. Poor Melly again with her water bottle.
I think you need to take her onto one of your training sessions, Natasha.
Oh, poor Melly, not again. But this is kind of when you do not train that, when you have a special setup, special aerodynamic setup that you do not train with. These are things that happen. You have to train to get your bottle in and out. And of course, if you have a special bike or if you change something specially for the race, it's a discomfort. You find not how to store it quickly. Mm-hmm. And because she passed Melanie and she doesn't know that Melanie is dropped out, she doesn't want to lose time here.
No.
She really wants to put all energy forward.
That must be, she must be thinking, not again, not again.
Not again, not again, yeah.
We just picked out one of the athletes there from France. That was Philippe Claver. And he's got 4 top 10 finishes here in Zofingen. In fact, let's see how many times he's raced here. He's got 6 starts here in Zofingen and 5 finishes. Bit of a bad time in 2021 when he DNF, but highest position is 5th. That's in the 50-54 category. It really is fascinating when you look at the age group results to see the performances. And the older the age group category, the more impressive these results are. I mean, the other thing I'll look at is also to see how many. Oh, here we go.
She tries it again.
I don't know.
A little bit. Hold it more on top.
I don't understand the need.
She doesn't. She wants to grab a new bottle at the end. She got it. Ooh, what a relief for us. What a relief for her.
It'll be interesting to see her heart rate record for these moments. I should think it's a fairly consistent thing until these irritating moments when the heart rate's going to rise.
Not because of pressure, not because of what, but because of I want to get it in there. But she doesn't want to throw it away because it would be a penalty.
Exactly.
That's why she tried it to put in there, and she has still water there.
It's the reservoir. So she has a reservoir in that in the handlebar section.
Okay, I didn't realize that before when I said she is low in fluid. Of course, you always have the reservoir.
She's looking over her shoulder. She obviously doesn't know that Mara has pulled out.
I can't find Melanie on the times anymore, but it still doesn't gives the update for the athletes on the course. They don't know that Melanie dropped out. But right now we have first, second, and third are in Germany's hand.
Oh yes.
So yeah, it's right now it's a German podium. it's
I don't remember the last time we had a single nationality podium here.
yeah. So it's great for the German athletes. It's Brunei, Betts, Strootman, and then is from the Netherlands, Verschoor, and then Jorbova.
Wow.
Yep. And the next position is Jorbova from Slovakia, and then again Germany, Rassmann.
And Ramona Rieder, is she anywhere there at all?
No, yeah, she's 8th. Ramona is 8th right now, but she is only 30 minutes back, which is okay. That's also that the race is not over. She still has the run coming.
This is third, second. That's Gossauer, Blondal, Hermond, and then in front we have Stockmann. So I'm wondering where Holbach is. Has he dropped back again?
Yeah, Holbach is 2 minutes back.
Oh, 2 minutes?
Yep. I heard something before. Maybe that was a bike. Something with the bike. I heard something.
Yeah, as he changed the gears, they appeared to slip, and he was spinning.
Yeah. Hopefully there was nothing, because I don't know where the 2 minutes would come from suddenly.
Because he wouldn't be expecting that at all. He'd be expecting to get the advantage on the bike,
right?
And then to hold on for the run.
I would think so too.
So that's the distance. Oh, look at that! Stockmann has really pulled away.
The last time from the bike was from the men was in Rotrist, and the new bike splits will be on top of that hill. So in 7 minutes we get the new splits for the men and the new data sport timings. We see Holbach and Stockmann. That's probably why they talk with the referee. They both are in the penalty box.
Right, so penalties coming through. Okay.
That's probably what happened when we saw that little. When they were talking with the referee. Remember, that was around the additional loop at Zofingen. When we said something's going on, they're talking with the referee. That's probably when they were passing the age groupers. So they had both to serve a stop in the next penalty box. As you said, in the next penalty box, not waiting till the race is over. They have to serve immediately.
So the men are on the final lap, the women are on the final lap.
Men on the final lap, but poor Fabian is getting his second penalty today, and I hope he's very strong in his mind.
Sometimes the penalty can motivate the athlete to really battle back. Sometimes they'll just say, I've had enough, and it's demotivating. Sometimes it can be motivating, some demotivating.
Yeah, because he's such a strong cyclist, I think it's not. He has not to draft. That probably was more of an accident that with passing other athletes it got too close. But however, it is how it is.
It's very difficult when you have the men who are all of the similar power and similar ability.
Yeah, they were together. There were 4 men together in the lead, and so the marshal obviously have had to make some decisions and take some of them out. I don't understand. We didn't see it. Probably we can ask if we can see some of the passing, that situation where they were talking with the marshals. Probably we missed something and we can analyze it more.
Confirmation from the race referee is that Stockmann is going to receive a drafting penalty, and Holbach is going to receive a yellow card. So yeah, the drafting penalty is for Stockmann, so that's going to be a long penalty for him in the penalty tent. And for Holbach, a shorter penalty for discard, I think, for...
Something fell off, discarding something? Oh. Let's see. I asked if we can see that clip again. They search. Maybe we can analyze then more. So now, here is, we are with the leading. And we can see on top of that hill, it takes about 2 minutes, and we get a new update on the time. Now they are warned, definitely warned. They will keep proper distance because they know the marshals are watching and they don't want to get a penalty.
Within the athletes, they will also now be aware that penalties are being given out. When they go past the penalty box or the penalty tent, they will see numbers of the athletes who are due to go in there. So when you see that, it reminds the athletes that the officials are actually giving out the penalties, and it might have an effect on them. And it's a bit late in the race, but we'll have to see on that.
Last corner till the men are on top, and we get some new time split. And as soon as we have some news about what happened, we pass it to you. Here it is, the situation where there were many athletes together. Let's see what happens here. The marshals are here. There was a car close. Card. Here was a card. Yeah. That was the card for Fabian. Did you see what happened? He just got a card, but I couldn't see why.
Well, if it's for a drafting penalty.
Yeah, he's asking also. What for?
Now,
no?
The penalty for the drafting will be 5 minutes.
Yeah, but he just got...
He's asking now what the penalty was for. So it's interaction between the athlete and the official, which is good.
Okay. I think it's great that we get these pictures. Also that we couldn't analyze what the talking was about. So we are here with the leading men going downhill from Mühletal. They pass age group athletes. Athletes should keep to the right. Yes, because they have to be passed on the left. Jens and Emi still in front, having a correct distance, going down here with a high speed, not too much pressure, losing the legs, getting some nutrition in, eating some gels. We can see Jens Michael Gossauer, the correct name, has his number in a plastic bag. So it's sure and granted that he has all his correct splits. Very nice, very aerodynamic, and I'm sure very happy to be in such a good position.
Yeah, that time penalty in the penalty box, 5 minutes, is going to seem like a lifetime. But the reason that it's a 5-minute penalty is because this is a long distance race.
Long distance race and the drafting penalty.
Yeah. So the advantage that is gained by the athlete for drafting is taken away, and it's a punitive. It's very punitive. So I don't know how much flexibility has been given to them. I don't know. We haven't seen all the race, and we're not the official on the back. On the bike, but that official has assessed the situation and has concluded that the drafting penalty is appropriate. The penalty has been given. As an official on the bike, you tend to work with the athletes and you encourage them to thin out, and if they're not listening, then the penalties start coming out.
Is it for both of them?
No,
for Stockmann.
I'm hearing from the race venue that Holbach is going to get a yellow card. Now, the only reason he could get a yellow card I can think of on the bike is for littering.
Yeah, that's why he was asking, kind of arguing with the marshals why.
So we did see that bottle disappear to the left-hand side, and it was when the elite men were on that section. And the bottle clearly went to the left-hand side of the race.
You think so? He may have lost the bottle?
If he lost the bottle, then I think that's a harsh penalty. Because if the bottle falls out the back of... Well, they're bright, aren't they? If the bottle falls out of the cage...
you cannot control it.
In the same way, when you dismount and come into T2 and your cycle shoe falls off, that's not a penalty. That's one of these things that happens. So unless he was seen by the official to discard the bottle, in which case the penalty is fully justified and quite silly. Quite a crazy move by the athlete.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
This is Malay going down. So she completed the last. It's still one little climb, and then about 25 k's for her to the finish line.
And she's getting down quite low of the bike.
And only then she probably will know, because maybe she got an information at the last top of the mountain that she is in the lead and that Melanie dropped out. Maybe she still doesn't know. So right now it looks, if my times are correct, like Mollet is now 9 minutes in front before Maya Betts. And
how many minutes?
9. And 10 minutes before Lisa Strootman.
You can see just how narrow this section of the course is. That is the cones are in place to protect the athletes and to allow the movement of traffic.
Yeah, and here it's very narrow. That's that narrow. Yeah.
If you miss that, it's going to hurt, isn't it?
You have to brake. And also here, passing is not easy, but the motorcyclist is.
For minor roads, the quality is very, very good here.
Yeah, it's very good. It's okay to ride here. It's all good, but it's not easy to pass. Also for the motorcyclist, you have to know how to go by, and for the athletes, they have to stay on the right side.
Is there an education program here in Switzerland for motorcycle marshals such as this?
Oh, interesting question. I don't know, but you have to make your license to drive a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm. Well,
also, kids learn how to ride a bike.
these are athletes in the open race rather than in the World Championship age group category.
And those probably are not so aware that they have to stay far to the right as possible because others want to pass. And they are probably a little bit scared because it goes downhill and the roads are narrow. So yeah, it's another country, and if you're coming from South Africa, you're not used to these turns or roads or whatever. Yeah. Wow, nice helicopter shot. Look at that. I like that. We have a helicopter in the air who brings up those pictures. Isn't that great?
It is. I know that helicopters cost a fortune.
Yeah.
And so a lot of races now are using drones.
Look, she's looking back. Yep. She doesn't know what's happening. She doesn't know that she has a 9-minute lead. We know it, Mille. You have 9 minutes.
She'll hear that soon enough, don't you worry. But drones, much easier to manage, but then of course you have regulations within each country that changes from each country. And I know in some of the other races I've worked at, we've had drone coverage, and it takes the race to a different level.
To a different
level. It really does.
In mountain biking, when the drone goes with them to the forest.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. But here to have the helicopter, this is
the athlete behind is going to have to be very careful. Oh, that's good. Take a bit of a pause, drop back.
Nice picture. Look at that.
It's just power, isn't it?
It's power, and this picture she has them forever. It's excellent. As she said before, there was that little video of her, and she said when she became world champion, it just was a new level for her.
And ironically, she only came into the sport when she started her studies in Heidelberg, and so she started quite late in life, really.
Yeah.
For an elite athlete, and she's gone into it so very well. We have been unfortunate this year that we couldn't have our defending champion from last year coming back to the race and giving us another performance that was so very impressive. But we do have the wonders of technology, and we've got a link that's going to take us directly to Denmark and directly to Simon Jørn Hansen, who last year opened up the race with a fairly pedestrian 32-minute 10K, or 32:51, followed by a brief pause in transition before he went out on the bike and did the 147.3 kilometre course in 3 hours and 45 minutes. He then came in and took a bit longer in transition than most, but went out to finish the last run, which was precisely 27 kilometres, in 1 hour 35 minutes. He won the race, breaking the 6-hour barrier by a phenomenal amount. 5 hours 55 minutes and 39 seconds. He was about 7 minutes ahead of Emile Blondel-Hermand, who came second to get the silver medal, and Fabian Holbach, Germany, who took the bronze about a minute later. We were lucky to have Simon Jørn Hansen from Denmark somewhere in the internet linking up to our studio. So can you hear us, Simon? Oh, there you are.
I can hear you.
Wonderful to see you again.
Loud and clear. You too.
Congratulations on that magnificent victory last year. You blew the field apart. You absolutely destroyed the 6-hour barrier, which was wonderful to watch. And you're watching it now, are you? And are there any feelings that you wish you were here this year?
There's a lot of feelings that I wish I was there. There's also in the week leading up to it, but I took the decision not to race. But I think I've tried to regret it many times, and I knew it probably would be very hard to watch it because it's just a magnificent race, and racing is just super fun, and I wanted to be there and defend it. So yes, it ticks in all of my body.
Yeah, but it's a good idea perhaps to take this year off because you can focus on it's child number 2, isn't it?
Yes.
Congratulations
2,
to you and your wife. And it means that when you come back next year, they can enjoy a little bit more and cheer Dad on as he heads towards the podium again, perhaps.
Yes, I hope so. I will see how life goes, but I have high hopes to come next year and try to. I cannot defend it because I don't have that title. Somebody else will take it today, but then try to get it back.
And you've watched the race. You've watched the race unfold, and you've seen Michael Stockmann, Jens Gossauer, Emil Blondel, Hermont and Fabian Holbach all battling together at the front end of the race. Have you any idea who might be the one to make the final 30k work for them and go straight to the top of the podium? Do you have any idea who might be that person?
Yes, I think from looking at the start list, I think there's not really a big biker. I don't know that much about Michael Stockman, but it seems like he's taking some pulls. But I think both Holbach and Emil Blondel have, they don't take that many pulls at the front. And Jens Michael, he's not been at the front, not last year, but I think he has shown before that he can do a very strong race. And then just Emil Blondel, he runs incredibly fast. I didn't know him last year, but then I think an hour before the start I heard that he was there and he has run very fast. But then I think it's just very different running 10k fast and running in Zofingen. I found that out myself.
Well, you all came into transition.
Comparable.
Yeah, you came into transition pretty much together. 32.51, 32.52. It was a very tight group, and 32.53 for Sander Hemmerich. But then it was out on the bike course that you again, it was quite a close race, but on the final run, you took 7 minutes out of him.
Yes, that was also, I think I wanted maybe to try to get a gap on the bike, but I knew I had to train quite specifically for Zofingen and the run and the elevation. So I knew I would have a good run in the end. Well, I hope, but I had trained for it. So my plan was not to have a gap on the bike. So I actually held a bit back. I think I had something left in the tank. I also needed that when I lost the visor.
Oh yes,
but then
yes.
I had decided not to make any gap on the bike and try to stay, and of course make it a hard bike, because I knew I could also run good on a hard bike, but I didn't want to push it and risk it because it's such a hard run in the end. And then I think that run in the end was just a lot better than expected.
Yeah, we sat and watched you, and it was incredible to watch the power. Even on the downhill sections, those downhill sections from the plateau, how horrible or how bad is that on the legs? The feeling must be quite intense.
It's I can say cannot remember the years, but 2 years before I won, I was there, and I was not ready for that. That was very intense and hard, and then you just get the pounding on the legs on the way down, and you have to get up again, and it just destroys you. So if you are not prepared for that, that'll hurt. And then last year I was very prepared for that, so I didn't actually think it wasn't an issue last year, but you need to prepare for it.
How long did it take you to recover from Zofingen last year? Were you up and about? Were you able to train and work the muscles through a little bit in the week after the race, or did you just sit back and do nothing?
Yes, I tried to, because I had a half marathon 2 weeks after that I wanted to do well, but I think it was naive, or I was optimistic, and so I actually only had 2 or 3 days off, and then got back into it and trained hard. But it didn't work. The first 10k was good in the half marathon, and then I blew up. I just didn't have anything more. So I think whoever races today, they deserve 1-2 weeks off, and that's needed.
I think it was Diego von Looy from Belgium who said that when you race Ironman, it's fine. You're up and about in the days afterwards, but racing Zofingen racing at this pace, you really are finished for the week.
Yes, you cannot do that much more. And I think even though I had a good gap and maybe didn't push it that much, I remember clearly, and it doesn't make sense because I had a good gap with 1 kilometer to go, but in my head I always thought they can come by any minute, or I can break down, or so maybe even if I didn't push it too much, I was still completely empty afterwards and just smashed in the leg. That's what it does to you. But that's also what makes it fun.
Well, we got some penalties coming up with Michael Stockman from Belgium getting a drafting penalty, and we understand that was a yellow card for Fabian Holbach. Not entirely sure what that was for, but are you able to come back a little bit later and give us some insight into the run? Because it was the run really last year that gave you the race. with that phenomenal 1 hour 35:21, fastest run by 7 minutes. So are you able to come back with us and give some insight into that final 30k?
Yes, I would very much like that.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last year's world champion, Simon Jon Hansen from Denmark. Recently become a dad once again, and so focusing on the family for the moment. Hopefully, he'll be in a position to come back next year with the family, and they can cheer him on and see if he can get anywhere near the podium, because he'll be looking with great interest at the way that this race is unfolding. So we saw Gossauer and Blondel there. The gap between them was getting quite close, and then it expanded again. Again, we got that foreshortening with the camera angles, but the officials keeping a very close eye on that to make sure that the 12-meter gap is not infringed upon, because within 12 meters, that's going to attract a drafting penalty. Latter stages of the race on the bike for Mel Brunet. She's probably only a few minutes now away from T2, and as she approaches T2, she'll be getting the information about the DNF from Melanie Maurer, who was her main opponent in today's race. Looking at the moment, as Natasha said, as if we're going to have a clean sweep for the German athletes on the podium, which is going to be a first here. Whoops. There we are, back to Mel Brunet in that same position, looking so solid on the bike. She really is a different cadence, different position, using completely different technology there. Underneath her elbows, you can see there's a large black area. That's the reservoir for the fluids, and she was topping that up to make sure she keeps the fluid high. Again, she had that struggle with the bottle, but that's all sorted out now. And I hope after the race we get a chance to talk to her and just find out what was going on with that bottle once again. So there she is. She's about, let's say, about 12 kilometers from the finish, which is not going to be taking her too long. She has a chance now, when she gets into transition, to take her time and to really stretch out, make sure she's got everything with her that she needs for the final run. There's no point in rushing through transition, because time saved there is possibly time wasted when you get out onto the run. So take her time, change the socks if she needs to, and just make sure everything's in order, ready before the 30k run. So it looks like Gossauer has given a bit more power on the pedals and has pulled in front of Blondel on that climb. And you can see Emile Blondel out of the saddle, pushing on the pedals. Gossauer happy to sit there at a slightly higher tempo, higher cadence. Marshall guiding him to his right. And we got there the camera team and the officials. You see the official on the bike with the light blue vest on, keeping an eye on the two athletes there. We've got a multinational team of officials here. Let's see exactly what nationalities we've got. We've got them from all over the world. The World Triathlon encourages what's known as a self-funding program. So if you're an official who's qualified to be out on the world circuit, then you have a chance to join in. Oh, this is really quite interesting. Blondel, I've had enough of that. I'm going in front again. So he's overtaken, and it's now up to Gossauer to make sure he doesn't get into that draft zone. I think we're going to have Erika Chorma is going to be able to join us once again from her home in Hungary. Erika, can you hear us?
Yeah, no, I'm set up better.
Erika, good to see you again. Quite dramatic out in the women's race. Did you see what happened with Melanie?
Yeah, she got sick by the stomach. It's a disaster, because you lead a race and you are strong and you just have issue what you cannot have. I didn't follow because I had to cook a dinner, lunch in the meanwhile. But
we saw Mel Brune come up behind her, and then suddenly Melanie pulled to one side. You know, in track racing, when there's this cat and mouse game between the athletes as they try to hold back and then accelerate away, it looked like that was going to happen between the two of them. And then suddenly Melanie's clicked out, her foot's on the ground, and whether she was sick or not, I don't know, but she looked awful. Then the body language completely changed. She was trying to get back into the rhythm. She was sitting up, she was going down, and then we got the message from the officials that she'd spoken to one of the officials out on the bike and decided she was going to DNF. So that leaves an open door now to Mel Brune, who is, we know, about 9 minutes ahead of Maya Betts and of I think it's Lisa Strodtman. So it looks like Germany is going to be 1, 2, 3 on the podium. Have you ever been in a position out yourself in these grueling races where you felt so ill that you've had to pull out, or have you managed to fight through that?
oh, pretty many times I pulled out. I'm not proud of it, but mostly it was tropical races, so I had more problem with the heats. Not my stomach is quite good, so I was lucky with this.
Yeah, there we see the images once again.
Yeah, it's a drama.
It's a real shame, because I really would have liked to see this unfold on the run course, but
yeah, definitely she looks the strongest in the course, and she was just taking the win if nothing come up. But it's, long distance, it's much about the stomach too. I had more problem with the heat, but here in Zofingen was not a problem, so I was good in rainy weather. I feel sorry for her. It's part of the race, and it's so bad because you prepare so much and put together on a big race, and you are in a home field, and you are so much stronger than the rest, and it just drop out of your hands. It's mentally hard to recover from this. I think the mentally recovery is a lot harder than the physical, especially after a dropout. You have to wait 1 more year.
Yeah, Erika, your time of racing was when the sport was really exciting, still growing. When you look at the way that the race is presented nowadays, has it gone in the right direction for us all?
Oh, I think so. Of course, sport has to be improved and breaking the records, and I see more and more women in the races, and it's good, and the quality is higher, the field is more stacked, so a lot more races, so I think it's spreading, and it has to be. Sometimes scary how much it's improved.
Well, a lot of the improvements, you have to accept that Hungary has led this, because with the likes of Gergely Markos and Alpin Nagy, these two guys have put in so much work behind the scenes to make the sport develop in the right direction. Without those two, we might not be in the position we're in at the moment. So a big shout out to Hungary and to those two chaps who've done so well.
Yeah, we are also proud of, not just the athletes, but these leader guys who make the sports going and working hard. They are all passionate about this. We are all. So let's hope the improvement is going in the right direction.
Whereabouts are you in Hungary? Can you tell us?
Where I'm living?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in Százhalombatta. You don't know, it's a small industry town close to Budapest. So here we live with our little family. I'm teaching in a school, coaching in the afternoon, and we have a young daughter. So it's pretty busy life. So the sport is my sport is not in the focus anymore, but sport around, of course. But my sport is not a priority. I just try to be fit. So it's a good place to live. Hungary is dry and warm. Yeah, it's a sometimes difficult country, politics, whatever. But for sport buyer, it's paradise. We are here. The sport is very supported, appreciated.
I think that's very true. When you look at the way that the local councils will look at the provision of sporting facilities in small towns and big cities, there's a lesson that other countries in Europe could certainly benefit from. And I'll single out the United Kingdom because the focus on sport is not where it should be. There's not enough support being given to grassroots athletics, swimming, cycling. It's simply not happening. And I know that when you look at the swimming pools in Hungary, there are many more swimming pools there. In fact, where I live, the nearest 50-meter pool to me is in France. That's a bit of a strange thing. So Mel Brunet back at the front, or still at the front, sorry, and she's now, I think, Natasha, if you look at the map here, she's about 5 kilometers from Zofingen. So 5 kilometers from the end of the course. Erika is joined us again, and we were able to see that clip of Melanie Maurer pulling out. So
I saw it. It's very interesting what happened there, and I only can explain it that she felt thick, while Merle took an impressive push because now she has 15 minutes lead over the second place.
Goodness gracious!
I don't know what happened there. If her legs just opened and she arrived to push more, but it's still Maya Betts in second, but with already a 15 minutes back on top of Williberg.
So the one thing we know at the moment is that if it carries on like this, then Mel is going to have a long wait at the finish area.
Yep.
Erika, can you stay with us perhaps and join us again sometime during the run course for the elite women?
Yeah, sure.
That's wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Ciao. Thank you.
Ciao. We've had a bit of information from the Belgian coach, Loïc Hélin, and he was actually at the penalty box when Michael came in for his penalty. Quite lucid, quite relaxed. He's been given very clear instructions not to blow up and to try and come back. So his little brother is a pro cyclist. So that might explain some of the familial training patterns that are going on. If you've got a pro cyclist who's your brother, come on, let's take the bike out. I know you can run, but you come out with me and I'll teach you to cycle properly. So we saw this young athlete taking on the world's best men and going to the front, working hard, pulling away, okay, catching up a penalty, but nevertheless showing some real power out on the bike. And if he can harness and somehow restrain some of the enthusiasm, this is going to be, for him, a rather good race. Can you see on the splits at all for the elite men how far behind he is?
The elite men is not all on Williberg. It's Blondel and Gossauer who are on Williberg with 2 minutes separate. But
2 minutes now?
Yeah. No, 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds separate. But Fabian and Baptiste, all the others, or Fabian Zender, Switzerland, they are all coming within 2 and 3 minutes.
Okay, right. So, Mel Brunet.
So we get an update soon, say in 2 minutes we get an update here.
Twisting and turning now as she enters the outskirts of Zofingen.
The last few Ks for her now. While then she can start with her victory lap.
Okay, Natasha, the audience doesn't know is that you're really suffering with a very bad back problem. So she's had to move around a bit. Now she's back in, locked into the chair, and so I'll let you carry on for a little bit.
You go, Paul. Very nice that we get here women's lead and the men's field. Interesting passage. It's the little uphill here. It's a short hill. It's a short hill. It's only about 600 meters. But it's a fight here in between the men. I just got the confirmation that Fabian got a 1 minute penalty, and he is already back. He is in third position with 3 minutes back to Emmy and Jens Michael. So Jens is here in front, almost on top of the hill, going into the fast last downhill. It's really a fight. They're changing lead here. Emmy Blondel-Herman is coming back strong and passing Jens again. Very interesting tactic that they fight for the first spot. I think it would be a good strategic point too, to be calm and don't do too much intervals, because you're gonna pay for intervals or burning legs on the run, and it's not more long till those two men are on the run too. But Jens knows the course, so he will be okay. It's about 23 kilometers, and then the men's are done with the bike too. Meanwhile, I think the women are close. Malay is close to transition area. Probably we can see her in a second window and watch her transition from bike to run. If I'm calculating right, she should be coming into Zofingen right now. Here is the narrow section. Last time. Yep, here we are. Men on the narrow section. Malay on the last case. Very nice, still riding very smooth. Not too high of a cadence, nice footwork.
In these final sections coming off the bike into T2, would you like to sort of increase the cadence and spin out so your legs are not absolutely charged with lactic?
No, I would do the opposite. I was always pushing to the finish line as hard as I could. I always said the bike is done when the bike finish, and then I run what I can. But I never saved my legs. I never played any tactics. It was just for me, give what my body has. Because I had me with my coach, I said, you don't save for any tactics. You just do your race. You cannot influence how the other races, but you just can be ready to give your heart and your soul and all your legs have and all you're prepared for. So, yeah, different tactics today. Of course, different racing today. You have to watch others, especially when you're two athletes like the men's are now.
You know, it's funny you should say that, but I remember when Madrid went to a sprint distance, and it was one of the World Cup races. There was a very high-class women's field, and it was won by a junior athlete.
Ooh.
And I wrote to her afterwards. I said, tell me about the race. What tactic did you use? She said, oh, I didn't use any tactics. That's for the elite.
From the start.
They get themselves all confused with tactics. I went as hard as I could.
Yeah.
And of course, they all must have thought, this is of course a draft legal event. They must have thought she's going to blow up any minute, and she didn't.
She didn't, yeah.
It was a wonderful, complete disregard for elite. I'm going. Off she went, and she won the race.
As Mr. Powerman said, first time, easy as winning. Second time, you know the pain that's coming up. Hopefully she's winning more races.
Oh, but with the pain comes the glory.
With the pain comes the glory, that's it. So for her, it's definitely glory. No, look, my tongue. Glory lap. She's coming into Zofingen last.
This is the
little bridge.
Mm-hmm. And she goes under the railway in a minute.
Yep.
This is the railway that got flooded a few years back, wasn't it? It was terrible, terrible.
It was terrible, floody rain. But this year they have great weather. They have ideal temperature, not too hot, 20 degrees, not cold, perfect for racing.
I see she's choosing to use gloves. Not many of the athletes are wearing gloves. What's the benefit of wearing gloves on a long course like this, apart from being able to wipe your nose?
Wiping the nose certainly is one of them. You also have a better grip. I like gloves. I never raced with gloves, but now that I stopped racing, I really like gloves because I feel like I have a better grip. If in the morning it was a little bit cold, it gives her a warmer protection over the hand.
And would there be a bit of perhaps gel inside the palm?
Yeah, maybe to soften a little bit but it's not she's mostly in aero positions, so she doesn't need it too soft. She was wearing them from the morning because it was very aerodynamic. Ooh, a raindrop here.
Yep.
No, can't be, must be a mistake. It should only rain into Zofingen at 2 o'clock. Probably she was wearing them because it matches her socks, and she wants to look pretty. The white gloves fit her uniform, so she looks very good.
Now I know that when you look at the say the World Triathlon Championship Series on the television, which the athletes are paid quite a lot of money for individually. They're on the program within the country. The federation will support them. They've got massive sponsorship behind them. That doesn't exist for duathlon, does it?
No,
there's no support from the federation.
No.
The athletes are all self-funded.
Can you imagine that the athletes sometimes even pay the start money themselves?
Yep.
So it's kind of they have a job. They have not much money that they earn in their job, and they have to cover all the fees.
So here we are.
I think we should highen up the prize money, and if a sponsor hears that, please come on board and take the prize money for the pros. They really could need it.
They would definitely benefit from it, yes.
So here now she's close. She smells the finish line.
Well, she can hear from this position. You can actually hear the speakers.
Yep.
And in the race arena itself, there's an enormous bank of speakers. The sound system there is pretty intense.
And if she doesn't know by now, because she probably had no information at Williberg, probably she will hear now the first time that she has that huge amount of lead.
Yep.
And I'm sure if she hears it, she gets goosebumps, because she still thinks at that point that Melanie is behind her, and she doesn't know that she is 14-15 minutes of a lead.
So she's loosened off the straps on the shoes. That means she'll be slipping out of the shoes and running barefoot.
Yep.
And
slipping out of the shoes, open both of the shoes to get ready for a perfect dismount, because she doesn't want to risk penalty at the dismount. Nice video study we get here. Great photographer. Now motorbike has to go straight, the cyclists go right. And we see the transition from here. We see it now when she comes, properly finishes, stops, get off the bike far ahead from the yellow line.
There's no argument about that, is there? So you had the volunteers there from the organisation and the technical officials standing by to make sure everything is okay.
Yep. Perfect.
It's quite a long run into transition from there, isn't it?
Yeah, because they wanted to make the dismount line here, but it's too dangerous, it's too dark, and so it's best there on top.
Again, that's communication between the organisers and the technical team.
Perfect. Yeah. But for her, definitely some sore legs right now, feeling tight calves and squats.
Well, it'd be interesting to see her body position as she stands up and starts the run, whether the back is straight, whether there's any curvature. So now, racking the bike, making sure all of the equipment that's used goes in the box. That's the wording from the rule.
Yeah. Taking the shoes out of the box.
And we've got our officials there. I can spot there's a couple of officials from Ireland, in fact. That's my federation, the Irish Federation.
And she has everything. She keeps the gloves,
that
has her
position.
food.
That's
perfect.
Good. And what a fast transition that was.
That was, yep. She didn't use a cap.
No. Oh, she looks very good.
And now I think she...
Oh, she knows.
Ah, now she knows. She probably got an information from
But it's
she
also...
she has someone with her, not her husband, but a friend who is also a doctor and also trains with her. Her name is Julia. And Julia, here's the VIP tent. And I'm sure Julia is somewhere close and gave her a split. So can you imagine how good she feels now after last year to know that she is in front and...
Well, still 30 kilometers to go, and yeah, Zofingen often has a sting in the tail.
But look, she smiles.
Yep.
Lot of less pressure, I bet. And she can't stop looking over the shoulder because till now she always thought Melanie is back and will...
Well, just to give you a quick rundown of who is on the ground here as an official, we've got Maisie Bancevic, who's our technical delegate, our assistant technical delegate.
Doing a great job, by the way. Yep.
Stefan Hessig from Germany. We have a medical delegate, that is Dr. Cassandra Luca. Cassie Luca has, she's based in Târgu Mureș in Transylvania, in Romania. She's been part of the endurance sport as a medical delegate for a number of years now. This is, I think, her third or fourth visit to Zofingen. She's been a medical delegate at the Winter Triathlon World Championships. She was medical delegate in Transylvania where they had the hugely successful European then World Championships festival. In Transylvania, the medical centre is 400 metres from the venue, and they've got immediate evacuation plans. They've got mountain rescue teams that work there. They're really well organised. So that's Cassie Luca. The head referee is Marco van Ostende from Netherlands. He's the one who's got this UCI non-conforming wheel database. Arto Kivimaki from Finland is the chief race official. We then have chief technology, which is Kaisa Tirkonen from Finland, another Finnish official. From Singapore, we've got Dalun Ebinshi. Austria, chief run is Bernard Huzar. We've got Rita Barbaro from Italy with Sabrina Barbieri, both working on the run course. Our chief transition from Ireland is Mario Aranch. He's from Ireland, but he's actually Spanish. Assistant to him is also one of the Irish technical officials. That's Carlota Izquierdo. She's from Argentina. We've got Jonathan Österli from Switzerland and Remo Ratschop from Switzerland, also working in transition. Chief bike, Elena Priest. We've got a Kyrgyzstan technical official. That's Kamila Shitskova. Ingo Spiegel and Berta Spiegel from Germany. They're working on the bike course. We've in fact got 6 officials out there, including Klaus Kubik and Christian Strasser. Then we've got the chief wheel station. The wheel station is where if the athletes have a problem out on the bike course, they can change a wheel, but they have to do that themselves. The official won't do it for them. And that is Nikolai Naumkin from Switzerland. We've also got Risto Samijärvi from Finland in the penalty box. Another Swiss official, Daniele Neu, in the penalty box as well. And Arto, who we mentioned earlier, is moving from technology and chief race official into the Finnish area, working with Christian Strasser. And then chief aid station, we have Michael Rossi and Roger Furger from Switzerland. So you've got a huge range of officials from all around the world working together, all volunteers, giving up not just their Saturday and Sunday, but the Friday to be here as well. All done because they love the sport.
All done because they love the sport. Such a huge setup for volunteers because they love the sport, and this is great. That it's not granted this time that people offer their time, offer their energy, and put it in to bring such a race together, because that race is not organized just within a week. This is 1 year work, and then on site there are so many helpers, organizers, and all the little details, all the signs have to be put up.
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks before the race, the signs were put up.
Right in the centre there, that's
Here
the
we
old
see the
town.
centre, yeah. Altstadt of Zofingen with the circle.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Circle of Zofingen around, yeah. Very beautiful. have some concert in the town too.
And then now in the center of the screen is, you can see the pick out the blue. That is the area where the races.
The races, and this is the church, Ding Dong Church from Mark Allen every hour.
So
here's the start.
Now the reason we're seeing this is because the live broadcast is going out now on Swiss TV, so they're seeing these images. Gives us a chance to recoup and see what happened during the earlier part of the race.
Right, if
it's nice
someone,
as well.
Yeah, if someone is just coming now to the live stream, here you can see what happened early in the race.
So Melanie Maurer went off like a bullet from the start. She was so strong.
She was, yeah.
And then it was Maya Betts in second place with
great running style. She made it. She really was ahead, powerful and strong.
And it did look at this point as if Melanie Maurer was going to blow the field apart. Betts in second place, Brunet in third place, Germany second and third. Maurer pulling away over the earlier run course. As you see Melanie Maurer now, when she turns to her left, and there's a very steep section, she created a lead coming into transition of about 1 minute and 50.
Yep.
She then extended that lead out on the bike to 2 minutes and 37. But gradually, Mel Brunet began to eat into that lead. I'll let you tell the rest of the story, Natasha.
Yeah, Melanie rode incredibly nice, strong, powerful. And Mark Allen was placing the question if she was not going out too fast, because the race is quite long. But Melanie was very powerful and dropped everybody. She had, we see it here, almost 70 Ks, and here we see what happened later on in the next climb. She just felt thick, effortless, and Merlet catched, and first she thought probably that Melanie will repeat, but Melanie couldn't. She just felt thick. Here we have the race start of the pro men's field. They were together for a long time until there was a little group that could separate the rest from the field, and they were 3 that went on the bike together. Unfortunately, the first penalty was here because Holbach had his helm strapped together, and it's illegal. You have to have the helmet open. But it was not a problem for him. He catched the leading pack quite early back. At one point there was a little bit of rain. Otherwise perfect temperature during the day. Started in the morning. When the ladies started, it was around 16 degrees, 17 degrees an hour later for the men. Now at mid the day, around 20, 21 degrees, will not get hotter. Cloudy sky, so perfect conditions for racing. We had a set of 4 athletes on the males race in the front.
It's been a much more intense battle on the men's race with the changing of positions, with the fact that the officials were focusing very much on the men. With that, with the men being pretty much the same ability and being so close together on the run, it was inevitable that would be congestion with the potential of drafting at the front end of the men's race, and the officials were very hot on this. They jumped in, and there was a penalty for Michael Stockmann from Belgium. Served his penalty. It's a 5-minute penalty.
And Fabian got a 1-minute penalty for we don't know what.
Well, there was an infringement, and possibly it was littering. I don't know. We're trying to find out, but the yellow card means that he'll get a 1-minute penalty. Michael Stockmann, luckily we have Loïc Hellin, the coach, from Belgium, and he was able to talk to him in the penalty box, reminding him to take it easy, not to let it interfere with his race, and certainly not to blow up on the final part of the run of the bike.
Of the bike, yeah.
So he's still in the position, although he's behind now. The standing still for 5 minutes, he may actually get an advantage from that. It's difficult to really know how a penalty like that's going to affect an athlete.
So if we're looking at the top 6 men, they're all within 5 minutes.
Including Stockman.
Let me see. Yeah, including Stockman. Stockman is already back on 3rd.
There you go.
So he is 3 minutes back. No, he is in 4th. I'm sorry, 4 minutes back.
Well, that may have worked to his advantage by having a bit of a rest. He's not allowed to. He can exercise. He can drink. He can't play with any of the equipment on the bike. That's not allowed. But what he can do is he can
drink his own drink.
Yep,
which
he can massage his legs. So
it brings his heart rate down. It's mustn't be a disadvantage.
Yep. But if he's
of course he's no more psychologically with the leading.
But now he's back with them. He knows he's got that. He knows what's happening now. He's got the run coming up, and 30 kilometres, and he had a chance to talk to his coach, who was giving him very clear instructions. It could be still an opportunity for him.
And for those who came now later to the live stream, we see here if they pass someone, it's an open category or an age group athlete.
We had a number of starts. The elite women started first with the age group women just behind them. Then there was the men's 65 plus. Then there was part of the, I think it was the women's open race. And then a similar pattern, I think it was about an hour later for the start of the men. Elite men started first, then the the men up to 64. There was also a para-athlete. We have a para-athlete who is from Spain, who has, again, quite a pedigree here. The only category that we have represented in the para range is in the visually impaired, and that's Fernando Riaño. He's won gold at Zofingen 2018, 19, 22 and 23.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got some considerable experiences behind him, so he will be out racing. I don't yet have the name of his guide. If I can find the name of his guide, I shall give him a shout out as well, because without his guide, he would not be here.
Look at these two. We have here Blontel, Herman, Emi in the front, and Jens Michael Gossauer in 2nd. And you mentioned the thing with the race numbers. So Emi got number 1, and he is making with his number 1. Really, he rides as a number 1. So
the number is based upon the performances from last year. What I'd really like to see is World Triathlon working closely with Powerman. We take all of the Powerman series events, the 10, 60, 10s around the world. We include the results from those races into the World Triathlon database.
And have a kind of ranking list.
Well, it would be a more realistic ranking list, wouldn't it? It will also give the athletes from around the world a chance to say, well, actually, I'm moving myself up the ranking, and perhaps I'll enter that race to get a better ranking. Everybody would benefit. Enrique Quesada, who's the guru behind all the results, would have more data to play with. And I have well, I have to say, when you look at the results and you start analysing the performances over the first run, the transition time, when you look at all of this, you can read the race by the data.
By the data, it's very interesting to have good data.
It's good for the coaches as well.
Yep. And look at this. This is Merlet in the forest, in the pure nature of the Zofingen forest.
How much stress is that going to put on the calves as you're running? This is quite a steep hill, isn't it?
Not very steep right now at the moment. It was steep before, but I think now that she knows, I assume she knows, her lead, she will just go on a comfort pace. She has nothing
to lose.
No, she has nothing to. Why should she race pace? She will go on a comfort pace to feel good.
Nothing to lose, everything to win.
Yep. So she will not race as hard that her heart rate overdoes, that she gets sick or anything else. She will race do the race under control.
And having the shelter of the trees here, that's again a tremendous advantage on the run course.
Yep.
If it's very sunny, then there's some protection underneath the trees.
Yeah, she tries to run where the soil is straight and hard.
Is it quite fresh there? The smell from the trees?
It's comfortable. It's nice to run in the forest. I think there is no better place than to run in the forest. Of course, it's nice to run at the beach, but a long race where you want to have a great performance, that's what Oliver said. You want to run it at a place where you are comfortably, not too hard of a ground.
I remember Susanne Svensson from Denmark saying that one of the things she suffered with was the pollen from trees.
Yeah.
And there's a
timing mat.
Yep, that's it. You might have noticed, for those of you just joining us, that the athletes are not wearing timing chips. This year, Datasport have provided numbers which have a transponder on the back of them. So around the course, you'll find some receivers, and these will pick up the transmission from the numbers, which will then give us the timing splits. And if you go to the Powerman Swiss website and open up the page relating to World Championship, halfway down that page you'll find a link. You click the link, it will take you to the Datasport live tracking. You can then follow the athletes all around the course. Your age group athletes, if you have family or friends who are racing, put their name in or their race number if you know it. And that will find them, tell you exactly where they are.
Hast du ein Rennen von den Männern verfolgt? Also dort ist ein Zweikampf im Gang. Wer wird sich dort am Schluss durchsetzen? Was glaubst du, Oli? Hörst du uns?
Ja, Sali Raphael, ja, danke vielmals für die Frage. Ich muss zugeben, ich bin jetzt gerade zurückgefahren von einem Platz. Ich habe ja gesagt, also das erste Mal, als wir zurückgeschaltet waren, bin ich eigentlich auf einer Wanderung, weil es geregnet hat, haben wir ein bisschen verschieben müssen. Ich habe jetzt das Männerrennen in der letzten halben Stunde nicht mehr ganz nahe verfolgt, aber ich habe gesehen, dass auch die Frau ganz klar voraus ist und jetzt auch euch zugelassen. Und sehe sie ja auf dem Livestream, ich finde extrem, wie sauber das sie läuft. Und das ist also gesagt worden, immer der kurze Bodenkontakt, ist vorne, das beeindruckt sehr. Ja. Und ich glaube, das ist mehr oder weniger in dem Sinn für sie gelaufen. Sie hat das unter Kontrolle. Bei den Männern, wie gesagt, oder ich möchte das ich habe es nicht können, weil ich erst im Auto noch war, mich verschoben habe. Da müsste ich vielleicht fast ein bisschen aufklären, was bei den
Machen wir gerade, Oli. Jens
gerne.
Gossauer vorne, der Schweizer, zusammen mit dem Franzosen Emile Blondel. Die sind praktisch immer wieder aufeinander oben. Die tun dann die Führung wieder zwischendrin wechseln. Dann 3 Minuten hinten dran, der Fabian Holbach aus Deutschland. 4 Minuten 46 der letzte Stand, der deutsche Michael Stockmann, nein, nicht der deutsche Belgier, er wird betreut vom Rob Wöstenborgs, wo du auch bestens kennst, Oli, von deiner Zeit. Und der Platz 5 dann nachher haben wir auch so mehr oder weniger zusammen der Baptiste Domanico aus Frankreich und der Seppe Odin aus Belgien mit etwa 4,48 zurück. Also dort Platz 4, 5 und 6 ist eine Gruppe. Der Odin, der ja auch schon 2-mal gewonnen hat. Ja, dann nachher der Fabian Zehnder, vielleicht noch auf Platz 7, 6 Minuten zurück. Wie siehst du es dort, Oli? Wer wird am Schluss auf dem Podest sein?
Ich glaube, es ist schon noch ein bisschen schwieriger als bei den Frauen, ganz offensichtlich. Aber ich glaube, der Zweikampf im guten Sinn, oder wenn sich die so aufwiegen, wenn nicht ein grober Fehler verläuft, vor allem in der Form der Verpflegung, ich glaube, dann werden die dann in guter Form können pushen, dass man auf, also ist dann halt die Frage, oder, auf dem Laufen, wir sehen es schnell, wenn es am Anfang laufen, was wirklich noch dabei hat, aber ich glaube, dass die beiden das Rennen, ich glaube nicht, dass man das jetzt schon sagen kann, untereinander ausmachen. Ich kenne die jetzt nicht sehr gut, aber ich glaube, er läuft konstant und wünsche mir auch einen der besten Tage vom Laufen und dass er auch für die Schweiz wieder mal einen Sieg heimholen, obwohl es schon viele Schweizer Siege gegeben hat in Zofingen, was natürlich auch sehr, sehr erfreulich ist. Aber eben, wir haben ja vom letzten Jahr den Zweitplatzierten im Rennen und schnuppern natürlich jetzt ganz nahe am Erfolg. Erstens das erste Mal dürfen ganz oben stehen an einer Weltmeisterschaft und von dem her wird er auch sehr, sehr motiviert sein.
Der Jens Gossauer war ja 2021 ein Zweiter gewesen, 2019 auch schon. Also ich glaube nicht, dass der sagt, ich will jetzt noch eine Silbermedaille. Das ist mal ein Punkt, wo ich dir schnell etwas fragen will, Oli. Und der andere Punkt ist, ich habe mit dem Jens Gossauer gestern geredet und er hat mir einen Eindruck gemacht, total locker. Also das erste Mal, wenn du 2x2 bist, willst du nicht das dritte Mal zweit werden, korrekt. Und spielt die Lockerheit auch eine Rolle, dass wenn man locker ist, dann auch seine Ziele besser wahrnehmen?
Ja, Raphael, ich glaube, das ist eigentlich der Schlüssel vom grundsätzlichen Erfolg. Oder wenn man so Olympische Spiele oder Weltmeisterschaft wie bei euch jetzt mitverfolgt, ist ja das für mich immer noch, oder nach so langer Zeit im Sport dabei zu sein, selber in so einer Situation zu sein, etwas vom Schönsten, dass die Athleten, die Erfolg haben, sagen, hey, eigentlich vor dem Rennen die ganze Anspannung, endlich ist der Tag da, ich kann meine Leistungsfähigkeit auf den Tisch bringen und zeigen, was ich drauf habe. Aber es hat sich, oder, wenn meistens im Interview sagt nachher der Sieger, die Siegerin, hey, aber es hat sich so locker angefühlt. Das ist einfach, es hat alles gestimmt. Und klar, die Lockerheit, die macht es am Ende aus. Also wir wissen alle, Verspannung, ob jetzt das im Sport ist oder ob das sonst im Beruf ist, das fördert die Leistungsfähigkeit in den wenigsten Fällen. Ich glaube, in dem Moment können, auch wenn man ja, und im Sport ist das schwer zu verstehen, weil man ja, um Leistung zu bringen, in einer grundsätzlichen Spannung, Anspannung steht. Aber genau in dem Moment können eben die Lockerheit, die Entspanntheit haben, die mentale Sicherheit, das wird jetzt ganz, ganz enorm wichtig sein. Und eben, wie du vorhin erwähnt hast, ich finde es enorm spannend, jetzt sind mehrere Mal mit Jens zweitplatzierte Formen und eine dürfte es vielleicht machen. Ich finde es enorm spannend, jetzt das weiter zu verfolgen, was in den nächsten 2 Stunden noch wird laufen.
Genau,
oder 1,5 Stunden oder 3-4 Stunden.
Genau, einer von denen, der immer selber nur geholt hat, die Anführungszeichen, entweder der Blondel, das letzte Jahr selber geholt, oder der Holbach, 2022 selber geholt, der jetzt auf Platz 3 ist aktuell, oder daneben der Jens Gossauer, der 2021 und 2019 am Silber geholt hat. Einer von denen wird wirklich jetzt der Gewinner sein und im Podest oben stehen. Das wird spannend, wie du gesagt hast. Gehen wir schnell zu den Frauen. 3-facher deutscher Sieg. Wir hätten natürlich lieber einen 3-fachen Schweizer Sieg gehabt. Oder wenigstens Melanie Maurer vorne. Aber wie hast du das gesehen bei ihr, wegen diesen Magenproblemen? Hat sie sich da zu wenig gut ernährt? Oder woher könnte das kommen sein, das Ganze?
Ja, ja, vorhin schon mal kurz im Zuschalten so gesagt, wie gerade live dazugekommen, was passiert ist, oder gerade kurz nachdem, dass es passiert ist, da hat man schon natürlich auch geleitet, Melanie. Das ist mal das eine, von wo das kommt, ist natürlich immer schwierig. Ist schon vorhin etwas im System gewesen, einen Tag, 2 vorher, ist etwas vielleicht, ist mir auch schon passiert. Manchmal sind es ganz komische, dumme Sachen, Fehler, die man macht, dass man sich den Beitrag zu wenig auswäscht und dann hat dann einfach halt gewisse Pilze noch drin, wo dann einfach in dem Moment, wo man so auf dem Anschlag ist, einfach der Körper überhaupt nicht mehr tolerieren kann und irgendwie muss ausscheiden und dann das eben zu einem Erbrechen, Durchfall kann kommen, was natürlich sehr leistungsmindernd ist. Ja, es ist einfach schade, weil es gibt auch die anderen, oder wir haben ja Natascha auch viel gehabt vorhin, und Natascha hat das auch von Weiss schon erlebt. Man kann die Momente durchleben, das ist ja schön an einer Langdistanz, kann sich wieder erholen. Es ist einfach schwierig, manchmal, oder, wenn das länger im System bleibt, wenn man es ich weiss, es ist nicht sehr angenehm, aber das Erbrechen auch loswerden kann, was im System innen ist, dann kann es eben trotzdem manchmal verwunderlich wieder sehr schnell zu einer Erholung kommen. Ich glaube, bei den Elian ist das leider nicht der Fall gewesen. Wir werden sicher dann irgendwann später mal erfahren, was genau bei ihr ist.
Wir sehen jetzt verschiedene Sachen, wenn wir jetzt aufs Bild schauen. Dann sehen wir bei den Mann die Spitzen, also der Jens Gossauer und der Blondel, der Emile Blondel, Hermann, so ist das richtig, der Franzose. Wir haben eine ganz gefährliche Situation gesehen, jetzt hier in Zofingen, jetzt kommen wir auf die General-Gisson-Strasse, es war vorher ein Auto, noch ein Töff, ein Begleittöff, und der Begleittöff hat das Auto überholt, hat aber nicht hinten geschaut. Solche Sachen sind wieder ganz, ganz gefährlich zum Zuschauen, oder Oli? Hast du das auch schon erlebt, so risikoreiche Situationen, die man gar nicht müsste haben?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Und das ist vielleicht gar nicht unbedingt verschuldet jetzt von einem Kameramann. Klar, am Ende ist es vielleicht schon, aber es ist einfach halt auch viel Stress. Und gerade bei dem auf Zofingen reinkommt, wissen die Athleten gehen innerhalb von einer Minute, 2 auf den Wechsel. Man will natürlich sich auch positionieren als Kameramann, vielleicht auch sogar aus dem Weg gehen.
Ja, ist eine ohne Kamera gewesen, das ist noch ein bisschen schlimmer. Eine ohne Kamera darf.
Eine ohne Kamera, ja. Aber eben, das ist halt einfach so Sachen passieren. Aber ich glaube, das Schöne ist, dass wir Ausdauerathleten, Langzeit-Ausdauerathleten, vor allem jetzt Duathlon und Triathlon, sind ja nicht Radfahrer, die einfach uns gewohnt sind, dass Chancen frei sind und blockiert sind. Mit einem Auge oder meistens sogar mit beiden Augen und Ohren sind wir eigentlich voll dabei und haben das voll im Griff, dass wir eben auch sehen, was vorausschauend könnte passieren. darum, glaube ich, ist das ein Grund, warum das eben so bei Langdistanz-Wettkämpfen bei uns sehr wenig passiert, weil wir eben nicht uns gewohnt sind, auf abgesperrten Straßen fahren, weil halt viel weniger aggressiv in so Sachen hineingehen. Das zum Glück.
Jetzt in der Wechselzone, ja. Michi, hast du noch schnell etwas?
Ja, genau. Wenn ich da einfach gerade einhänge, man sieht jetzt Jens mit dem Schuh in der Hand. Man hat es vorher nicht richtig gesehen, aber er hat genau beim Wechsel hat sie die gelbe Linie, du musst vor dieser gelben Linie absteigen und dort hat er den Schuh verloren. Geschwind müssen nachhalten, den Schuh nochmal auflesen, darum jetzt gerade der Rückstand, den er da dann hat.
Ja, das ist noch gefährlich, weil es könnte dort auch eine Strafe geben. Was ich aber gut finde, wenn man das gut so kann sagen, jetzt gehen es auf die letzten 30 Laufkilometer im Bild dort mit Rot, der Jens Gossau, der Schweizer, das ist der Blondel, der Franzose. Ja, es hat angefangen zu regnen, schon vor einer Stunde. Jetzt wird es ein bisschen intensiver. Ich habe mal die Wetterprognosen angeschaut, dass es so um die 2:30 herum sollte sogar noch Gewitter kommen. Oli, ist man da froh, wenn man dann nicht mehr Velo fahren muss, sondern nur noch laufen darf, wenn es dann so richtig oben runter schifft und gewittert?
Ich glaube auf jeden Fall, auf dem Laufen macht eigentlich das Wetter, egal was für Kapriolen, ob jetzt das Wind, Regen oder eben zum Teil schon Schnee, wo man auch schon erleben, ganz extreme Sachen, macht das ja eigentlich nichts. Oder? Ich meine, man hat warm, man hat nicht den Gegenwind, es ist auch nicht Gefahr, dass man nicht gross auskühlt. Das ist sicher, und vor allem natürlich auch Gefahr, einfach, dass man könnte stürzen. Oder das ist viel, viel weniger gegeben im Laufen. Ich glaube, die Athleten, die jetzt langsam sich der Wechselzone nähern, das die Elite-Athleten, die wären das nicht irgendwie, wird das nicht mehr gross kümmern, dass jetzt anfängt leicht tropfen. Das Gewitter ist natürlich unangenehm in dem Sinn, aber eben, vielleicht ist manchmal auch, wenn es am Tag warm war oder die Velo warm ist, das manchmal auch noch eine willkommene Abkühlung. Und sonst kann man ja auch noch etwas anziehen in der Wechselzone, etwas Kleines oder mitnehmen.
Hat es bei dir noch nie ein Rennen gegeben, wo das Gewitter so fest war, dass der Organisator zusammen mit World Triathlon oder was auch immer sogar einen Abbruch in Erwägung ziehen?
So schlimm nicht, aber ich mag mich erinnern, ich will jetzt eigentlich genau wissen, was war im Jahr 2000, ich kann es noch erklären, warum das ist genau nicht wissen, aber im Jahr 2000 am Ironman in Zürich, das war wirklich das schönste Wetter, knapp 30 Grad und ich habe dann mit 8 Stunden 12 das Rennen gewonnen. Meine Frau hat auch teilgenommen, auch den Ironman gefinisht und sie hat das unbedingt wollen, weil sie gesagt hat, bevor wir heiraten, möchte ich einfach wissen, was das wirklich für ein Beruf ist. Oder? Ich möchte mal wissen, was du immer gemacht hast. Ich war draussen immer dabei gewesen, aber ich möchte das selber einmal erfahren. Dann mitgemacht, bin nach der Pressekonferenz auf die Strecke und bei ihr ist dann so gegangen, eine Stunde nachdem dass ich rein war, hat es dann angefangen, wirklich ein starkes Sommergewitter mit Ästen und alles ist auf der Straße gelegen. Man hätte das Rennen nicht abbrechen müssen, aber es war natürlich wirklich nicht mehr so lustig, vor allem für die, die noch auf dem Velo waren. Ich glaube, bis man das Rennen würde abbrechen, da bräuchte es schon noch einiges. Und gerade in der Schweiz, Europa gibt es ja nicht die Typhoons und ganz gefährliche Sachen. Aber gleich, es ist natürlich unangenehm. Aber ja, ich habe das nicht miterlebt, indem ich meine Frau noch das Team begleitet habe. Nach der Pressekonferenz, dass es effektiv natürlich dann mit der Zeit auch nicht mehr so lustig ist. Und vor allem, wenn man vielleicht eben 6, 7, 8 Stunden schon verbracht hat, die glühende Hitze und dann kühlt es ab, 15 Grad, ist das manchmal auch noch gefährlich, dass der Körper einfach so einen Schock hat und dann auch Krämpfe und so Sachen können aufkommen.
Noch schnell eine letzte Frage, wir sind ja unter uns hier. Oli, bist du auf Mallorca gegangen, weil du wusstest, ja, es regnet es auch, also wahrscheinlich schon wieder einmal mehr, oder wie? Ja?
Nein, lustigerweise regnet es bei uns wahrscheinlich mehr als bei euch. Das ist schon mal, also
du bist bei uns, bist du schon Mallorquines, oder wenn du sagst bei uns?
Nein, ja, bei uns, ja, jetzt als Familie, da wo wir sind, regnet es wirklich seit dem Morgen. Wir sehen es jetzt da am Unterstand. Aber am Nachmittag sollte ich es auch wieder auftun. Es ist fast konträr wie bei euch. Ich glaube, bei euch wird es eher dazu, bei uns sollte es am Nachmittag dann noch mal ein bisschen auftun. Ich möchte dann eigentlich auch die Wanderung weiter fortsetzen oder vielleicht, weil wir dann gar nicht mehr so viel Zeit haben, vielleicht mit 2, 3, also 3, wir haben noch 3 Kinder, mit 2 oder 3 von den Kindern einfach noch irgendwie joggen oder etwas machen, das wäre sicher noch nachholen. Nein, aber es ist lustig, oder? Es gehört auch ein bisschen zu Zofingen, weil Zofingen, die Strecke allein wäre ja eigentlich schon genug hart und happy. Aber nein, es muss nicht mehr noch das Wetter, muss noch irgendwie da einen oben draufhauen. Aber das gehört, glaube ich, einfach dazu zu Zofingen. Es ist der weitaus der härteste Duathlon. Und auch, weil das Wetter nicht einfach immer mitmacht. Aber ich finde das eigentlich schön, wenn in Hawaii, es ist auch immer sehr heiß, sehr feucht. Das ist eine zusätzliche Herausforderung, die wir Athleten eigentlich immer gerne angenommen haben.
Also, dann lassen wir dich weiter wandern und bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass du beim Livestream und jetzt bei der TV-Direktübertragung dabei bist, Olivier Bernhard, und wünsche dir einen ganz schönen Tag.
Vielen herzlichen Dank und weiterhin viel Spaß zum Zuschauen und mal schauen, was bei den, vor allem Männern, ich glaube Frauen wissen wir, was vorne passiert, aber bei den Männern ist das Rennen noch recht offen. Viel Spaß. Adi.
Okay, we now know that the live stream is working alongside and simultaneously with the broadcast that's going out live on Swiss TV. So we just had Oliver Bernhard there once again giving his information about, or his view about the race. That, because it's going out over live TV, jumps into our broadcast. But as you can see, what's happened in the race so far is the French athlete Emile Blondel-Hermant, who had a 1 hour 42 run last year. He's gone into transition first. That cat and mouse game that was at the front end with Jens Gossauer gave the French athlete just that little bit of advantage. It would be nice to see how far behind.
Because Jens just lost the shoe.
Yep.
Jens got off the bike and he dropped the shoe. Oh no, he didn't.
It came off.
Yeah, the shoe came off. And then he had that little gap because he had to grab the shoe for not risking a penalty.
Yeah, but the thing that if he knew the rules, he'd have left the shoe there and he'd tied it up, because it's not a penalty. And it's a shame that he did that, but he tied it up after him.
Here is the steep uphill. Look at that. Look at that.
Gosh, that's grueling, isn't it? That was that?
That was Chobova.
It was. Yes.
Chobova. I think she's in 5th.
Mm-hmm.
They're still within 20 minutes from the top. Still good position. A different country.
Yep.
Not only the Germans.
I think that was Nelly Rassmann who was coming into transition. We just saw just now at the same time as Fabian Holbach. There'll be a bit of mutual encouragement going on there. But Holbach is now, I'd say about 3 minutes behind. Is that a right estimate there?
Let me see. I will update. I don't know where we have the timing mat on the run.
There'll be a dismount line.
Yeah. So it's Jens Michael was 13 seconds and Stockmann is 4 minute 40 and then Holbach is 4 minute 50.
Oh, okay. So it's still quite close.
Yeah. And then Seppe Euden is 5 minutes. So they're close, but I'm sure Blondel wants. Okay, he runs strong. He is upright, straight, great cadence. But I think for Jens, he had a DNF last year. He was, I think, not happy with his race, and he made everything to have this year a better race. So he was fighting hard on the bike.
If he keeps Emile in his sights.
Which 30 seconds is still in the sight, and especially here on Oppenheitre, it's open space.
Mm-hmm.
You will see him.
And there's also the fact that he will be the first Swiss.
Will be the first Swiss. Yeah, I think after Oliver, if I'm right, there is no Swiss on the podium. So that's too far. We don't put any pressure here on Jens. But it's just to mention it would be nice.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting.
But right now, Emil running very strong, so we have to say it's great running style.
When he came off the top of the hill, when he came off the climb, suddenly when he was on the flat, the body relaxed.
Language, yeah. It's tough. It's tough on the calf. And look here, he's doing big, powerful steps. I mean, after cycling, you have to run like that. It looks very strong what he's doing here. He's looking back because there is that cross that he would see. It would be nice if we could get a view of the second, how far the distance is, or probably from the helicopter from the top.
I remember a few years ago, the helicopter was taking VIPs out to see the bike course.
Yep.
That's not happening this year, I believe.
Which is good if it's not happening this year, so we have the helicopter views and we get gorgeous picture. I mean, look at that. Isn't it perfect?
And he's looking across to see where the opposition is, and he will see that there's Jens. Probably
Fabian?
Not at the moment. He won't be visible at the moment, I don't think. Volunteer in the front, making sure the course is clear, and then just behind him will be one of the run officials delegated to look after the lead man. And again, it's eyes and ears on the course. If there's a problem at the front, and if the athlete were to withdraw from the race, then that official will report back to the race venue, and that official would then pull back and wait for the next athlete to become the lead athlete. So if there's a medical emergency or if anything happens out there, then that's the official's job to relay that information back to Race HQ. Look at his watch here. It's a very nice running style.
Yeah, see, I wanted to mention, Paul, look at that. It's, I mean, you would not think that he'd just come off a 150k bike. He's really a perfect running style, upright, hip forward, nice cadence, nice rhythm.
That's a good lift.
Good lift, yes. It's long strides, so I wish I would run like that. Wow, it's really like a picture book.
This is why I think it's so important that we keep the videos available. I find it very frustrating that once again the video from last year became not available. I don't understand why that happened, but all the time that the video is there from last year for people to watch, it's automatic advertisement for the race.
Yeah.
It's inspiration for people.
Right.
And I think a message goes back to Powerman Zofingen. Guys, you've got to listen. You've got to keep that video available. It's your own video. It's your own event. And it's an opportunity for you to showcase your event around the world. People can look at it.
I think they kept the important clips.
That's not the... No, the whole thing has to be there because the important clips is not the realistic portrayal of the event.
But look here, we get Jens.
Yeah, the realistic portrayal of the event is the whole event. All the drama, the pain, the duration, that's important. And people can look at it at their leisure. And they can...
While they're on the home and a bad day training.
Yep, they can put it on... The simple thing is, put it on your screen, get on the turbo trainer and do 150k on the bike.
Yeah.
That's the 150k on the bike will go very quickly if you're watching something like this.
And look, the street is a little bit wet.
Yep.
So it's
a bit refreshing as well.
Is raining here.
So his choice to put his race number inside a plastic envelope, great idea.
Great idea.
Back to the women's race, and there, Mel Brunny taking on fluids.
Finishing the lap on top here.
And discarding it into the bin, that's good. The littering area is clearly defined with, it's about 110 metres, I think, for the whole thing. And within that area, you discard your litter. Outside, if you're seen discarding litter, you'll get a penalty. And that board there is the end of the littering area.
Is the end of the littering. So I have the updated times. Merle now is in front with 16 minutes.
Cool.
Yeah, that she must know, I think.
She's quite light on her feet as well.
Yeah. Comfortable. Watching probably her heart rate, I don't know. But she just knows, keep it steady. Don't risk too much pain on the downhill.
So this is her second lap on the run. Is it? Or is it still on her first? No. This will be her second lap.
Yeah, I think because with the interview, yeah, I got a little bit confused. But yes, of course, the men are on the first one. Of course, yes, she's on the second. And they have 4.
Yeah, we know that the way that the timings have been created to set the women off first and then the men later, the organisers are working on the previous times to see if they can bring the women and the men as close to the finish as possible.
Which is nice.
It is. It also means that it's a lot easier for them, for the logistics. And it also means that you get a better photograph because hopefully you've got the first 3 women, first 3 men.
Oh.
And you get the flower ceremony together.
Yeah.
Because when they finish the race here, they have a flower ceremony. Ah, Seppe. Yep. They have the flower ceremony for 1, 2 and 3 for the men and the women, or the women and the men. And then this evening, it's the presentation of the medals, gold, silver and bronze. And Michael Stockmann. So Seppe Odein has overtaken Stockmann. Or was that Stockmann losing time in the penalty box?
I think Odein is a good runner and he is experienced on that course.
He knows
so
it very well.
He knows it.
He also...
How many times did he... Do you know how many
he
times?
Took gold twice here. But he took a... he takes different directions every so often. He actually entered the steeplechase championships in Belgium.
Oh, wow.
And he did pretty well. You think, well, that's 3,000 meters.
That's quite an intense, different training.
It is.
That gives him adds to his speed. That's why he probably runs like a rocket here.
When you look at his running style, it looks terribly ungainly, and it looks like he's really struggling. But when you see the ground he covers,
he covers a lot of ground.
It's very deceptive.
Yeah.
Now again, one of the technical officials just spinning past Mel Brunet there. He'll be receiving instructions from the centre, making sure they're in the right position on the course to oversee the movement of the athletes.
I wonder if I see the run splits, but right now I only have the difference from the podium, which of course is all in German hands. It's first place, it's Merle Brunet, second place is Maya Betz, and then it's Lisa Strootman, all from Germany within 20 minutes.
Oof.
And now on fourth place, Nikola Jorbova from Slovakia. She made up.
Silver medal before, hasn't she?
Yeah, she had silver medal and she was in sixth position. She just made up to fourth place and is together with Monica Verschoor from the Netherlands. So they are both 15 seconds apart. That will be also an interesting race.
It will be, yes. The German Triathlon Union will be delighted that this performance is taking place. Looking at some of the age group athletes, many of them are racing Zofingen for the very first time, and some of them are racing internationally for the very first time. So in the men's 20 to 24 category, William Dumenil from France, making his debut here, fourth, just missed out on the medals in Alsdorf. Peter van der Borre from Belgium, international debut. Thibaut Morisset from Belgium, also first time Zofingen. Lars Janssens from Belgium, bronze in Alsdorf this year, so he will be hoping to, I think if you look at the potential, he should be the probably the winner today if it all goes well for him. And Thijs Zonneveld from Netherlands making his international debut. The next category up, you have Vic van der Dalen from Belgium, fourth in Alsdorf. In his 25-29 category, Cedric Foncaine from France, international debut. Stijn Witters from Belgium. He's had a silver and a bronze here in Zofingen. And I'd say that he would be pretty much the man to beat in this age group. In the women's category, there are none racing in the 18 to 19s. In the 20 to 24, Louane Schuss from France making her international debut, and she'll be up against very experienced Friedel Kuipers from Belgium, who won gold in Alsdorf this year, finish time of 2:54. In the next category for the women, you have three athletes. Emily Burton from Great Britain, who has improved quite a lot her performances over earlier excursions into sport. She's a journalist, sports journalism graduate from Gloucester. Several golds and a couple of silvers, so she would be pretty much on line here for certainly a podium position, but she'd be up against the Polish athlete Klaudia Peters, who has proven herself over duathlon championships and long distance championships with getting gold in Coimbra and in Ibiza. So watch out for Klaudia Peters from Belgium in that category, and Magdalena Kozielska from Poland making her international debut. In the meantime, Emile Blondel is still looking very relaxed, and the road, you can see the surface is getting darker, so the rain is coming down with a little bit more determination than before. Refreshing, yeah, but also not very nice if you're out there running in it. And it also means that the road surface potentially there's a slip risk.
You know, the age groupers who are still on the
bike, yeah.
On the bike.
But you know this area as well, Natasha. How good a surface is it?
it's very good surface. It's nice. It's here where the festivals are. Just imagine that here is the music. Surface is good. It's concrete, so it's asphalt. But then but then you go back in the forest, and the forest it's gravel, it's stone, but it's hard pressed.
Yeah.
So they have a good grip, but it goes down. So they need the arms to balance.
Is that Maya Betts?
No, this is Mel.
That's
Isn't
Maya
it?
Betts.
Isn't it Mel? No, it's Mel.
No, that's Maya Betts.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Ponytail. Good.
Sunglasses?
So you had checked the sunglasses.
Never the optimist.
Nice runs. Nice running
yeah.
too. Yeah. So she's in second position. Looks comfortable.
She was fourth here last year. That was the athlete who was just 11 seconds outside the 7 hour.
Okay.
She's potentially onto a.
This year she is not 11 seconds. This year she's making a podium. Good for her. She looks comfortable.
She's a graduate from Thüringen University, where she became the triathlon champion. Sorry, duathlon champion, and yeah, she's raced Challenge Roth and Ironman Austria before.
And she's running the same. I see here the time splits. She's running the same time as Millie at the first time measurement. She has 40 minutes 52. And Millie had 40 minutes 53. So they're 1 second apart. I don't know where the first timing mat was, at what distance, but that's very good to see that.
With that, she does have a 16-second deficit. So perhaps you were right earlier on saying that Mel doesn't have the necessity to really push the pace now. She can take it quite easy, knowing she's got that safety area of 16 or so minutes.
Yes, and by the way, we spoke about the time splits for the men before. So at a different time measurement, Emmy had 55 minutes, 55, and Jens had 56, and Seppe Oydin had also 55. So Seppe's running same speed as Emmy. Which is interesting. That's why Seppe is already in the third spot. Isn't it incredible? I don't know how he turned this one out, but that was quick. That changed quick.
Well, I should think Loïc Elin, the coach for Belgium, is going to be sitting there thinking, this is all coming together. And it's a great shame that Thibaut de Smet was unable to show his true potential here today, pulling out early in the run with he was carrying a leg injury. A great shame. Perhaps we can focus a bit more on him next year when he comes back. Moving back to the age groupers, in the men's 30-34, we've got Luca Zanotti from Italy, international debut. Joran Jans from Belgium, gold in Alsdorf earlier this year. Filippo Tiripani from Italy, again an international debut. Grim Doklo from Belgium, silver in Alsdorf. Oh, he was 2 minutes behind his teammate there, Joran. Then you've got Dorian Duda from Poland, international debut. The other Polish athlete, Tomasz Spaleniak, gold in the Sharm el-Sheikh Sprint Duathlon Pan-Arabian Championships, where he raced in the elite category. Interesting. That was in 2014. So here he is racing now, 10 years later, and having a bash at the real test, and that is Zofingen. Tomasz Dziekol from Poland, international debut. Stephen Waters from Great Britain, also international debut. Michael Schmidtkonz from Germany, and George Westall from Great Britain. Again, international debuts for those three athletes. Mel Burani looking very relaxed, choosing to run down the centre of the path there. Coming back in now to loop around the arena. That's our race leader from France, silver medal here last year. What's going through his mind now? Can you imagine, having got a silver medal here last year and having really worked well on the bike, here he is leading the race and leading it by
54 minutes.
Seconds.
It looks like I'm getting tired. The athletes are running. I should be fresh. Thank you, Paul, of course. Leading by 54 minutes and having a good coach and enough support, he will get that message. And he knows, checks the pulse, looking at his watch. I'm sure he is holding a steady pace.
Yeah, still 1 minute over this distance there's no security.
There's no security, no. It's completely different race than the women's. We soon will see Jens.
The pressure is really on Jens at the moment because
Jens might see him.
Yeah, after the DNF he had, that really is something you want to put to bed. You want desperately for that DNF to go away.
Yeah, of course, because he already knew it. Yeah,
Here he is.
Here. He knew it last year that he had it. And then when for some reason you have to drop out, how nice for him to be.
A bit of inspiration for him on the stage there.
Make sure he eats enough, drinks enough.
Oh, he's got the gel in one hand and the water in the other. That's good. Just behind, just about a minute behind, he said.
It's nice to hear the voice of the stadium. It's a little bit away from us, but it's good to hear and to see some of the atmosphere. I like that we have a camera out here where Malay is.
So back into the beautiful, peaceful countryside, the hills around the back part of Zofingen. This whole area, was it built as a recreational area, or was it just agricultural land? What was it in the past?
I think it was built as a recreational land and then more to a recreation, because now it's the spot of Zofingen when you want to go for the weekend. It's kind of, they have some nice walking path up there. Like I said, the concert, there are some little animal park. And excellent routes to run and walk. And they also have a lot of activities once a year before autumn, before the autumn holidays start. There is a kid festival where all the schools walk through town in girls in white dresses, boys as guard. Because that was from early years when the men, and with the cannons and the drums, the protection guard, and so they have also the cannon shooting from the Heidraplatz where the athletes were running. So it's the gun going off there, and it says
it's funny, this
tradition.
This idea of the Schutzverein, which is basically a protection team, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't exist in England.
Doesn't exist.
No. The first time I met this was when I was working in the Rhineland. And my contact
Look, she's
there...
grabbing back, she's getting a gel.
Yep. My contact there was in a Schutzverein in a beautiful place, what was it called? Ahrweiler. Ahrweiler is in the volcanic area just above Koblenz. And it was old uniforms. They weren't real guns, they were just a representation of a gun, but they provided protection for the town.
Yeah, isn't that...
Protection against what?
It comes from the war. It's a leftover from the war, yeah.
Ah, I see. Right.
It's kind of the civilians...
Civilian Defence Force?
Yeah.
Ah.
She's in control.
So she's now coming back.
She's eating smart, having her gels before the aid station that she can drop off the gel, get then some fluid, have the water, and also drop the cup within the zone. This is
the run down to what was formerly the old venue.
Yeah. Exactly. Slightly going down to percentage. Not too far, not too much hurting the legs.
Yeah, so to her left now is where the race venue used to be.
Right, exactly. They were doing a long turn there on the grass. Now they just run around the city hall and the museum.
And to our left, there's a field on our left, which is where the helicopter used to take off from.
Yep.
God, they're building on there now. Oh,
yeah, they're building a lot, new houses, apartments. I don't know exactly what will be on there, but it's closed and some works are going on.
So back onto the lead men. Look at that.
I like that.
You can now see
how steep it is.
Yeah.
We do not have the Garmin on.
No, he's really working the arms, isn't he?
He has I bet he has a running education as a background, because when you work with the arms, you also work the legs. So it's a support for the legs if you have a good arm effort. And it's very nice to look at him. So
it is, and when he gets
everybody
the top,
should see it, and that's how you.
Yep.
How you handle the run course in Zofingen.
And when he gets to the top, you'll see that the body language changes completely as he then carries on.
Yeah.
There's no moment when he slows down to get his breath up. He actually powers away from the top and uses that speed to gradually change the body position, open up the chest.
Open up, yeah. Now it flattens out.
Yep, there you go. And that's the aid station up ahead. It's nice, the way that a week ago none of this was here.
Yeah, they just set it up on Friday.
Yeah, the build goes in, and later today, in fact, by tomorrow morning, this will all have gone.
Yeah, they clean it up tonight.
And that's the essential thing for any of the. That's the ethos behind World Triathlon, bringing big events to venues, and then taking away that race and not leaving anything behind other than the legacy.
Last year after the race, I rode the course just to watch if it was clean. I think on the whole course, on the whole 50 Ks, I found 2 gel.
Wow.
And everything was clean. So that's, yeah.
Excellent. A bit more rain coming down now. Let's in about half an hour, if the weather guys are correct, there's going to be a bit of thunder and lightning. Hopefully, it might have blown over or been diverted. It's not an exact science weather prediction, but fingers crossed it's not going to be too bad. Back onto the age groupers, into the men's 35-39 category. This is where the experience begins to grow. We're seeing Andreas Bühlmann from Switzerland. His highest performance in Zofingen, best performance, was a 4th in 2022. Ronald Beckers from Belgium, gold in Zofingen, 2017 and 2023. So Ronald Beckers looks like he's the man to beat in this category. Thomas Müller from Germany, best performance here was 5th in 2023. Diederik de Rijke from Belgium, gold in Zofingen 2019, 2018, 2017. So you can expect a bit of a battle between him and Ronald Beckers. Benoit Chevalier from Belgium. He's moving into this distance, having done the long distance racing in triathlon. That was a silver in 2023 in Ibiza. Darren Williams from the United States, his first time ever racing in Zofingen. Simon Adijns from Belgium, just missing out on the podium in Alsdorf this year. Güneş Nalbatoglu from Turkey, first time in Zofingen. International debut for Vincent Devaux from France. Daniel Hopper from Australia. He's going to be wanting to put a particularly nasty ghost to bed with a DNF in 2018, 2022 and 2023. Daniel, let's hope this year you actually get that finish and get your name onto the finish records for Zofingen. Marc Bechler from France, his 3rd visit here. The last 2 times he raced, he came 6th. Let's see if he can improve on that. Bernd van Snick from Belgium. He's the one to beat today, I think, really, with a gold in 2022 and a gold in Viborg when it was the World Championships. 8th in Zofingen last year. Let's see what he can pull out the hat today. Michael Holding from Great Britain. Bronze in the Duathlon Championships in Crolles last year. That was a bit of a short distance, though. That's the standard distance of 10, 40 and 5. Nick van der Hagen from Belgium. Gold in Alsdorf this year. This is a bit further. So that's your men's 35-39 category. Meanwhile, Emil Blondel is going to begin that little bit of a descent running through and down. A little bit of cover there to keep the heavier bits of rain off him. In the women's 30-34 age group, Gabriella Teresa Wells from Great Britain, narrowly missing out on the podium there in Alsdorf this year. And she's up against Marta Modlewska, making her debut here in Zofingen from Poland. Molly Whitehall from Great Britain, racing in the middle distance championships at the Europeans in Mailand, came top 10 there. Miriam Beghi from Italy, silver in Viborg in 2022. Has raced here before, but has not finished, so she will want to make a good impression on the record books and hopefully get across the finish line. In the women's 35-39, Claudia Maria Henneken from Germany, defending champion. Bronze in Alsdorf this year to start the season off, and gold here last year, 9 hours 35 minutes. Coming into transition here. Oh. That's Wout Driever from the Netherlands. And who's this? This is one of the age group athletes. Let's see if we can pick the number up there. Taking his time. That's it. Ah, Bekas. I think we mentioned him a bit earlier. So this is going to be one of the athletes to watch today. He's in a great position there. Yep, Ronald Bekas, gold in 2017 and in 2023. Looking very comfortable there as he goes out to start his final 30k on the run. From Belgium, Elke Betens making her international debut, and Amanda Jordan from the States. She's raced in Townsville. That was the recent multi-sport festival in Australia, where she got 8th in the Duathlon Championships. You've got Sabine Geier from Germany making her international debut, along with Therese Mitchell from South Africa and Eva Kovac from Hungary, also international debut. We've just seen the first of the age groupers going out. Ronald Bekas from Belgium, looking very strong. And he was pretty much up with Wout Driever from the Netherlands, who was looking as if he was in his own personal hell, to be honest. He looked really, his body looked stiff. It looked like he'd had a hard day out there. Mel Brunet. Yep.
Yep, it's getting a little bit colder for those who are on the bike right now, and if that doesn't help to loosen up. For those who are on the run, if now a little bit rain comes, I think they're not cold.
No. Well, again, you have to make the balance between expending energy and conserving energy, because your body needs energy to keep warm, but it also needs energy to keep running. Mel Brunet, it doesn't look like she's running at 13 kilometers an hour, which...
Yeah, she's steady.
It doesn't look as if she's running that fast, but the speedo there shows 14 kilometers an hour, which is quite impressive, really.
Yeah, she has. It doesn't look like she is running fast, but she is having excellent pace, so that's very good. She still has it under control. You don't have to look fast, you have to be fast. It's of course it's nice if you also look fast, but that's a good pace.
That is a very deceptive running style, isn't it? When you look at that, you think, well, she's just taking it easy. But
now you have to be efficient. It's nice to have a 10k speed style, but it's not. It's probably using too much energy.
And there's very little upper body movement from her. Just a bit of stabilization from the arms.
Yeah, very efficient. So honestly, there is no reason why she should run faster or give it all out. Be in control. She doesn't gain anything if she's a minute faster, but she can lose a lot. Yep. If she runs too fast and blows up or gets a cramp, you never know. Like with with the men. We saw the men before. Why wasn't it that Jens gave up last year because of cramps?
Yep, that was it.
See, when in a race, and if it gets cold, look how steep it is. It is very good possible that you get a cramp on a hill like that. Is it on the uphill or on the downhill?
Well, it's good that the camera does that because it gives us a greater perception of
how. Yeah, it's that steep you can't even see.
You're talking about cramps. I mean, one of the most dramatic cramps I ever saw. It was the European Duathlon Championships in Edinburgh. And we had the guys who do all the filming for the big events in the UK. And I spoke to the director and I said, look, it's getting cold, it was raining, it was as grim as anything. And I said, when people come off the bike, they point their toe to get into the running shoe. I said, at that moment, the calf is likely to go into a cramp. I said, I don't know, it's going to happen today, I don't know when. Anyway, they followed this Spanish athlete into transition, unbeknown to me, and it's Henry Dulink. I'll talk to you about him in a minute. This guy from Netherlands is incredible. Suddenly, and the camera team followed this guy into transition, off he came, off the bike, racked the bike, and the scream, I heard the scream, I was at the other end of transition, and I later saw the video, and the muscle just moved straight up the leg.
Yeah, that's not you. It's after the cycling, the muscle is not used to point like that.
And the director said, I've never seen anything as dramatic as that. It was just fantastic.
And that you can't do anything.
Right.
Look at Jens. He got good support. Nice.
Do you think he's got it in him to pull up a lot further?
You know, let's talk in another loop. We will show. It will show how. It will tell us more about the body language of the athletes. We saw it with Melanie. She had such an impressive performance and couldn't hold it. I'm not sure if ME can hold his pace. So then 1 minute is quickly gone. 2 minutes are quickly gone. It's like nothing.
It's in the
let's hope for Jens that he can hold it.
In the men's 65-69 category, I saw Henry Dulink there from the Netherlands.
Yeah, you said you're going to tell something.
Well, there are two Dutch athletes who are absolutely legendary when it comes to this sort of distance of racing. There's Jackie Neeson, who was always on the very start of the race. You go to the pictures of the starts of Powerman races, Jackie's always at the front, and he could run like the wind.
Oh.
He really suffered badly with COVID when it came through, and it's affected him. He's not really got the pace back that he had, but he has 4 golds.
Wow.
Zofingen. Henry Dulink has come in quite late to this sort of distance racing. It's his first time here in Zofingen, but he took a gold. This is the men's 65-69 age group in Alsdorf, 3 hours and 10 minutes. He rides an absolutely superb bike, and it's all aerodynamic. All the wind tunnel tests have been done. He's also a coach. So Henry Dulink from the Netherlands wearing 2:07. I would pretty much put him onto the top of the podium in that category. Henry Dulink from the Netherlands. Jackie Neeson, I hope he has a great race. Close to the podium, if not on it, for Jackie Neeson wearing 2:09. But that age group is going to be quite a tough one for the athletes. So a bit of a downhill now. Again, it is absolutely relentless on the legs. If you're not going uphill on the run course, you're going downhill.
Yeah. But they softened the run course. It was more brutal before. The years where Olivier was running it, or Mehdi, it was steeper up and steeper down. Yeah, me. Now it's still a downhill that hurts, but it's not as long. It used to be 2 k's down, like this, and then it really kills your legs.
Have you ever raced St. Wendel?
No.
St. Wendel has also been on the Powerman calendar for a number of years. It was European Championships a few years back, and I was standing in the arena, and I looked up and I looked up and up and up, and I could see athletes running. I said, "Is that really the run course up there?" And in order to get there, you have to climb. And you think, crikey, the distances are tough enough as they are, but then you add to that the complicated climbing up, and then the absolutely leg-breaking descent coming down. But people love it.
But people love it, yeah.
If it was easy, they'd call it football, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's one for lifetime. I mean, everybody who did Zofingen can say, I survived it, I made it, it's hard. And it's gorgeous. And you get goosebumps for the rest of your lives for free.
I like this area here. It goes through some residential areas, and it's just beautiful out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
As you come back here in the previous editions, as you came down, is that Maria Buchwald? Ah, we'll talk about her as well in a minute. She's from Denmark. Phenomenal pedigree of racing. We'll talk about her in just a second. But as you came down here, you heard the noise from the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
But then you knew you had to run a lap around.
Yep.
And then the person who won the race was sent out to do another lap around the arena.
Yes. But Emir doing a nice job. It's really great to watch him here.
He's looking very
consistent.
Body positions not changing at all.
Yeah, he has a 2-minute lead now.
2 minutes?
Yep. Over Jens. But I don't know what happened. Sepe dropped back. Sepe is 5 minutes back. So Jens is comfortably, if I can say comfortably, probably he's not comfort. I'm sorry, Jens, if I say that. But he's in very good second position. Fighting, of course, for it. They're not playing soccer, as you said. They're racing hard, the hardest they can. But for him, look, that shoe, can you hear the sound of it?
Yep. And
long strides, nice to watch.
This building here on the left is where the opening and closing parties are held.
Yeah, where they get the start numbers. It's always, you have to hire this location, you have to pay the locations. The athlete run around, the motorcycle can cross in there.
Chopping the stride just a little bit as she goes around the corner. You can see that the mud is beginning to develop there. So that obviously that rain is now having a bit of an effect inside the forest. Okay, we're going to have another video clip coming up very shortly, and that will be broadcast over both the live stream and the TV.
And I'm a duathlete from Germany, from Heidelberg. This year I'm going to be in Zofingen for the 4th year in a row. So thinking about last year, I got the gold medal and it was a very special day. I have good memories about this day and it was very exciting. But more about me. When I'm not training for duathlon, when I'm not running or cycling, I'm working as a medical doctor here in the Heidelberg University Hospital in the Department for Neuroradiology. Neuroradiology is a very interesting field of medicine, and I'm working there now for 4 years. So, thinking back about my sporting career, some kind of started in Zofingen, because I began running, or I began endurance sports when I came to Heidelberg for my medical studies, and then I ran a lot and I did some competitions. I started with 10 kilometers of running, and then I did the first marathon. I bought a road bike, and then I met some people, I met some friends I could share my hobby with, and all this brought me to Zofingen, which was very good luck, because beginning that day where I got the gold medal and called myself the long distance duathlon world champion, my sporting career started going straight forward. And now I can say duathlon in Zofingen is a big part of my everyday life. And I'm very excited to be here for the 4th year now and competing with the best, with the world's best. I know some people, or I know most of them who will compete with me. And I think this is going to be a very exciting day. I'm happy about everybody who is cheering from home and who is watching the live stream. And also about everybody who is in Zofingen and who is cheering us up. So have fun, enjoy the competition. I hope I will enjoy it, but I think I will have fun. And yeah, see you in Zofingen. Bye-bye.
So, for those of you who just joined us, that was Mel Bruni. As the race started off, she was in second place, but always going to be a threat to the race leader, Melanie Maurer from Switzerland, who she beat last year into the silver medal position. However, out on the bike course, on the last lap, all of a sudden, Bruni eating into the 2-minute 37-second lead that was created by Maurer, caught up with Maurer, and Maurer ended up pulling out of the race. So we've just seen Lisa Strodman. That's her there. She's now racing in third place. On the right-hand side, Emile Blondel from France, leading the race by about 2 minutes. And we heard there from Mel Brunet about her journey into long-distance racing and how she manages to balance working full-time as a surgeon in the radio-neurological department in Heidelberg. This pace that we're seeing from Emile Blondel is really good. He's not changing his body position. He's looking strong. I think that's Michael Stockman from Belgium in third or fourth place. Maria Betts there.
Did she talk with the motorcycle just before?
No, that was Lisa Strodman.
And did you realize what she was talking?
No, I'm afraid not. I couldn't pick it up.
Body language, good, not good?
Yeah, she looked okay. Yeah, she was smiling. No doubt the German coach is giving them all the information, saying, keep it going because we've got 1, 2, 3 on the podium. And I really can't remember the last time that the podium was dominated by one nation here in Zofingen. It's always been a bit of a...
I think I remember.
Oh, apart from Switzerland.
Probably it was Switzerland one year. No, it never was Germany in 1, 2, 3. Excellent.
And that's Fabian Zent. No, that was Holbach just going down on the run. So he's now seen the difference between his position on the run course and Emile Blondel.
Yeah, Holbach is right. Fabian is in 5th position right now. Excellent. Still excellent. Within 7 minutes. But not sure if I have the accurate time. I'm not sure where the time mat is here.
That's your Swiss athlete, I think number 56, that's Ramona.
That was Ramona Rieder.
And she's in about 7th position, you say?
She is in about, yeah, she is 7th. Good race for her. I think it's her first one, so...
In the women's age group category, last year we saw Debbie Sanders from Belgium moving up and racing elite, which was an interesting decision. She decided to move into the elite category because she had a great performance in the age group category in 2022. She came 9th last year. 7:44 was her finish time. That would have given her, in fact, a bronze behind Verschuur and Eserfeld.
Oh.
So that's interesting. Katrin Eserfeld from Germany, a long-time athlete, decided last year to race age group. She took a gold quite comfortably. Monique Verschuur came in behind her. Monique Verschuur is now racing in the elite category. So it's interesting that these age groupers are saying, well, I'll give it a try. There's no real advantage other than that you have perhaps near you a group of elite athletes, and you might have that psychological advantage of saying, I'm going to do my best to keep them in sight. Here we have Blondel overtaking some of the age group athletes. I think, yes, USA and Belgium. So Debbie Sanders, she's coming back to age group racing, and every likelihood is that she will win this category if it goes well for her. Sarina Venter from South Africa, international debut. Tarja Masolin from Finland, gold in 2021 at the long course in Almere. She finished off that race with a 3:14 marathon. That's quite respectable. Caroline Mühlenfellner from the United States of America, 4th here last year. Shoba Sidigond, also from America. We bumped into her in Alsdorf, and she was just absolutely thrilled with the idea of racing all over Europe. Loves the Powerman format. Came 8th in Alsdorf, 8th last year here as well. So she has had a 4th place in Zofingen. Perhaps she can improve on that 8th place last year, and let's see what happens to her today. Marta Haller from Poland, international debut, as is for Marlène Baïs from France. In the 45-49 female category, potential battle between Switzerland and Denmark. We've got Andrea Kepli. Do you know her at all?
Yes, very sweet.
Well, she's going to be facing Maria Buchvoll. We saw earlier racing from Denmark. Between the two of them, Andrea, she had a silver last year, 8 hours 40. Last year, Maria Buchvoll had 8:47, but the pace we've seen so far this year, there was a 4-minute difference between Maria Buchvoll, who took the bronze, and Andrea, who took the silver in Alsdorf. So I think those two are going to be going really head-to-head to see who can get the best performance. International debuts for Agata Knofel-Lajinska from Poland and Ola Truskalowska.
You're good in pronouncing. That's a hard name.
I did work in Poland for a year. So.
Oh, that's why. Did you mention already the results from EMI this year?
Yes, but we can go over them again if you want to.
Yeah, here was podium, European Triathlon, Powerman Middle. It's mentioned Triathlon Powerman Middle Distance Duathlon Championship in Alsdorf. Yeah. What a long name.
It's easy to say. Everyone knows Alsdorf. Alsdorf is a wonderful, it's a very flat course, but it's a lovely venue, and it's so easy to get to. It's not far from Aachen. So wherever you are in sort of that area of Europe, you can get there very easily. Loads of hotels. It's a big historical mining centre. The mines are about 1,000 meters underground. Huge international community that's grown over the generations of miners. It's a really great venue, and the whole city closes down for it. Great atmosphere. The organisation's good. Patrick Tevis, the organiser from the event, is here today. And they put a bid on the table for World Triathlon to hold the World Championships there next year. Fingers crossed.
Nice if we have organisers like that.
Mm. But so that's absolutely, you race that event in the red the whole way around because there's no hills. It's really flat, very fast. Yeah.
He says, because of the motorbike, I bet. And Jens doesn't push too hard because he knows about the cramping, as you said. Don't push too hard here, because after cold, it's very easy that you get a cramp.
That's why we saw the motorcycle go ahead when Mel was there, because to take a motorcycle at this pace up a hill like this...
Yeah, you have to know how to drive.
Yeah.
Because the motorbike has a certain weight. You are 2 people on it. You have the camera. Plus we get excellent shots. Thank you for that. Great team out there.
Now,
I think we cannot thank them enough. Helicopter, motorbike.
And the whole army of volunteers that are out here having a great fun. There's a volunteers party as well, isn't there?
Yep. They do not get a lot. They get a T-shirt, they get a recognition, and they get our thank and the thank from the athlete, hopefully. So it's great that they support.
And they get to go home with one of these rather impressive T-shirts. Back to the age groupers again, because without the age groupers, we wouldn't have racing. The age groupers will be racing in their own country to get qualifications to come out here, and they bring the atmosphere with them. They bring their mums, dads, sisters, brothers, husbands, wives, the children, the coaches. Some of the larger teams will come out with a race, a team manager, with a team mechanic and a team masseur, and the atmosphere that's created, especially around the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony, the tables, there'll be flags, there'll be their own parties going on. It's a great atmosphere. In the 40-44 category for the men, Bryce Viegas from South Africa. looking back to 2001 in Rimini, in the 16 to 19 category, he took on a gold medal. He was also racing in Geel in Belgium back in 2004, when for the first time we played around with the idea of having a live broadcast. And that proved to be quite an interesting concept, using an internet connection from a local cafe and simultaneously broadcasting the live broadcast at the venue through the internet. And we ended up with communication coming from all around the world. It was fantastic. It really did work out very well. We've got Zoltan Tundik-Kishner-Shilagi from Romania. That's the Hungarian part of Romania. He had a DNF last year, so he'll be looking forward to making that, putting that ghost to bed. Ludovic Dasque from France, silver in 2021 in the Winter Triathlon Championships. Is that something you've ever tried?
No, too cold.
Oh, Winter Triathlon, that's something else. It
That's
really
something
is
else.
amazing. Why it's not in the Winter Olympics, I do not know, because it's good to look at. It's a televisual sport. It contains all the elements you need. It's got running, mountain bike and cross-country skiing. It's visually really exciting. It's in temperatures that are quite cold. It looks great. It should be on the Winter Olympic.
It's something like the shooting and cross-country
It's like
skiing.
biathlon, yeah.
It's like biathlon, but probably because it's called Winter Duathlon and we have the biathlon already.
Yeah.
Probably it's the name.
I don't think there's enough support being directed at the IOC to make it happen, but it's a shame because...
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. And
Yeah,
you
the
need a
sun.
lot of combination skills that you have to bring with it to do it.
Talking about skill, there you have Mel Brunet. Again, that very deceptive running pace. Here she is back on the flat.
Back on the flat, back on the asphalt, on the General-Gysin-Straße.
Just having another quick check of the timing.
All in control. Give us a smile.
Is she going to get under 6 hours, do you think? Under 7 hours? sorry?
Under 7. Yeah, she has. I think it takes them 40 minutes for a lap.
That'll be close. We have Mark Furler from the United States of America, 9th here a couple of years ago. Glenville Thomas from the States, his international debut. Maciej Adamczyk from Poland, also international debut. Christophe Pape from France, his last international race was back in 2015. Sprint distance duathlon. This is not a sprint distance. You then got Dan Benson from Great Britain, his first time in Zofingen. Cedric Calvert from Belgium, silver last year and gold in 2022.
Really nice and professional setup. Left side for the bikes, all the marks and cones, and
It's not easy. When you devise a race course, you're constricted by natural features and also by the road layout.
yeah,
And in order to try and create the flow so that there's no crossovers,
right.
and so that every athlete has a fair and safe race.
And look all these fences to build that up. I mean, to have that done within one day, they did it on Friday.
Yep.
It's incredible.
And I know that underneath the VIP area there's heavy-duty matting,
Yeah.
so that when it's removed, the grass is intact and not damaged.
It's a huge build that they do.
And the
Yes,
smile
the
goes-
last loop, 40 minutes, 7 Ks for Millie. Her last 7 Ks. And she is now 6 hours 23 on the way. That will not be on the 7 hours. I think. I mean, she can turn on the...
Well, she's been under 7 hours before here, so
Yeah, but probably with little bit different weather. A little chat with a German athlete.
we're used to seeing the elite wearing a race uniform, and I know there was when they decided, World Triathlon decided that age groupers should wear uniforms as well. There was quite a lot of resistance. But when you look at the age groupers racing and you see them in their national uniform with their country name or country code and their name, it looks so much more professional. It really does look good. And with our multi-sport, duathlon and triathlon, we're the only sport that mixes the elite and the age groupers together at the same venue. You have athletic races, so like 10K races. The masters go and do their race somewhere, and the elite do theirs in a stadium or on the road. But it's nice to see this mixture of the elite and the age groupers together. And when you take away the photographic memory of you crossing the finish line or you somewhere out on the course, and you show your boss or you put it in the archives to the family, that is a really impressive memory. And it was the right decision from World Triathlon to encourage it, and we now see that the level of competition, it looks a lot better, and it is a lot better. And amongst those athletes, age groupers once again, Stefan Lengfeld from Germany, second in Alsdorf this year. He's had top 10s before in Zofingen, but there was a 10th place last year, 8:42. He'll be wanting to get a little bit of improvement there. From Finland, Aki Honkasalo. He's 5th place last year in Zofingen. Jonathan Bass from the States, 5th place as well in the older category, 45-49. His time was 7:58, a little bit slower than Aki Honkasalo from Finland, who's 7:39. Christian Botting from the United States, 4th time to Zofingen, and he's come here more or less directly from Townsville in Australia. 13th place here before last year. Martin Collier from Ireland, international debut. You've got Stefan Marti from Switzerland. You know Stefan, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gold in 2021. His 8th Zofingen, so I think Stefan Marti may well be the man to beat in this age group. Kenneth Cobb from the States, 10th last year. Jean-Paul Guillin from Switzerland, his debut here in Zofingen. Ross Crombie from Great Britain. Bit of a bad day at the races last year when he had a DNF. Perhaps he can improve on that this year. David Fogwell from Great Britain, 7th last year. Alexei Markov from Germany, his international debut, as it is for Michael Honka from Poland. Martin Heuselmann from Switzerland, debut here in Zofingen. Laurent Martinou from France, 44 starts. On the podium 14 times and win 9 times. Former world champion, he won here in 2014, 15, 16 and 17. Watch out for him, that's going to be one to beat in this age group. Gary Cruz from South Africa, his international debut. And here we have Jens.
Here we have Jens. Yeah, he is. Here we have Jens. Yes, he is doing good, running steady, but losing a little bit ground on Seppe. Losing a little bit ground on Emi. I hope he can hold it till the finish. He is now in 4 minutes.
Is he in 2nd or 3rd?
He is in 2nd place, 4 minutes 03, but Seppe catched on him. Seppe is on 5 minute 18. So it's still minute 15.
And there's still quite a way to go.
Yeah, I would say about 10 Ks more for him. So he's now on the way back to the finish line, plus another loop.
If Sepp Odain has shaken off his injuries, then 1 minute
is nothing
for him. Sepp Odain is racing with a very unique number. Number 13 has always been removed from the start lists by World Triathlon because of the association with the number. However, if you go to China, for example,
everybody wants 13.
Yeah, well, everyone wants number 8. Number 8 is the really good number.
Yeah, it's the lucky number.
Number 4 is the unlucky number. So when I was working in Beijing, I went and got a SIM card, and I got the SIM card with as many 4s as possible. It cost me nothing. But if you wanted a SIM card with the phone number with 8s in it, you had to pay a fortune, which is why on the Olympics it started at 8 minutes past 8 on the 8th of August 2008. All of the 8s. Very auspicious number. So for some reason this year, the timing and numbering has given Seppo Odain race number 13. This will be a good general knowledge quiz test at some point in the future.
This doesn't affect his mind. He is strong.
No. Seppo Odain is as tough as nails.
But Emi is really doing great.
He's looking very good. Taking the water.
Steady. Yeah.
Yep.
Whoop, hurry up with the...
Jolly good. Over the shoulder.
Was that okay?
It was within the area.
Within the area, just over the shoulder. But he had to hurry up.
Yeah.
So why don't they enlarge out the aid station on 100 meters? It's
because
it's short.
It doesn't need to be that long because you're not moving at speed on as you would be on a bike.
Yeah, but now with the run he couldn't catch the first cup, so he caught the last one, and then it was just drink and throw it over the shoulder. It was a little bit tight.
Yeah.
No?
Perhaps that's something that can be fed back to Maisie as technical delegate. She may well put that in her report that perhaps the configuration needs to be adjusted so that the delivery of the refreshments takes place earlier. I mean, it all depends on the geography there, but there's always room for manoeuvre. When the race is finished, the document that she prepares will be very, very, very detailed, and it's not like a living document because that's then given to the race organisers.
For next.
It goes up to World Triathlon. They look at it and they analyse it. But for the race organisers, they will look at the strengths and the weaknesses and try and improve upon that for next year.
Yeah.
And it's also a document that will be handed across to the next technical delegate because Maisie has been here now for 3 or possibly 4 years.
Oh, so she's gonna...
So she hands over to the next official who will be selected from the pool of top officials around the world. They will then look at the previous race reports, see where areas need to be focused upon, what went right, what went wrong, and how they can improve it overall. There's also a system where they analyse the performances of the officials.
Okay.
So it's like a 360-degree reporting.
Yeah.
It's very intense.
It's intense, but it's a lot of work too.
It is, and it's all done on a volunteer basis.
Wow.
Maisie, for example, she's not just a technical official. She works in a very intense environment in an accident and emergency centre in Glasgow.
Ooh,
She's
that's very demanding.
It's frontline work all the time.
Yeah, very important you take the right decisions there.
Yeah. She's also worked as a medical delegate before at the Commonwealth Games, so she knows quite a few sides of the sport. This pace, look at him. He's not holding back at all, is he?
He's steady like a motor. So Emi is doing a fantastic job. Even with the change of the surface now from asphalt to grass, he's holding his pace.
Und in der Zwischenzeit können wir Emil Blondel begleiten auf seiner nächsten Passage durch das Start-Zielgelände hier.
And he was racing there, our race leader Emil was just passing Cédric Fonkern, who's in his race. Well, it's the first time in Zofingen, it's the first time he's raced internationally. So that was the athlete number 343 from France.
He gave them a little touch when he passes them. Nice to get a note, still a sign of camaraderie.
Yeah.
Nice that this still is. You never have it you don't have it in other sports where you can race with the top of the world
Very much
as an
down
age
to
group.
earth.
Yeah,
very down to earth. And we've noticed that athletes at this level are very happy to share their knowledge with other athletes in the age group categories and those athletes coming up. The team manager for Great Britain, who used to be here, John Cowell, I think you know John, raced here a number of times, came out here, paid his own way to look after the team until British Triathlon created a team manager position. His knowledge of the gears, the nutrition, the sort of training he's shared with hundreds of people to make their journey to Zofingen better, and when they get to Zofingen, their experience at Zofingen to be better. So that's what's needed in the sport. People are able to really give a lot of their spare time, their free time, to share their knowledge and to really make it better for other people. So hats off to the likes of John Cowell.
You know, pretty nice experience I had when I was Friday. I rode the course, and every single athlete I crossed or met gave me hands up, or kind of.
yes.
Usually when I ride the bike, I say, "What kind of athletes are out today?" No one says hi anymore, and I'm from the time where when we cross an athlete, we give sign. And as you are with duathlon, and you cross an athlete that is duathlete, they give hands up or shake or hi. That's it's a community.
Yes, yes. We can now see just how far behind Jens Gossauer is from Emil Blondel. He's looping around the old arena, and we saw Emil earlier running along that flat section of the road, turning into the arena, the new arena. So this is today a far better performance from Jens Gossauer than we've seen in a number of years.
Completely happy, yeah.
Yep. I don't know if his mindset is different or whether his training's gone differently, but he looks so much better today than he has in past years.
It's probably he also has to do something with his nutrition. To get cramp is mostly
Potassium, isn't it?
Yeah. Now let's see. I have not. I didn't take time when they crossed. When Emil crossed here. But probably we get the time of timing mat soon. Then we see exactly how far Jens is back from Emil and how close Seppe is.
Well, that long straight right towards the end of it is a section of blue. That's when he's going to turn left into the arena.
Right, and when he makes that turn, he is out of sight of Seppe.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
he is there and Seppe sees him, then Seppe may get bitey.
And then, of course, when they enter the stadium, or the stadium, that loop around, if Seppe's pace is good, he will be able to see him and fix in his mind just how much he needs to push the pace up.
Yesterday on that same course there was the kids race and the short distance, and I saw some of the competitors, and the kids really they had fun.
Oh yes.
So it was very sweet to have for them a separate race too, and they all got a little reward, which was nice. And look, they're hanging for high fives, clap them, nice.
So was the finish line for the kids race was John Ratschelders there and Stefan Ruf, were they there to greet the kids?
Yes, on the other side, which was nice, yeah.
I remember we took a picture of John Ratschelders in Horst, which was for many years the venue for the European Championships. And there's this photograph of John with this little girl coming to the finish area. The high five goes in. It was just magnificent, the way that moment. And for the kids to race and have a blue carpet finish,
yeah,
it must feel immense.
I don't know if they realize it, but I hope they do, and I hope it gives them inspiration for their
and then we've
personal
got the
life.
stage there. We see a large dog, Bernie.
Bernie is there, waiting for Malay.
Bernie the dog, it's a large character. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl inside, a male or a female, but Bernie will be running around all day in that uniform, getting very, very, very hot.
Not today. Today's a good day.
But you need to be incredibly fit to do that. Because
Yeah.
they're constantly busy, isn't he?
It Bernie needs to be fit. Oh. You know what I see?
What's that?
I see Jens is 10 minutes. Seppe is right behind him. I think Seppe is already behind him here in the arena. He may
You can
see
hear
him.
that from the commentator, yes.
Could you hear it?
That's Maya Betts there in second place. Quite some distance behind our race leader.
Yep. Maya is, let me check, 15 minutes, still constant, which is good.
Auf dem dritten Platz Stefan Ging. Auf dem zweiten Platz Joel Graf.
15 minutes, yes, and Lisa is another 10 minutes back.
I think it just goes to show the immense power that we saw from Melanie Maurer and Mel Bruni. They are a different level, aren't they, when it comes to this race? Okay, Melanie's pulled out because of sickness, but
they're experienced on that course, and yeah, they're on their own league.
One character we're missing today is the priest who comes over from Colombia. Absolutely delightful man. He's focusing on the build-up for the Colombia Powerman, which is taking place later this year.
Here we have age group athletes coming back into transition.
There's quite a few bikes back in, so we've still got quite a few out, but there's a good number of bikes that are now inside the transition area. So a quick run through some more of the age groups. Werner Kranenberg from the Netherlands, 4th last year. Philippe Clavé, 5th in 2022 was his best performance, 8th last year. And who else we got? We got Bernd Hagen from Germany, his debut here in Zofingen. That's Lisa Strott. Is that Lisa Strottmann? Yes, I think it is.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, nice. This is good. We're going to hear from our. We're going to hear in a minute from our athlete from Slovakia. She's raced over 100 kilometers, and then within a few months, her coach said, "Why don't you try this distance?" And she raced over 3 kilometers, which is a little bit different. Great stamina and a silver medal here back in 2021. So very shortly, we'll hear from Nicola Jobova.
Yeah, but and that all a very strong mind.
Guten Tag. Ich heiße Nika Jobova und ich bin von Slowakei, von Ostslowakei, von Stropkov, aber ich wohne gerade in Bratislava, das ist Hauptstadt von Slowakei. Ich arbeite hier in einer Stiftung. Diese Stiftung heißt Natasja GNT, wo wir einfach unsere Arbeit ist. Wir helfen die Kinder, welche haben Probleme, verschiedene Probleme. Vorher war ich Lehrerin, aber das mache ich schon nicht mehr. Wie habe ich mit dem Spitzensport, kann ich sagen, angefangen? Das war ganz lustig. Ich habe mich für 100 Kilometer Lauf angemeldet und ja, ich habe nicht sehr trainiert. Ich habe nur so 3-mal pro Woche trainiert. Bin ich nicht mehr als 20 Kilometer gelaufen und dann ich habe das nur für Spaß gemacht. Dass vielleicht ich schaffe 30 Kilometer mehr. Ich glaube nicht. Aber dann bin ich gelaufen und ja, ich habe diese ganze 100-Strecke Lauf in Salzburg geschafft und ja, das war lustig, dann habe ich gefunden, wie wichtig ist Kopf und das alles und was unsere Körper kann alles schaffen. Und mir hat das sehr gefällt und ich wollte dann mehr. Und so, dann bin ich zurück, weil ich habe in Österreich gewohnt und dann bin ich zurück nach Slowakei gekommen. Ich habe weiter studiert und dann bin ich zu einem Trainer gekommen, dass ich will einfach Lauf trainieren. Sie hat geschaut, was willst du und so weiter und dann okay, dann wenn du willst, dann können wir anfangen. Und ja, ich bin von 100 Kilometer Lauf auf einmal 3 Kilometer Lauf in Halle gelaufen. Von oben, von 100 bis 3 Kilometer. Und dann auf einmal habe ich Triathlon probiert und das war etwas für mich. Das ist gut, das mag ich sehr und ich will das weitermachen. Und dann das mache ich bis jetzt und ich mag das, mir macht das Spaß. Ich bin glücklich beim so etwas und ja, schauen wir mal, was Leben bringt noch weiter, was alles, welche Rennen mache ich noch, was will ich noch, was bringt mein Leben, welche Weg gehe ich weiter und so weiter und so.
Very nice. I'm so glad she didn't speak Slovak because wouldn't understand the word. And such a sympathetic interview in German.
It was, and as she said, she was never really trained properly for it for the earlier parts. Used to run a little bit and decided because she was living in Austria to
did multi-sport as a kid, so it's even played soccer.
Yeah.
Riding ski. Yeah.
But
started with a 100k run. I mean, how impressive! I never run a pole. I never run 100k.
Well,
and she just did it.
It's a classic. The Salzburg 100k is a classic race.
Classic. Once you're there, you just can't stop. Or why is it?
It's an endurance race, and apparently science has shown over the years that women are better endurance athletes over that distance. Dr. Margaret Sills in Great Britain was a great endurance athlete, and there was all sorts of 24-hour races and 100-kilometre races, London to Brighton and back races. The 24-hour race they used to hold in Milton Keynes, they shut it was a big shopping mall, and they closed it over the weekend, and it's all run on marble floors. I think it was clockwise or anti-clockwise, I can't remember. But to do that and then to come back into guided training and to race 3k, which is 97 kilometres short.
Yes, quite a difference.
Yeah. She says she's working in an organisation that looks after children who are suffering from a number of difficulties, and by giving them the opportunity to focus, I think, on sport. So that's nice that she's putting something back into it. And living in, I think she's in Bratislava.
Bratislava,
beautiful place if you get a chance. So seeing her come here.
It's just that he likes sport and being outside, being a happy person outside.
And Slovakia has shown some, there's been a lot of investment in Slovakian sport, particularly in triathlon and multisport, over the last few years, with significant successes amongst the junior female athletes. Hopefully, athletes like Nicola will inspire not only other female athletes, but also other athletes to get more involved in the sport. And I think at the moment Slovakia is on the way up. Very good in multi-sport, particularly in winter triathlon and the junior women's section. They're coming along very well. We've seen a couple of them now racing on the WTS circuit. So yes, Slovakia is beginning to develop.
Nice and good for the country, because it was before a part of the Czechoslovakia, before they were divided in Slovakia and Czech Republic.
And it always, historically, the Slovakian side was the poorer partner of the two. But it's nice to see there's a bit more of a balance now when it comes to sport.
And here we have Malay.
Is the data showing clearly now for the women, or is it still blocked?
No, it's okay. She is 15 minutes. She has to wait for 15 minutes on first, and Maya Betts is in second, as it is right now, and then is Lisa Strotman and third with 25 minutes, and then comes Nikola Jobova with 27. That can
still change.
That can still change. With the men's, we have Emi, who is in front, and then it's Seppe.
Seppe's in second.
Yep, Seppe passed Jens, and Seppe, just an animal, is... Sorry for that, Seppe. Forgive me.
No, we said right at the start that Seppe Odain has no respect for the pain barrier. It really is...
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So he is about 40 minutes ahead of Jens, and then it's Michael Stockmann with 8 minutes, and then it's Fabian Holbach. Great race from Fabian with all these circumstances.
Yep. And just think, if he'd read the rule book before starting the race, he might be a little bit further up the course.
This is the last downhill that hurts, because it goes down and the legs are tired. But I think at the moment she will be...
She's 10 minutes under the hour. 10 minutes under 7 hours. Is it possible?
I was wrong with my calculation, or she just got wings, or the time mat probably was at a different spot.
It's that very, very deceptive running style she has.
Yeah, actually, I was calculating wrong because the loop is 7K.
Not 10K.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had the time split of 40 minutes, and then I thought that's for 7K.
Yep.
Yeah, of course it's not. Yeah, looks like I'm getting tired, not the athletes.
It's the pain in your back that's not helping.
Yeah, probably. But I'm very happy for her. Sorry for Melanie that it didn't turn out good.
I think we'll leave Conrad. He'll be very busy with his team at the moment, so I think we'll leave him to focus on that. And the interview from Melanie, I'm sure, will come out later. We don't need to push for that today, I don't think.
Yeah, he will probably be very emotional if she would talk right now. And we can enjoy Merle, who finished, who did a smart race, gave a lot of effort, gave her heart in, and as she said, it's a special day. Also, she will race Nice. Also, she qualified for the Olympics. When she came to Zofingen, it made a difference to her career, and she really likes to race here. She has a good family. She has great hosts that she can come back.
Is this going to be good preparation for an Ironman race, do you think?
I wouldn't do, but but obviously I was the sissy here, or I didn't have the right shoe. I don't know. As we heard Oliver, you just recover. Probably she's capable to run next day 10K. I couldn't walk after Zofingen for a week or more.
Well, she's now probably about 4 minutes away from the finish, I think. So she's going to be way under the 7 hours.
Yeah, look at her. She gave us a smile. Still great performance, still upright, hip in front, nice.
So Nice World Championships takes place at the end of September or the beginning of October?
22nd, I think.
That's a very short distance.
That's
away,
a very short, yeah, it's in 2 weeks.
Why not? She'll give it a go. She knows that she really has nothing to prove.
Yeah, it was a long training day for her today. Hard training day, though.
But to think that what she did on Friday evening on the turbo trainer was intense. It was a very intense sharpener, and she was able to qualify by coming 1st and 6th to get a 4th place overall qualification for the World Championships on the e-bike championship.
Which is indoor bike. I thought it's
That's
incredible.
Some performance, isn't it?
Yeah,
Perhaps that was what's needed. She had that, and it just changed the focus, gave her that little bit more of an edge.
Probably, yeah. It didn't. I couldn't do it, or I wouldn't be recovered that. But she obviously had it was the right amount for her. But she was a little bit surprised that she qualified.
Yep, onto the main
Here
road
she
now.
gets her applause. The kids running with her. Nice. How good that she gets that support. Probably these were kids from yesterday. Look at that. I think that's really nice.
But they have the advantage. They haven't just run 10K, cycled 150K, and run 27 kilometers.
Yeah, but nice that nice that kids running.
It's a good image as well.
Yeah. And supporting an athlete. I hope there is a moment for her to enjoy that.
Well, I hope later on today they'll get a chance to see this closing section, because they'll be amazed that they're on TV.
Yeah, they probably don't realize that they're on TV.
And it's not just the live stream, it's live on Swiss TV.
On Swiss TV
which
too,
channel is it?
It's the regional TV, Tele Mainz.
So very shortly, Mel Brunner from Germany, defending champion, having won here a couple of years ago, will be turning to her left, waving to the crowds there.
Changed her racing career, having her fan club at home. They all watch it. Her husband is not with her, or her boyfriend is not with her.
It was here last year. He got a big kiss just as she entered the finish line,
Yep.
she?
Yep. And now she showed him, hey, I can do it without you. No, she has her good friend working with her, also being a doctor, assisting her today, and her fan club and her family and her husband are watching from home.
I wonder how many of her patients have realised that they've been operated on by a multiple world champion.
Oh, yeah. And look, this is the VIP area, all of them waving.
And that's it, the blue carpet
Blue
is there.
carpet. Where's Bernie? On the 7 hours, as you said, she did it. Excellent. Woohoo! Yes. Don't jump, but it's excellent job. Wow. And look, she gets this video and these pictures, and that happiness that she has right now. It gives even me goosebumps. Stefan's there. Well deserved. So well deserved.
And John Rudscolders.
Nice.
The man who created Powerman. No, John was born in Australia.
Oh.
Yep, born in Australia and then came back to the Netherlands when he was, or came to the Netherlands when he was a youngster.
And look how close he is.
That is not, that's surprising.
Wow. That's gonna probably be under
6 hours.
That's gonna be under 6 hours. What a performance on the run. I think he'll make it.
It's gonna be close.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not more 1K. He's gonna make it.
But again, that running style he has at the moment, it hasn't changed throughout the entire race.
No,
obviously going up the hills, different position, but that easy stride, the lack of big movements up, it's so relaxed. And he will be silver medal last year. What an upgrade he's booked himself.
I don't know what his time was last year, but that's gonna be an excellent run time this year and perfect style. He must have improved and adjusted his training from last year to this year.
6 hours and 2 minutes last year.
6 hours and 2? Yep.
And 49 seconds. But
He's gonna be beating that. Yep, it's excellent. He wouldn't have to push hard, but probably he's just pushing hard for his own time.
Well, I think if you're going to get that close to 6 hours, you want to go under the 6 hours. You do not want to be out.
Unbelievable.
See, he's keeping an eye on that watch. He wants to get under the 6 hours. And see how close he is.
Yeah.
That's going to be under 6.
Yeah, that's going to be under 6. It's a 59. It's going to be a 59. But can you imagine? I had 7 hours, 7.5 hours. It was a different course, of course.
And with different equipment.
Yep. No, it's even a 58. Look.
Oof.
58 plus something. Excellent. 4 minutes faster.
Oh,
Wow.
He'll be very, very happy with this.
What a performance. And in excellent style. Yes.
Oh.
Excellent.
He's going to have to come back next year and practice that finish tape because...
Yeah, that finish tape he can improve.
Yeah, but that's...
Give us a longer smile here at the finish.
It's a magnificent performance. So we have gold going to Germany in the women's race and France in the men's race with 2 racers, 2 athletes who have managed to crack 7 hours and 6 hours.
Excellent. See, it was not too hot, not wet, perfect race condition. Not nice weather, not too much sun, but look, the flag at the back. Nice for him.
Oh, that's good. The French flag in the back.
French flag at the back. Yeah.
Weltmeistertitel geht nach Deutschland und nach Frankreich. Merle Brune.
And the finisher tape. Nice.
And the finish tape, they're held jointly by Netherlands and Argentina.
Perfect.
Let's make it really international.
And this is the French uniform, all looking the same.
Very nice. You saw Petko Bayer on the ground there taking the pictures. He, in the swim sections, he often uses a fisheye lens.
Yep.
And I remember at the Cagliari race, the very first couple of years he was there, he was taking the photographs of the athletes as they were coming towards the swim exit, and immensely exciting photographs. But he said the fish were nibbling his legs, and it wasn't hurting, he said, but they were
feeding.
It was crazy.
Wow. And look at that, Merle already in her first interview.
Yeah. I know that the doping controls are going to be quite strict here. They've got full doping control presence, and
means the podium.
Well, it'll be
slot.
It'll be the elite. They'll also be picking out a number of athletes in the age.
Wow! Look, we saw that was a nice finish. Thank you.
She has time to do that.
Yeah.
And that's all the branding we need. We know who she is.
That's
where
good.
She is.
Nice. That picture will go. That little finish dance. Good for her.
And the other thing I like about Zofingen is that they've got the branding on both sides of the finish tape.
You have Powerman, you have the sponsors.
Yeah.
Nice for her. Look how happy she is.
Now, if you go to the Facebook page for Powerman Zofingen, silver medal.
Wow, here he comes.
Look at this.
Just a little bit over 6 hours. Fighter here.
2 gold medals in the past. Another silver to the collection. I've seen Seppe race cross duathlon as well, and again he's very powerful. He's just got an immensely powerful body. It doesn't matter if it's racing long distance duathlon or cross duathlon. But to look at him, he looks so ungainly. But yeah, I think the family should be here, so there'll be a big reception for him on the finish area. There's like a mixed zone just after the finish area.
Yeah, I think that's where they meet with his... Oh, he's limping a bit.
He has been carrying an injury for the last couple of years, and it comes and goes, but it's also his running style, his this quite rocking ability. So Loïc Hélin from Belgium, the coach, who's there with his stable of Belgian athletes, will be absolutely delighted with this performance. How far back, according to Datasport, is
a minute. Oh,
Stockman?
Gossauer or Stockman?
Stockman.
Stockman is 4 minutes back.
In 4th or 5th place?
In 4th. It's Jens, a minute back.
So that's a good performance in the Belgian team. And Jens, if he can hold on to that, a bronze medal for him is a very good result.
It's excellent. I think he's more than satisfied with that. We have we have a change at the women's 3rd, 4th and 5th position. So the women 3rd and 4th position are both 26 minutes, both Germans. It's now 1-4 for Germany. And now it's a race in between Nelly and Lisa for 3rd place. But first we see Seppe here.
Ring race number 13.
Yeah, definitely is not a bad number.
Yeah.
Looks like it's Seppe's lucky number.
It's also good to see him wearing the old cycle hat there. That's again one of his trademarks.
Yeah, it's his trademark. He always wears it. We just know him because he wears that cap.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Excellent, Seppe, excellent. How many times did he do the race in total? Do you know that?
At least 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's for the last years he was always here. And here comes Jens.
He's running well.
It's all good, Jens. No one's No one's behind.
I don't know if you heard that exchange there with Seppi. He said thanks for what you've done for the race to Stefan Ruf.
Yeah, look, the wind picks up there. Oh no, it's the helicopter. It's all good, Jens. Go to the finish, enjoy. Bronze medal is yours. So well deserved.
This is his 10th race here, but he had one DNF, which was a year of injuries.
Yeah, he can't believe it after the last years. He always looking back.
Yeah.
So well deserved. Trained so hard, and so if you had now, do you see you? Such a relief after a year. Yeah.
Quite emotional for him, I think.
Very emotional after a DNF. And that race, it is hard. And he just showed he's one to calculate with. He can do it, he has it. Blue carpet for him.
Jens Michael Gossauer läuft als Drittplatzierter ins Ziel.
Yes, congrats.
Jens Michael Gossauer, Bronzemedaille an der Powerman Duathlon WM in Zofingen.
Okay, this is his first bronze here. He's had a couple of silvers before, 2019 and 2021, but he's now got a bronze to go with that, and particularly after last year, that DNF must have been absolutely awful for him. So now to have this
and
bronze medal.
He's again cramping and
yeah,
probably limit.
Back out.
Yeah. It just shows how incredible hard that race is.
And the thing is, when you've got somebody like Sepp or Dane coming up behind him, there's absolutely nothing he can do. Maya Betts, look at this. Maya Betts coming into the second place.
Yep. Great race.
Oh, she's going to be very happy with that.
She's also looking back, but hopefully she's told that no one's at her back. She's running good. Nice performance.
Well, fourth place last year, upgraded to a silver now.
Wow.
Her finish time last year was 7 hours and 11 minutes, so she's going to be under that quite comfortably. No, sorry, 7 hours and 11 seconds.
11 seconds, okay.
And the course is pretty much the same as it was last year. There's
no.
Again, has it changed this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is okay or needed for the safety, which I understand, for comfort of the athletes to make it less intense. But it was also nice the years before where you knew exactly it's the same course, and
So for the German Triathlon Union, they've got gold and silver. This is a good performance from the German team. It shows
so
that there's
far.
Consistency in their training patterns.
Yeah, just wait till it continues. It looks like they have a next one too.
Yeah.
But we see her smile. She's happy, good. And she's still very young.
Born in 98.
Yeah. So many more years for her to race.
I succeed to eat and drink during the whole theory sport, and I'm very happy to win this race.
Well, the VIPs are undercover there. I think there's a little bit of rain coming down.
As I could see, was on the running course. The accident was last week.
7 hours 08.
Racing in first division.
Nice. Very good for her.
Now, providing the doping chaperones haven't taken away Mel Brune, they'll be...
Do they have to...
Okay, we're going to go straight down to the interview now with our winner, Mel Brune.
Very good. Let's see what she has to say.
Ich stehe hier mit Merle Brune, mit der Gewinnerin, mit der Weltmeisterin im Duo Duathlon, perfekte Leistung, grandiose Leistung. Wie geht es dir jetzt hier im Ziel?
Es ist eine ganz bunte Mischung. Ich bin einerseits total erschöpft, meine Füße tun etwas weh, aber ich bin auch total glücklich. Ich bin stolz, ich bin ganz erfüllt und es war ein grandioses Rennen.
Es war zuerst ein Kopf-an-Kopf-Rennen und dann hast du sehr ausgeholt. Die Zweitplatzierte ist wirklich fast 20 Minuten nach dir. Wie hast du das gemacht?
Ja, vielleicht ist die letzten Jahre schon deutlich geworden, dass ich auf dem Rad eigentlich immer noch mal gut machen kann und auch, dass ich mir Zeit lasse im Rennen. Das war auch heute eigentlich so meine Taktik. Ich mache mein eigenes Rennen, ich laufe meine eigenen Zeiten und dann hole ich auf dem Rad raus, was geht.
Was machst du als nächstes, jetzt quasi als Weltmeisterin?
Ich mache in 2 Wochen bei der Ironman-Weltmeisterschaft mit.
Bist dann wieder fit?
Schauen wir mal. Aber ich wollte auf jeden Fall Zofingen mitmachen, weil da wollte ich nicht drauf verzichten. Das ist so eine einzigartige Veranstaltung hier. Und das war für mich keine Frage. Insofern Zofingen ging vor.
Alles Gute für den Ironman und Gratulation.
Well, that was really quite impressive. She's absolutely delighted with her performance, and the question was put to her. You had this head-to-head race in the first 10K, then it went out onto the bike. Tell us what happened. She said, well, I knew from my bike experience I could do this, and I just really raced my own race, particularly based upon what happened last year. My tactic was to race my race. So she's making it clear that she was not going to be not prepared to be influenced by anybody else, meaning Melanie Maurer. And then the question was, you're the world champion now, what are your plans? And she said, in a fortnight I'm doing the Ironman World Championships. I wanted to do Zofingen because Zofingen is so special.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
she's effectively putting Powerman Zofingen over and above Ironman World Championships.
Yeah, because she had a title here, World Championship title.
Daan de Groot in 6th place. Good performance for Daan.
Good.
Excellent. He's been running a series of duathlon events around the Netherlands, which has been great because it's taken the duathlon racing format to so many younger, new athletes who are joining the duathlon family.
So means we just missed Fabian Holber and Michael Stockmann.
Yeah.
Oh, because of the interview.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had...
No. Aha, and now the men's winner.
Now the men's winner. Interview for the men's winner.
Première place pour la France, Émile Blondel-Hermont. Et en moment, sur la 7e place, Domenico.
Emil Blondel-Hermont, congratulations, you are the world champion in duathlon. How do you feel now after this amazing run?
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy to win today. It was a difficult season because I tried to make the sprint edition in Townsville and in the European Championships in Coimbra. So I didn't know if my shape was good for long distance, but I'm very happy to win today.
Do you want to come back next year to fight again for the first place?
Yes, it's an amazing race. I love running here. It's very difficult, but it's a very nice race. So if I can, I will come back next year.
And what are you going to do now after?
I think I will drink and I will sit a long time because my legs are very bad.
So all the best and good recovery for you, and congratulations to you.
That was very sweet.
It was. Yeah.
Thank you, Emmy, that you say your legs hurt. It makes me feel less sissy.
Just going back to Maya there, did you see the emotion when the moment she crossed the finish line, she was in control? But as soon as she got to John,
she got emotional. Yeah. It's nice. Those feelings, you just get them. You don't know in advance what you get.
I think with the athletes, they've known John ever since they started racing Powerman, and he's like a safe zone to go to.
Yeah.
And when you get to that safe zone, you can let your emotions go. And I've seen John in this position on a number of occasions, and he's so good with the athletes. He can encourage, he can guide, support. He's so good with them, and that was a very powerful moment.
So we forgot to mention before After Jens, there was Michael Stockmann from Belgium who crossed in 4th, and Fabian Holbach who crossed 5th. And then we just saw in 6th. Down the road.
How far off the podium was Michael Stockmann? Michiel, sorry.
Not far. That probably was half a minute.
Oh.
Yeah, that was...
So take 5 minutes off that. What would 5 minutes have done to the overall finish time for Michiel? And is this a lesson to be learnt from not drafting and not...
Definitely could make him in 2nd.
Yep. So there is a lesson. Don't draft because you get a penalty. And on this distance, you get a penalty of 5 minutes. And in this case, that's moving you from a silver medal position in the World Championships in the elite to a 4th place, missing the podium entirely.
But she is not... in 3rd spot.
No, this is one of the age group athletes.
Okay, because next one that we're waiting for 3rd place is also from Germany. It's Nelly Rassmann.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she made it. She made it in front.
We can pick out a few more of the age group athletes. Markku Savolainen from Finland. He has 8. This would be his 8th Zofingen, with his best performance 7th place back in 2021. He's also raced in 2012 and 2011 at the World Winter Triathlon Championships in Jämjärvi. That was an interesting race because we had to turn the run course around the other way because the snow suddenly started to disappear. So very quickly we spoke to the organisers. I was there as the technical delegate, and we moved the run course to a different area. Everything was saved. And where the snow had melted, it had then turned into absolutely smooth black ice. You couldn't run, even with yak tracks, you couldn't run. It was impossible. So we moved it to a different location. Stefan Reitzlaff from Germany, wearing 391. Goodness, he's been in Zofingen racing previously as an elite athlete. He has now moved into the age group category with a 4th place here last year. That's Stefan Reitzlaff. And finally in that age group we've got Nicholas Watson from the United States. Bronze here last year in that 45-49 category. That's his... No, he had a silver in 2019. So there's going to be some really competitive racing in that 50 to 54 category for the men. Let's have a look at the women in the 50-54 age group. Debbie Stockmans from Belgium, her international debut. Bénédicte Blanc from France, that's the one to watch. I think she's going to be on the podium. Golds in Alsdorf and Viborg and in Weiler. So 5th in Zofingen back in 2018. So I think Bénédicte Blanc from France is going to be on the podium, if not the winner. Małgorzata Opala from Poland, her international debut. And we then have Roxanne Stepanowski from the USA, 9th last year. And then Victoria Wordsworth from Great Britain stepping up from the sprint distance. I think we just had a shout from the director. We're going to hear from Maya Betts.
Yeah, the next interview.
Oh, that's going to be good.
From a very happy Maya Betts.
I hope she's got the emotions under control now.
Maya Betts als Zweite ins Ziel gelaufen, quasi ja, Vize-Weltmeisterin im Duathlon. Wie geht es dir jetzt?
Ja, ich bin überglücklich. Also ich hätte niemals damit gerechnet, dass es heute mir so gut gelingt. Ich trainiere seit Anfang des Jahres nach Lust und Laune ohne Trainer und habe dann während des Rennens mitbekommen, nach der 3. Runde, dass die Merle führt und habe dann auch gesehen, ganz zufällig, dass die Melanie raus ist. Habe versucht, konstant zu arbeiten. Es war ein extrem hartes Rennen. Mit dem Ausgang bin ich natürlich überglücklich, aber auch das Laufen hat seine Herausforderungen gezeigt und ich habe bis zum Ende gekämpft und die Belohnung habe ich mir dann selber geschenkt jetzt und mit der Merle jetzt auf dem Podest zu stehen, ist natürlich grandios.
Ja, vor allem, es war ja in diesem Fall die richtige Strategie im letzten Jahr, das, was du gemacht, wie du trainierst.
Wie bitte?
war in dem Fall die richtige Strategie, wie du trainiert hast?
Ja, also wie gesagt, ich habe halt mein Studium jetzt abgeschlossen. Ich habe jetzt auch den Entschluss gefasst, dass ich neben dem Sport auch eine zweite Aufgabe haben will. Und ja, freue mich jetzt auch, dass die Nelly das Podium komplettieren kann. Und ja, auch beim Radfahren, das hat echt gut geklappt. Ich glaube, meine Radfahrposition ist echt hervorragend. Da habe ich auch mich während des Rennens schon gefreut. Und ja, gerade beim Laufen, ich meine, eigentlich kann ich das ganz gut hinten raus, aber ich meine, die Strecke hat wirklich sein Potenzial und ja, da hat man dann doch ordentlich zu kämpfen. Ich hatte dann auch nach der zweiten Runde einen Toilettenstopp einlegen müssen. Der hat sich ausgezahlt, aber ja, am Ende bin ich überglücklich und danke auch meiner Mama an der Strecke für den Support. War auch dann natürlich auch immer schön, wenn jetzt die Merle entgegenkam, wenn man sich dann gegenseitig anfeuert. Ja, und wie gesagt, mit dem Ergebnis bin ich natürlich total glücklich.
Schön, gratuliere dir und ja, deutsches Podest dieses Jahr hier in Zofingen. Alles Gute, gute Erholung und alles Gute für deine Zukunft.
Vielen, vielen lieben Dank an alle, die mich unterstützen, an meinen Freund und meinen Mechaniker, meine Familie und meine Sponsoren. Danke.
Herr Roger, ich habe dann die...
High emotions there from our silver medal winner, who now embraces the bronze medal winner. What I would like to take away from that is that she hasn't got a coach.
Yeah, she's
self-coaching.
Yeah, self-coaching.
Finished her studies, focused on this race from the start of the year, and doesn't have a coach. This is incredible. A performance like that, and she doesn't have a professional coach looking after her. Germany, come on, wake up. This is your this is a phenomenal athlete who really needs to have your support.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Great that it's still possible.
Yes.
And
nice.
no wonder why she is so emotional.
Yeah, and
good she is not too much taped and restricted with too many rules, so that's a very pure character. Very nice to have her.
Nice that her mum's out in the course giving her support. And right at the end, when she became very tearful, it was a big thanks. She remembered, even under all that emotion, she remembered to thank the people who'd supported her and her sponsors. Maya Betts, this is somebody we need to look at in the future. She's 4 years younger than Mel Brunet. Absolutely delighted to be on the podium with her. And now she knows that she's going to be on the podium with another German athlete. Here, Ben Ucci.
Yeah, from Switzerland. Also certainly very happy with his performance. Doing a great job, great time. He is in 9th position. Only 23 minutes back from the not from the podium, but from the winner's time, which is excellent. Seppe was under 6, so this is excellent. Congrats, Benjamin. This is excellent finish.
I think Cameron's going to go away with the data from today's racing, and he will be very happy with the men's performance.
Yep.
Great shame for Melanie. For Ramona, this is a...
we get another interview.
That's very quick. She's only just finished. And Nelly Rassmann, the German athlete in 3rd place, is going to be down at the finish area, and they're going to put a microphone in front of her and see how she is. And she's just crossed the finish line. Wow.
Let's see if she is out of breath or if she talks right away. And as you see outside, it's raining.
Yeah, not nice weather at all.
Nelly Rassmann, Drittplatzierte. Wie geht es dir jetzt hier im Zielgelände?
Jetzt geht es mir wieder gut.
Wieso?
Weil ich einen schlechten ersten Lauf hatte und dann etwas verzweifelt war am Rad. Aber jetzt lief es ja super, von dem her, jetzt geht es wieder gut.
Ja, dein Strahlen spricht für sich alleine. Auch ganz besonders deine Kolleginnen aus Deutschland. 1. und 2. Platz und du 3. komplettiert.
Und 4. auch. 4. kommt auch aus Deutschland, von dem her ziemlich cooles Match.
Für das hier in Zofingen quasi führen. Nächstes Jahr wieder dabei?
Warum nicht? Wir haben noch keine Pläne für nächstes Jahr, aber warum nicht? Ich glaube, ich bin jetzt das 4. Mal dabei. Von dem her, warum nicht? Ich mag es gerne. Die Strecke, auch wenn sie anspruchsvoll ist, aber es macht schon Spaß, wenn man dann weiß, dass man den Anstieg nur noch das letzte Mal läuft. Aber nee, war cool.
Sehr schön, danke dir. Vielmals, viel Erfolg und gute Erholung.
Also very, very sweet interview.
Incredible to see these athletes so relaxed after such an intense race. Didn't have a very good start on the run.
Yeah, it's hard. You have to be capable to run hard early in the morning. That's something you prefer probably to have your first coffee at that time and not to have a very intense run.
But again, she's so delighted to be here and asked the question, are you going to come back next year? Why not, she said.
Why not? Yeah, why not? So let's see what next year brings.
Hast du mir etwas gefragt?
So we get a little bit more of the finish area.
Now, straight from the finish area, when they go through, there's a walk of about 60 metres, which takes them to a full recovery area. There's a team of post-race massage tables. There's all sorts of food. It's not just an apple and a banana. There's all sorts of very good pasta and all sorts of bits and pieces that are laid out. And then this evening, you have the closing dinner, which is, again, a very good selection of food. And that's when all the medals will be presented. And what I like about this is they have the World Championships on one side of the stage and the open race on the other side of the stage. So you get a full stage of athletes who've competed this iconic race in Zofingen. The atmosphere is really wonderful.
Nice, but I have to say most of the athletes will not being capable to enjoy the food at the food tent. They had probably, like Melanie, they had some gel the whole day and a little bit upset stomach. They probably just want a little soup or something salty. And probably by tonight they can. Oh, Nicola, here she is.
So she came home in fifth place. So who was the fourth athlete? Was it Strottmann?
Yep. Germany.
That's the athlete who had a 1-minute penalty because she missed the briefing.
Great fighting podium. It's hard for athletes to manage, as we spoke before, it's hard for athletes to manage everything, a whole race, the private life, to gain the money, to have everything putting together on one day. So
it's Michael Pfanner from Switzerland. That must be about a 9th or 10th place for him.
Michael, he also had a great race, top 10. Yep, excellent. And also not far, it's 28 minutes from the lead. That's all within a reasonable time.
Now, I'm crossing my fingers that they're wheeling Seppe up for an interview.
Yeah, probably we get the next interview from Seppe. So these are all world-class athletes, and to bring it together on that one day, that you're on your top for 6 hours, or that you have to do it first. You have to do it. That's
okay. So Seb Odain about to come up, and hopefully they'll ask him a question about wearing number 13, because that's quite unique.
You would.
I would. So Hans Klimput, back in Belgium, if you're there.
Seppe Odain, you are the second from the Duathlon World Championship. How do you feel right now?
Really happy to become second, to take the medal home. It's my last Zofingen, so ending with a medal, it's a really great feeling.
Special medal in this case for you?
Yeah. I started 10 years ago doing this race when there was still Rob Oestenborst and Juri van Steeland. And now I'm here finishing the 9th time. 2 world titles here, 3 times silver. So I can be happy with that.
It sounds like good time that you have over here. What will you miss about Zofingen?
The tough course, the duathlon with the most history, I think, and beautiful scenery.
Perfect. Thank you. Maybe we will see you beside the duathlon one time here in Zofingen.
Yeah, I got 2 kids, so maybe they can do power kids or something like that.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you very much. All the best and congratulations to you. Thank you.
Well, that's another chapter that's coming to the close.
Good job.
I did hear him say to Stefan Ruf, "It's my last time." I wasn't quite sure if I'd heard it correctly, but well, he was born in '87, and he's got a family, and he's got the other
2 kids.
businesses.
Yeah, this is.
And did you see the branding on his chest? De Hel van Kastelein. That's that awful winter duathlon.
Oh.
He has won 10 years on the trot. I think this year he was unable to race it, but 10 years, one after the other. They've even named a hill or section of it after him because it's just so tough. But Simple Odijn there from Belgium. What a way to finish. 2 world titles, 3 silvers here. And what is he going to miss? The scenery.
The toughness. The toughness.
Yeah.
Nice memories. Thank you, Seppe, for all these years of racing and the good memories. Zofingen will miss him.
Yep. So, wearing number 9 there, Jarmo Rissanen from Finland. Here is our Spanish athlete with his guide.
Yeah, that you mentioned before.
Now, I'm not sure how visually impaired he is. He's a B3 category, but the guide will be, you can see they're tethered together.
They're tethered together, yeah.
And the only point that the guide can actually pull him around is as they're coming into the feed stations and on certain sections where they'll be marked, or he'll be told that that's where you can guide him and pull him around. The rest of the time, it's just as a guide, and there'll be audio. He will guide him with his voice, and there's a constant commentary going on between the 2 athletes about what is going to happen in front of them, what the way that the surface changes. That's it, turning to your right. Any hazards in front of them, like a step off the road, onto the road. I've seen some of the athletes on the triathlon circuit, in particular Roman Korol from Ukraine. He will stand with his athlete, the blind athlete, and he's a guide, and he will use his hands and he will paint the picture of the swim. He will absolutely guide his hands, so that transmits into the athlete's mind and the memory of what the course is going to be like. It's like a ballet. It's incredible to watch.
Wow.
And you think that rehabilitation through sport is so important. The Paralympics are just stopping now, and it was good to see that triathlon was represented at the Paralympics. We fought hard. We really fought very, very hard, and it was when they had the World Championships in Budapest. They took a couple of pictures there that really sold the sport, and it was very soon afterwards that they announced that yes, Paralympics would contain triathlon. And it's magnificent to watch. It really is. The man who creates Powerman here in Zofingen. Never heard of him before, have you?
No, who is it?
I'm going to hear something. They found him.
They found him. Doing an interview with him. Stefan Ruf next.
Okay. Will it be in German or English, do you think?
Yeah, I hope it's in English.
Stefan Ruf, OK-Präsident vom Powerman hier in Zofingen. Ja, Weltmeister sind krönt, die sind durchs Ziel, die einen sind noch unterwegs. Wie geht es Ihnen jetzt, oder wie, wenn Sie jetzt auf die Veranstaltung schauen?
Das ist natürlich immer ein besonderer Moment, wenn man hier im Ziel ist und die Ersten kommen ins Ziel, weil es geht ja um die Weltmeisterschaft im Langdistanz-Duathlon. Und wir haben ganz spannende Rennen gesehen und sind natürlich auch aus Schweizer Sicht sehr glücklich, dass mit dem Jens Michael Gossauer ein Schweizer mit dem 3. Rang bei den Herren eine Medaille gewinnen konnte.
Leider bei den Frauen hat sie aufgegeben, die Maurer. Schade, nicht?
Ja, also Melanie Maurer ist gestartet wie eine Rakete, hat schon sehr rasch Vorsprung rausgeholt. Aber das ist eben das Rennen in Zofingen, es ist sehr, sehr lang, es kann sehr rasch ändern. Die Wetterbedingungen heute sind auch anspruchsvoll gewesen. Am Anfang trocken, dann ein bisschen kühler geworden, dann ein bisschen regnerisch. Und da macht es manchmal gar nichts verleiden, kann ein Problem mit Magen oder Verdauung oder so dazu oder etwas anderes. Und das ist halt vorbei und da hat sie heute Pech gehabt.
Ein Markenzeichen oder so die besonderen Herausforderungen vom Powerman in Zofingen?
Ja, die Powerman Zofingen ist eben genau darum auch die offizielle Weltmeisterschaft, weil es ist das längste Rennen, es ist sehr traditionell, findet ja zum 35. Mal statt. Es ist eine extrem anspruchsvolle Strecke, das haben wir heute auch wieder gesehen. Das macht es eben aus und da kann sehr, sehr viel passieren und wir wissen nie, bis der erste im Ziel ist, die erste Frau, wer jetzt wirklich dort oberst auf dem Podest steht.
Ihr Highlight von heute?
Ja, ich würde sagen, für mich persönlich ist es noch nicht ganz vorbei, weil für mich das Wichtigste als OK-Präsident ist eigentlich, dass alle gut ins Ziel kommen. Nicht nur eben die Weltbesten, sondern alle die jetzt noch 1, 2, 3 Stunden unterwegs sind, dass die ohne Probleme ins Ziel kommen. Und dann ziehe ich das Schlussfazit und ich hoffe, es schaffen es alle. Ja.
Super, danke vielmals und das hoffen wir auch. Noch viel Erfolg und guten Abschluss.
Yeah, Stefan just said that the race is not over yet because there are still many athletes out and he is waiting and happy till everybody is in, until everybody finishes. The temperature changed, the race became harder. It was first a little bit cold, now it's a little bit wet. So it's not easy circumstances and the athletes, they suffer because it's a hard day and he's waiting till everybody finishes.
And you could hear his voice. He's been shouting and cheering athletes along so far. His voice is going to be finished by tomorrow.
But yeah, I think he was already on close to his limits yesterday. So it's also for the organizer, it's a tough week.
Yeah. So Stefan Rolf, I could follow some of what he said, but when you move to Swiss German, I'm absolutely lost. I get about one word in 10.
Yes, Swiss German is, sorry, it's difficult.
I think the more I listen to it, the more I can tune into it. But it is. I remember when Godinev picked us up from the airport a few years ago, and we were talking in German, in Hochdeutsch, and then a phone call came through, and it was as if somebody else had got into the car. I could hear the voice changed. It was wonderful. Yeah. And the ability to switch between Hochdeutsch and Schweizerdeutsch, I think it's wonderful. It really is. So Stefan Ruff with his team, largely a new team this year, focusing on delivering the event. Some of the names from last year have gone and moved on to other places.
It's hard with the new team. They all have to learn. They all have their... they don't know if what they organized, if it will be on top, if something's missing.
Yeah, which is why that living document is so important.
Right, yeah.
For example, the report written by the technical delegate is an important part of that transfer of knowledge. And the transfer of knowledge, it's important that this is documented, because otherwise that's where it falls apart. And I know Stefan was talking about a 4-year plan to modernise and to develop the race. Last year focus was on the course changes. This year it's been focused on the branding. Oh, look at the weather.
Oh yeah, now it rains. That's why everybody's inside.
Yeah. So hopefully the direction will change. What is needed though is a greater number of people joining into the race. And perhaps that is going to come...
Stijn Witters finishing here from Belgium. Happy, enjoying.
So
doesn't mind the rain.
Is that a bronze medal for him then?
Very good. Yeah, look, very good.
Stijn gaat thuis met een bronzen medaille.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, there was a shout out to Hans Kleemput. Hans Kleemput is an old friend of Zofingen. Hans, als je luistert, wat een prachtig collectie van uitslagen van de Belgische ploeg. And hopefully you'll be writing up a great story for us all to read on your website, focusing on these great performances and perhaps what might have happened if that drafting penalty of 5 minutes hadn't gone to Michiel. What would have happened to the overall finish positions? So, candid shots behind the finish line.
Yeah, these athletes should all be capable to get to their bags now and getting their jackets, because now it's getting cold. They don't realize it, but they're cooling out. Their muscles get stiff.
And it's a short journey to get to the main venue, and it's dry, and it's warm. All the facilities have been made available to them from the city.
But they're probably not allowed because they have to go to doping control.
Well, those athletes who have a chaperone appointed to them they can go where they want, but the chaperone will always be with them.
Yeah.
The important.
They're waiting the medal. They're waiting for the flower ceremony, of course.
Yes. Well, normally the medals are given out this evening, so that's hopefully what.
Oh, they're folding them again.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Normally the flower ceremony takes place, and then the medals are given out in the hall. But
in the evening.
Sports presentation. I'm not sure who's in charge of that this year.
New team.
Yep. There you go.
So they sorted it out, but next year they have it.
Yeah. Now the guy with the blue folder there, I can see what he's got in his hands, and I know what he's got in his hands because I wrote it. And it's the protocols that World Triathlon provide for the awards ceremonies. And everything is done in the same way at any world or European event. There's a sequence of wording that's used so that nothing is made up, nothing is left to chance. The only thing that we didn't know in advance is who's going to be there to present the flowers and the other bits and pieces. Normally there'd be somebody from World Triathlon, somebody from the host federation, and then probably the mayor or the principal sponsor. Fortunately, here you've got Stefan Ruf and you've got John Radskelders, Stefan from the local organisation and John Radskelders, president of International Powerman. For balance, it would be nice if we had a female representative on the podium stage. So World Triathlon working with Powerman Zofingen to deliver the toughest duathlon world championships in the world.
And again, it's tough and it's unfair that it's raining now. We had such a great summer. It was hot and warm, and exactly on Powerman it gets cold in the afternoon and the rain came.
Just glad the rain started later rather than earlier, because it would have changed it would have raised the risk levels out on the bike course, and it would not have been very nice at all for anybody.
Yeah, that's true. But yesterday was nice and sunny weather. So, yeah, but good that it was a safe course. Oh, it was a great organization. The athlete had a safe race, the fair race. Some penalties, but a fair race.
It would be interesting later, when the results are published, to go through the results on, again, triathlon.org is the website you need to go to, triathlon.org, and the results will be available there. What you'll see in those results is the individual splits for each race, each run, transition, bike, transition, final run, and finish. The distances will be shown there. The temperature will be shown as well. This is part of the protocol. And at the bottom, any penalties that are issued, they'll explain why the penalties were issued. And that'll be for the age groupers and for the elite. So you can look at it and you can understand what's happened. If you want to go into even greater detail, you can also continue on the World Triathlon website and go to the competition rules. And under the competition rules, the section you want to see about penalties is under Appendix K. All listed there. Each individual penalty is listed, and how to avoid them. So Appendix K.
Appendix K, okay. Would be interesting to see why Holbach got that yellow card.
International Powerman Association. Presenting flowers will be Cristiano
now it's flower ceremony.
Mayor of the town Zofingen.
Ah.
Medals first, the flowers then. Oh!
In the pouring rain.
In the pouring rain, and the poor athletes have to get up the stairs.
And we can see in the red top there, John Radskelders, and I think a representative from the city of Zofingen.
In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing
very good.
Jens Michael Kursauer. Unfortunately, he has to go to the medical tent, so he cannot attend flower ceremony.
In the medical tent.
In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Belgium, Seppe Hodein.
Oops.
Emil has to climb onto the highest one.
Probably Emil would go over third to fourth, to first.
Now these two have known each other since Seppo was a teenager.
Do they? Yeah.
And the winner of the gold medal at the 2024 World Triathlon Powerman Long Distance Triathlon World Championships Zofingen, representing France, Emil Blondel-Hermont.
Oh, good job.
Yeah. Now, personally, I would have put a small step behind there because after a race like this, well, you see the legs shaking.
Yeah, next year it would be nice if they do not have to stand in the cold.
Please rise for the playing of the national anthem of France.
Good job, guys.
For World Triathlon Powerman Long Distance Duathlon Championships in Zofingen. Winner Emil Blondel-Hermont from France, and second place.
Sorry for Jens that he couldn't attend you. Hopefully it's better.
The opportunity for the real podium picture will come later this evening when Jens, feeling a little bit better, will be able to go onto the podium with the three of them. It makes a far better image. This rain is nothing compared to an experience we had 3 years ago, I think it was, in the Dolomites, and it was the European Cross Triathlon Championships. It was absolutely torrential rain, and Martin Bredijk from the Netherlands, who's the vice president of European Triathlon, stayed on the stage in a suit throughout this incredible downpour of rain, with the local representative, I think, of the Italian Olympic Committee. They stood there on the stage throughout all the age group presentations. They were drenched, but they stood there and did their job to present the medal. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was horrendous. Oh. So 3-1-2, that's the order they'll go up onto the podium.
They have to take the jackets off to stay on the podium?
Well, they leave them just behind the screen, so...
Why so? To see the uniform? Or can they have a jacket with the uniform?
If they had a national jacket with the uniform colours, that'd be fine. But when it comes to the photograph, if you've got people wearing a rain jacket, it doesn't look very good. Which is why perhaps a screen above it to keep off the worst of the rain.
Yeah.
I don't think in the past we've had bad rain like this for the flower ceremony. Not that I can remember. Member of the Swiss Parliament. Oh. So you got some high-level officials from the politics here.
Nice. Nice setup. They did a nice presentation, walking in the back.
Bronze medal, representing Germany, Nelly Rassmann.
Germany. A German podium. Look at that. Well done, ladies. What is very good, if they now play the anthem, they all can feel proud because it's the same anthem for all of them.
Representing Germany, Maya Betz.
Oh, Maya just stepped down again, up and down. Obviously, her legs are not sore. Look at that. How refreshing.
And in first place, and the winner of the gold medal at the 2024 World Triathlon Powerman Long Distance Duathlon Championship Zofingen, representing Germany.
I think they've forgotten the flowers, haven't they?
They're probably coming.
Flowers will be presented by Thomas Burkherr,
got the medals first.
Swiss Parliament.
Yeah, also some rain on the shoulders with a nice jacket.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Germany.
Well, I think the weather conditions have managed to get into the sound system because that sounded like the file was being really mixed up. A great shame there, but you could see the reaction from the athletes, not quite sure what to do. At least it was the right anthem, not necessarily played in the right order.
So please join us now for the champagne celebration.
Oh, they're doing champagne as well. Good.
John Rochellis from International Powerman
Come on, get the men on as well.
Association.
Let's have the men with them. Yeah.
Nice picture.
Podium.
German Triathlon Union are going to be absolutely delighted. This is a fantastic image for them.
Yeah, but they are shaking now. See that?
And now the champagne. Let's hope it doesn't get in anybody's eyes because champagne in eyes does hurt, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. And champagne on phones doesn't work either.
Oh, what's happening now? They're putting the flowers away?
They're probably just too cold. Or they put the flowers away to hold the... hold the champagne.
Do you remember Les McDonald?
Mm-hmm.
When we had the champagne celebration in Salford, the champagne was provided by Rocco Forte. Rocco Forte was a very good age group athlete. He was also the owner of the hotel, which is a 7-star hotel. He provided the champagne from his cellar. Each bottle was $3,000 of champagne. And I'm not joking, 6 bottles of $3,000 champagne. And I think it was one of the Canadian athletes. She only finished half a bottle, and I told her how much it cost. So she put her thumb on the top, took it away. But Rocco Forte was standing there. He got absolutely soaked, and his suit was probably worth more than my car.
I probably wouldn't open the champagne and say I drink it later.
In the old days, we did see athletes who would very carefully take the bottle home with them.
Yeah. I mean, once in a lifetime you get champagne for that special Now let's see if they opened one before. You have to hold it.
Come on, Seppe.
Come on, Seppe, hurry up. She's not. It shows you have to use to be used. But good, they're having some fun.
The rain will wash it off, and it's a good way to rehydrate after a race, and well deserved as well.
Well deserved, ladies and gentlemen. Great job.
I'm not sure how this rates on the scale of sins in France to drink champagne out of a bottle, but why not?
At that occasion.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I hope they get a warm shower.
Well, the facilities for the athletes inside the main building are really good. There's changing rooms, warmth,
Yeah,
showers.
it's pouring down rain now there. Quite a long time now, it's 50 minutes.
You're 12th in the category.
Good job, Thomas. But for the athletes who finished under 6 hours or around 6 hours, they were now 50 minutes.
Let's go back to look at a few more of the age group athletes. In the 55-59 category for the women, you have Brigitte Knappen from Germany, debuting here in Zofingen. Kelly Kreinak-Dupré from USA, international debut. Karin Berensen from Denmark, also her first time in Zofingen, but with a bronze in 2022 at the Worlds in Viborg.
Excuse me quickly, look, Ramona Reeder is coming in.
Yeah, so
Swiss
sixth
athlete.
place.
Congrats, Ramona. Good job.
Ah, Kimberly.
Yep, good job. Excellent. Sorry, please continue. It's
Okay, yeah, sorry. Ina Ketzer from Germany, also first time in Zofingen. Nathalie Pinard from France, her international debut. We've got a couple of minutes to go now before what happens. Just the studio telling us 2 minutes. Anyway, Cora Sturzel from the US in the 60-64 category will be fighting. And then there will be Annie Lemon in that category, Pamela Hardy, Catherine Ann Allison from South Africa, and that's the last of the women racing in the 60-64 category. And for the men, we've just got less than a couple of minutes to go before the broadcast finishes. We've got through most of them. Kid van Uitselt from Belgium in the 55-59 category. Mark York from Great Britain. Top 10 in the past here in Zofingen. This is about the 6th or 7th time he's raced here. Stefan Blass from Germany. 5th place in 2021 here. Alan Egbert from the United States. International debut for Alan. Philly Maxwell, also his first time here in Zofingen. Chip Guzzler from USA, international debut. Stephen Peterson from USA. Top 10 finish in 2017. Mark Anthony Lemon, the Lemon family from South Africa, 11 times finisher. They are the leading members in the Jubilee Club, the first couple ever to hit that.
That's
record.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Martin van Beekel from the Netherlands, DNF back in 2017. Let's see if he can pull a better one out of the race today. We're going to get some images coming up very soon, which will show us the last of the highlights of the race.
So I think it's time to say goodbye to the spectators.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paul, for having such a great presentation. It was an honor to be with you
Well, thank
here
you
on the live stream.
And the fact that you came here today after putting your back out and being barely able to move, ladies and gentlemen, Natasha Badman once again shows just how tough she is.
Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be with you. Let's enjoy the last great pictures.
Yeah.